Chapter 1420. The two of them ran past the crowd. Fu Chenxi covered her mouth and screamed as she watched from behind. Jingyan, wait for me. Gu Jingyan pulled Liu Beichen and ran out. Hey, where's your car? How would I know where the doorman parked it? Hurry up and find it. Just then, Liu Beichen glanced at the doorman. Hey, where's my car? The doorman was stunned. Oh, over there. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw that the people behind him had already caught up. Ah, what's going on? The two of them ran to the car. Gu Jingyan opened the door and jumped in. Liu Beichen hurried to catch up. Just then, Gu Jingyan remembered Fu Chenxi. Hey, where's Chenxi? Who? Fu Chenxi, Gu Jingyan called out. She got out of the car and saw, a few men had already pulled Fu Chenxi out. Gu Jingyan's expression changed. Fu Chenxi's face was pale as she looked at them. She screamed in fear, Jingyan. The men immediately harumphed. Hurry up and get down. You still want to run? If you want to run, then run. Don't even think about keeping this girl. Gu Jingyan quickly got down. Hey, don't be so shameless. We're still students. Behind them, the hooligan who had just been thrown out came out. His body was hurting from the fall and he had even lost 2 front teeth. Ha, now you say we're students. Why didn't you say we were your students when you threw me? Liu Beichen harumphed. Hey, I'm telling you, you'd better let her go. Otherwise, if you anger me, I can't guarantee that I'll knock out all your remaining teeth. Gu Jingyan quickly said, Hey, watch carefully. Chenxi is still over there. Liu Beichen said, I'd like to see what they can do to her. Ha, you think we won't dare to do anything? Kids are so naive. The man in front of him had a ferocious look on his face. Come, strip her naked for me. Tear off all her clothes. After he said that, Fu Chenxi's legs turned to jelly. Ah, Jingyan. Save me, save me. Liu Beichen looked sideways. Gu Jingyan bit her lower lip angrily. He narrowed his eyes. What yours truly despises the most are people like you who bully girls for no reason. After saying that, he kicked out horizontally. Before Fu Chenxi could react, Liu Beichen had already grabbed her hand. With a sidestep, he held her waist with one hand and kicked out with the other. The man who was grabbing her was kicked to the ground, and Fu Chenxi fell into his arms. While she was stunned, the faint fragrance on his body had already seeped into her heart and lungs. She looked at his perfect side profile, and for a moment, she felt like she was the heroine in a novel, being saved by the young man. Looking at it from such a close distance, she felt, this guy is so handsome. It was as if there were no blind spots. Every angle was so handsome, so extraordinary, so ostentatious. Her heart couldn't stop pounding. For a moment, she seemed to have forgotten what kind of situation she was in. On the other side, Gu Jingyan couldn't care less about Fu Chenxi. When she saw that a fight had started, her scalp tightened. But there was no point in running now. Then he could only, come on. Instantly, Gu Jingyan dashed over. With a roundhouse kick and a scissor kick, she got rid of the man who was holding Liu Beichen. Then she looked at Liu Beichen. His movements were smooth and skillful. Before long, the man was lying on the ground. At this moment, the police arrived at the end of the fight. Ah, the police. They're hitting people, they're hitting people. A few wailing men crawled towards the police. After a moment. At the police station. How could you guys hit people? The police looked at Gu Jingyan and Liu Beichen. Gu Jingyan said, Hey, they were the ones who hit us. We were fighting back. Liu Beichen didn't say anything. The police said, they hit you. Why didn't you take a look at them and still hit you? Gu Jingyan was on the verge of breaking down. You can't treat them as victims just because they're injured. Anyway, we've already reported this matter to your school. Students nowadays. You're from a prestigious school, but I didn't expect you to be like this. Reported it to the school. Wouldn't that be the end, at this moment? The lawyer is here to pick up 2 people. Outside, the lawyer hurried over. Young master, this must be Miss Gu. I'm here. You're finally here. I'm about to be annoyed to death by these people, Liu Beichin said to the lawyer. When the people at the police station saw this lawyer, they knew him. Wasn't this Pan Dazhuang who had caused a sensation in the country with his economic crime case? Why? Why was he here to deal with a fight between students? Yes. Young master, I'm late. Please come with me. The few police officers were a little stunned. When they got outside, they saw that it wasn't just the lawyer who had come. And Liu Qinyu. He was dressed in a suit and walked down aggressively. When he saw Liu Beichin, he didn't say anything but went up to him and slapped him. You rascal, you've just started class and you're already skipping class. You even came out to fight. Liu Qinyu's slap wasn't light, but Liu Beichin seemed to be used to it. He just pursed his lips. Gu Jingyan looked on awkwardly. She really didn't know what to say. At this moment, Liu Qinyu also saw her. Hey! Jingyan, long time no see. He looked at Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan could only lower her head and greet him obediently. Uncle Liu. Liu Qinyu looked at her pitifully and said, I don't know how this rascal ended up in your class. Look at him, he's already a bad influence on you. You even came to the police station because of him. Seriously, I'll teach him a lesson when I get back. Don't worry. If you're worried that he'll affect your studies, I'll transfer him right away. When Liu Beichin heard this, he couldn't help but say, Dad, why didn't you ask clearly? What do you mean by I'm a bad influence on him? Half of these people were beaten up by him. She was even more ruthless than me. The moment Gu Jingyan heard this, she glared at him and stepped on his foot with all her might. When Liu Qinyu looked at Liu Beichin, his loving expression immediately shrank. Bastard, Jingyan is such an obedient girl. How could she hit someone? Don't push the blame away. I'll deal with you when I get back. Humph. Gu Jingyan wanted to laugh but she held it in. She looked at Liu Beichin's defeated expression and was in a good mood. She thought about it and said something for him, Uncle Liu, it's okay. He doesn't need to transfer schools. He just needs to be obedient in the future. Liu Qinyu immediately smiled and said, my Jingyan is so obedient, well-educated, gentle and virtuous. Why didn't I give birth to such an obedient daughter like you? Instead, I gave birth to such a rascal. Chapter 14:21. What did he mean by being obedient? Liu Beichin looked at his father, who was acting as if Gu Jingyan was his biological son. He was furious. Why did it seem like whatever Gu Jingyan said was right and that nothing he said mattered? Moreover, in his heart, his dad was a hot-tempered person. But when he looked at Gu Jingyan, he was as gentle as a flower. Liu Qinyu spoke for a long time before bringing the 3 of them out. Outside. The hooligans were still shouting. It's them. They're the ones who beat us up. They watched as the 3 of them were being led away. They hurriedly asked, Hey, where are they going? Are they going to the detention center? The police officer hit him. What detention center? They're going out. Why? They beat us up. Look at how badly they beat us up. How could you? That's enough. There are so many of you, yet you're beaten up by a few students. We just asked and they said that you guys started it. It was self-defense. But, alright, shut up. Look at who that is. He's the young master of the Liu family. You deserve to be beaten up. Look at who you offended. Why are you shouting here? The few of them looked outside in a daze. What young master of the Liu family? He's a tyrant in the capital. He's been out there for a long time, understand? How would they know? After they left, Lu Qinyu said, "Go, send them home. It's dangerous for girls to go out." Liu Beichen chuckled. I'm more worried about the safety of the bad guys when I meet them. Hey, how can you say that? Lu Qinyu slapped him. Liu Beichen said, "I-oh." Gu Jingyan snickered. Fu Chenxi was still watching them quietly. Liu Beichen still wanted to send Gu Jingyan home. On the way, Liu Beichen protested angrily, "My father, that's definitely true. Everyone's child is better than his own." Gu Jingyan said, "I'm better than you." Hey, you seem to be feeling sorry for you. You said it as if I needed it. Alright, now she realized that she really didn't need it. Liu Beichen looked at her and said, "But why are you so good at punching and kicking even though you're a girl?" Gu Jingyan said, "Don't you know that we have a training camp?" Oh, I know. Are the Gu family security guards all from the training camp? Liu Beichen asked. Gu Jingyan said, "That's why we've been trained in it since we were young. Although I'm not as good as my eldest brother and second brother, and I'm not as good as those security guards, I'm sure I can beat these gangsters." Liu Beichen shook his head and said, "You girls are so violent. You're really not feminine at all. You're completely tomboyish." Hey! But I'm in the police station because of you, Liu Beichen said. Gu Jingyan could tell right from wrong. She knew that he was doing this for her. She said, "Okay, thank you." That pair of pearl-like eyes looked at him, making him feel embarrassed for a moment. Liu Beichen said, "Alright, well, I was just thinking that if something were to happen to the fourth young mistress of the Gu family because of me, your family would definitely tear me apart." Gu Jingyan glared at him when she heard this. "So you still know that it's because of you? Don't go to that kind of place again." They chattered as they sent her to the Gu family's house. Gu Jingyan lived in the Gu family's old mansion. The courtyard was shockingly big. After sending Gu Jingyan off, Gu Jingyan instructed Liu Beichen, "Send her to the end. Help me send Fu Chenxi back too." When Fu Chenxi heard this, she nervously clutched the bag of her sling bag behind her. Liu Beichen then remembered that there was someone else behind them. He nodded. They were driving anyway, so it wouldn't be too far to send her back. Okay. Who asked me to bring you out today?" After Gu Jingyan went in, Liu Beichen drove Fu Chenxi back. Fu Chenxi wasn't considered pretty, but she had a delicate face. Naturally, when compared to Gu Jingyan, no woman would appear to be beautiful. But now that Gu Jingyan wasn't around, Fu Chenxi was sitting there alone shyly. She looked a little more prominent. Liu Beichen looked at her. "You're pretty close to Gu Jingyan." Fu Chenxi became even more nervous when she saw that he was talking to her. She nodded hurriedly. "Yeah, we've been together since junior high." Liu Beichen said, "Why didn't you say anything just now? I thought you weren't around." I just couldn't get in the middle of your conversation." Liu Beichen laughed. "How could that be?" Fu Chenxi smiled. She lowered her head and muttered, "My family isn't as good as yours. It's very ordinary. You'll see in a while. My house is very small, unlike Gu Jingyan's. It's as big as a castle. I guess your family is the same." Liu Beichen raised his brows. You can say that. Fu Chenxi lowered her head even more. So I don't know what to say. But I'm quite happy to hear you talk. When Fu Chenxi saw Gu Jingyan's house for the first time, she was really shocked. How could there be such a big place? It was like a palace, and there were so many houses inside. Gu Jingyan was like a princess living inside, and there were so many servants. Even though she had seen it a few times, Fu Chenxi was still amazed every time. But today, because of Gu Jingyan, she could actually be alone with Liu Beiqin. She was really nervous now. Her palms were sweating. She lowered her head, not daring to look at his handsome face. When they reached the place, Fu Chenxi said, "This is my house." "Okay, I'm leaving. Thank you for sending me back." Fu Chenxi was too embarrassed to say that the shabby house outside was her house. Worried that he would ask too much, she quickly said and jumped out of the car. Liu Beiqin looked sideways. It was indeed shabby. However, it had nothing to do with him. He would never despise her. Seeing that she had gone in, he hurriedly left. The next day, the school teacher called the three of them to the administration office. "Why did the three of you?" The teacher was speechless and helpless. Liu Beiqin was the one who called them. She didn't know what to say. She could only say that Liu Beiqin had brought the best student in the school to skip classes. He would be a disaster in the future. After yesterday's incident, Gu Jingyan and Liu Beiqin became more familiar with each other. When they went back together, they could see that everyone was looking at them. Chapter 14:22. How come Gu Jingyan is with Liu Beiqin? You're too lowly. They were together yesterday, and they even skipped class together. Wow, that's shocking. Did they get together as soon as they arrived? Liu Beiqin is too fast. Well, he's rich. Didn't you see that the principal welcomed him personally when he transferred here? He's just a high school student, and he even drove a Ferrari into the school. Have you ever seen such a cool student? Although there were many rich people in the school, they still respected the school. After all, it was a famous school in B City and even the whole country. But obviously, Liu Beiqin didn't have the heart. At that moment, a few girls who heard the conversation gathered together. What? Liu Beiqin just arrived and he's already with Gu Jingyan. No way. Why would he like a nerd like Gu Jingyan? One of the girls next to them protested. Alright, Gu Jingyan is quite pretty too. The girl in the middle looked much prettier and fresher than the girls next to her. She was none other than Qing Naixin, the campus belle who had been respected as soon as she'd entered the school. Her family was a businessman, so she had a lot of money. She was also quite pretty. Gu Jingyan was too low-key and cold, so everyone focused their attention on her, who was more beautiful, cheerful and easygoing. There had been many people pursuing her, and they had never stopped. Each of them was fiercer than the last. But she had never promised anyone. She only told everyone that she hoped they could get along well and study hard. She didn't want these things to affect their studies. Everyone felt that she was a nice person. Even when she rejected someone, she was still so gentle. As a result, she gained more and more followers. Hearing what she said, one of her followers said disdainfully, "Gu Jingyan is such a country bumpkin. She's not as elegant as our Naixin. She's not as pretty as you, and she's a blockhead who only knows how to study. Look, there aren't many people chasing after her, but so many are chasing after you." Exactly. You're our campus belle. She's nothing. Everyone's eyes are more accurate. Everyone thinks you're pretty. Otherwise, why would they call you the campus belle? Although Qing Naixin's heart was already blooming, she still looked calm. I really don't know what's wrong with Liu Beiqin's eye. It must be because he transferred to Gu Jingyan's class and was arranged to sit next to Gu Jingyan, so Naixin hasn't seen him yet. Otherwise, Liu Beichen would belong to Naixin. Qing Naixin's face was red. Don't talk nonsense. I didn't say I was going to do anything with him, although he does look like a nice guy. No, Liu Beichen is the best match for you. He's not worthy of anyone else. Only you are worthy of Liu Beichen, and only Liu Beichen is worthy of our Carnation. Carnation, if you don't want to go, we'll go for you. Hey, you guys, Liu Beichen sat down. He saw a girl standing in front of him. Liu Beichen frowned when he saw that it was a girl whom he didn't recognize. The girl placed a cup of water in front of him and said, Liu Beichen, this is a gift from our Naixin. Remember to drink it. Who is it? Liu Beichen frowned. Qing Naixin, she said. Liu Beichen crossed his legs and said, Oh, I don't know her. The girl looked at him in surprise. Liu Beichen, you transferred to No. 1 middle school but you don't know Naixin. Liu Beichen sneered. Oh, is she famous? Do I have to know her? Of course, she's our school belle. Oh, Liu Beichen drawled and chuckled. Sorry, I'm not interested. Hey, you, the girl was about to say something when the bell rang for class. The girl looked at it and could only leave unwillingly. At the side, Gu Jingyan had heard their conversation. At this moment, she looked at the cup of water. It seemed to be some kind of hot water in it. It looked warm. She said, Oh, the school bell is confessing to you. Liu Beichen pushed the cup aside. Lame. He looked sideways at Gu Jingyan. Hey, why aren't you the school bell? Gu Jingyan laughed. Why am I the school bell? Liu Beichen said, They're so blind. You're the fourth daughter of the Gu family. Hey, I told you to shut up and stop giving me trouble. Gu Jingyan flipped open her book. She's the acknowledged school belle. It has nothing to do with her background. Liu Beichen's interest was piqued. He wanted to know which girl could be called the school belle other than Gu Jingyan. Was there really a girl prettier than Gu Jingyan? Although he didn't think Gu Jingyan was a woman, he couldn't deny her beauty. Just look at her third brother. He was so young but he had already made a name for himself in the entertainment industry and was liked by so many girls. He knew that the Gu family's genes were not just for show. After class, he asked the boy next to him, Where's the girl called Qing Naixin? Oh, Naixin, I'll take you there. Everyone knew who Qing Naixin was. They eagerly took Liu Beichen to see her. On the other side, Qing Naixin's boyfriend was still angry. He said that Liu Beichen didn't know their Naixin. The next moment, someone brought Liu Beichen over. Ah, Liu Beichen. Oh my God, look. I knew it. He couldn't be uninterested in Naixin. That's right. He must have been so cold because it wasn't Naixin. Look, he's here. Qing Naixin raised her head and glanced at Liu Beichen. She was already amazed by him. He was so handsome. Moreover, his aura was no longer that of a normal high school student. He was not even that of the rich heirs in the school. Qing Naixin blushed. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw Liu Beichen walking over. Ah, he's here. Liu Beichen walked up to them with his hands in his pockets. He looked outside and saw the girl. She was pretty. He had to admit that she was fair and had good skin. However, to his disappointment, he felt that he could not be compared to Gu Jingyan at all. How could she be the school belle? Were these people blind? Liu Beichen looked at her and lost interest. He shook his head and walked away. The girls who were cheering a moment ago were shocked. Sigh, why did he leave just like that? He was just here to say a few words. Qing Naixin's heart, which had just been in her throat, calmed down. She didn't know why her face didn't freeze. Chapter 14:23. After Liu Beichen left, someone said indignantly, "What's wrong with Liu Beichen? He came to take a look and then left. He didn't even come to say anything." Someone comforted her, "I think Liu Beichen came to take a look first. He'll come and get to know her officially after he's confirmed it." "Is that so?" "Of course. He wouldn't have come if he wasn't interested. Moreover, Liu Beichen is different from others. He's the young master of the Liu family. He's a proud person. He wouldn't say anything directly." Qing Naixin felt that what they said made sense. She regained her composure and said, "Forget it. I told you to let nature take its course. It's not necessary. No, you guys have to be together. Naixin, even if you don't fight for it, we'll fight for it for you. That's right. You guys are the most compatible." Everyone said that. Qing Naixin's eyes lit up. Who wouldn't want to be with Liu Beichen? When Liu Beichen said that he was going to transfer to this school, she knew about it. She couldn't help but look forward to it. When she was in this school, her family said that there were many rich people here. If she could hook up with one of them, she would have hope in her next life. On the other side, Liu Beichen went back. Gu Jingyan said, "Where did you go?" "Oh, I went to take a look." Gu Jingyan smiled. "Why? Did you go to see the campus bell?" Liu Beichen looked at her. "How did you know?" Gu Jingyan looked up and said, "People look at you everywhere you go. The moment you left the classroom, someone said that you left the classroom and went to another class. Then, someone said that you went to the campus bell's class. I said, if you want to see the campus bell, why don't you just say it?" They were so disdainful just now. Liu Beichen didn't expect that people would spread it like it was a piece of news after he took a few steps. These people were too bored. "So what? I just went to see what the so-called campus bell looks like." "Oh. How do you feel now that you've seen it?" "Sigh, I can only say that these people are blind. There's nothing I can do." Gu Jingyan shook her head. "Is it because you're arrogant?" "That's true. You're young Master Liu, you've seen all kinds of beautiful women. She's from a humble family, so she's definitely not your cup of tea. Oh right, hurry up and get ready. The military training will begin in a few days." "Military training?" "Yeah. How long has it been since school started?" "It's only been a little more than a month, but it was too hot at the beginning of the semester. The school was worried that we would be too hot, so they postponed it for a month. You came at the right time." The day of military training soon arrived. For the past few days, all classes had been suspended for military training. Early in the morning, the school was filled with people in green camouflage uniforms. Gu Jingyan and Fu Chenxi arrived early. Soon, everyone had arrived. They began to warm up, and the military training officially began. However, Fu Chenxi realized that Liu Beichen was not there yet. If Liu Beichen isn't here yet, the instructor will be angry. Their instructor looked fierce, and he shouted at them the moment he arrived. The girls in the class were all frightened. Fu Chenxi was so frightened that she didn't dare to make a single mistake. She stood up straight. Gu Jingyan looked around and said, "Who knows where he went? Let's wait and see." Just as she said that, they heard the rumbling sound of an engine. In an instant, a bright red Ferrari appeared out of thin air outside the field. Liu Beichen didn't even have time to put on his camouflage uniform, so he just slung it over his shoulder. He was wearing a light blue and white outfit, and he barged into the field. "Wow, Liu Beichen is here. He's so handsome." Liu Beichen's car is so cool. He's so young, he can already drive such a good car. His driving skills look so good too. The instructor looked at Liu Beichen, who had caused such a mess in the class. Everyone was no longer standing in their military posture, and they were just staring at the handsome guy. He felt even more disdainful. Wasn't he just a rich young master? He was really pampered and had never experienced any hardship before. Liu Beichen jumped over to them. "Oh, I'm sorry, I'm late." The instructor looked at him from head to toe. Although Liu Beichen was only a high school student, he was already more than 1.8 meters tall. His body looked slender like a teenager, and he didn't look like a burly adult. "If you want to drink milk, go home and drink it. This is not a nursery, and I won't give anyone face, so..." He snorted, "Don't think that you have special privileges. We have special privileges here every day. You're dressed like this, and you're still late. Ha, if you want to attract attention, you can't do it this way. Do you really think that you're special? Now, stand in military posture under the sun for 4 hours, and you're not allowed to come back until you're done. 2 hours of military posture under the sun." Everyone looked at Liu Beichen sympathetically. Liu Beichen narrowed his eyes and looked at the instructor. "Although I'm sorry that I'm late, what do you mean by this is not a nursery? What do you mean by you're a rich young master?" Liu Beichen retorted. Everyone was shocked. He was actually going to argue with the instructor. Liu Beichen had gone overboard with his words. It wasn't a big deal to be scolded, but his biased and disdainful words made people feel uncomfortable. Liu Beichen wasn't someone who could tolerate it. The instructor could understand this. He snorted, "There's no nanny here to feed you. What, you're saying that you're late? I'm late because I'm late, but it has nothing to do with me being spoiled. I just think that military training is a little childish. It's just standing in military posture and taking big steps. It's boring." "Ha, you're saying it's boring?" The instructor said, "It's the basics of being a soldier. We've all been through this. From being able to stand in military posture to being on the battlefield." "What do you know?" Liu Beichen said, "That's enough. The battlefield doesn't rely on words. I've already said that I'm not interested in this. If you're unhappy, we can have a duel. The one who wins has the right to speak." The instructor furrowed his brows. But he didn't think that a spoiled young master would be capable of anything. Especially when he saw Liu Beichen driving around in his luxurious car, he knew that he was a weakling who only knew how to flaunt his wealth to attract attention. They had seen their fair share of spoiled brats, so they looked down on Liu Beichen. "Ha, you want to compete with me? What do you want to compete with? Fighting? I know that you like to fight at your age, but you have to understand that a fight between us is different from a street fight." Liu Beichen said, "You can come at me. I'll listen to you." Chapter 14:24. The instructor sneered coldly. His attitude towards him was even more disdainful. "All right, you can act cool now. Don't cry later." The other instructors had already turned to look at him. Of course, they were still on their side. Seeing that Liu Beichen, a young boy, dared to provoke them as soldiers, they immediately gathered together. The school wanted to stop him, but Liu Beichen glanced at the teacher behind him and pushed him aside. "Let's make it clear then. We won't compete for nothing. What are you going to do if you lose?" he said. The instructor harumphed. "Lose? What if you lose?" "If I lose, I can apologize to you, beg for mercy, stand in a military stance, and do whatever you say." "All right. What if you lose?" The instructor looked at him. "You're talking about me?" "Yeah, what if you lose?" "Ha, if I lose, you can do whatever you want. The instructor rushed over and said, "Sigh, what's there to compete for? Just focus on your training." Liu Beichen said, "Instructor, don't worry. I won't bully you. It's a fair competition. I won't hurt anyone." The instructor's face turned red when he heard that. He was furious. This brat really deserved a lesson. "Humph, I'll help your parents teach you a lesson. You'll help my parents teach me a lesson. Why don't you see if you're qualified?" Liu Beichen flung his shirt over his shoulder. The instructor's face turned even redder. The entire school was in an uproar over this matter. Liu Beichen was going to be taught a lesson for provoking the instructor. Liu Beichen was going to be scolded by the instructor for being late and acting tough. Everyone at this age was still afraid of the instructors. Moreover, they had been intimidated by the instructor when they first arrived. They felt that the instructor must be very powerful and a soldier. He must be very powerful. As for Liu Beichen, indeed, he was very rich, but he might not be capable. He was just an ordinary high school student. How could he compete with those adults who trained every day? Everyone gathered around to watch the show. What are they competing for? I heard they're going to compete in mixed martial arts. Isn't Liu Beichen going to be beaten to death? I heard that Liu Beichen is very good at fighting. That's a fight between kids. How can it be compared to those who are trained in Sanda? Everyone felt that Liu Beichen's acting had reached its limit, and he shouldn't have let his emotions get the better of him. However, at this time, everyone had already gathered around, waiting for the two of them to compete. Liu Beichen turned around and saw Gu Jingyan. "Catch!" He threw the clothes to Gu Jingyan. Everyone looked at Gu Jingyan enviously. They all felt that she was lucky to have been assigned to be Liu Beichen's desk mate by the teacher. That was how she got to know Liu Beichen, and they seemed to be on good terms. Gu Jingyan just looked at Liu Beichen. "Hey, are you okay?" Liu Beichen gave her an okay gesture and raised his eyebrows with a smile. Fu Chenxi was very worried. "Jingyan, will Liu Beichen get beaten up?" Gu Jingyan said, "He looks pretty confident. Let's wait and see. He should be good at fighting." Although Gu Jingyan had only met him when he was young, she knew a little about the Liu family. She knew that although the Liu family was not as good as the Gu family in terms of security, they also provided all-round development for their children from a young age. These basic abilities should not be left behind. At this moment. Wow, it's starting. Liu Beichen, you can do it. Instructor, you can do it. There were girls cheering for Liu Beichen crazily. Naturally, there were also people who were not convinced by Liu Beichen and cheered for the instructor. They were waiting for Liu Beichen to be embarrassed. At this moment, the instructor was playing with his knuckles, making a cracking sound. He curled his lips and looked at Liu Beichen with a smug smile. "All right, let's start. Don't worry, I will be careful and not hurt you. Let's stop here." Liu Beichen snorted coldly. "All right, I will say the same to you." Just as he finished speaking, the instructor's fist had already rushed towards him. He said that he would not hurt Liu Beichen, but his fist still flew towards Liu Beichen's face. "Ah!" The girls below screamed. Liu Beichen's good-looking face was about to be punched, but unexpectedly, Liu Beichen dodged to the side. Before the crowd could see what had happened, Liu Beichen had already dodged the punch. What was even more surprising was that he grabbed the fist that was coming at him. The instructor thought that he had been hit by a sharp gaze. He had never thought that a kid could have such a sharp and cold gaze. Moreover, his hand was so strong that he had grabbed his fist. He wanted to take it back, but he realized that he could not move at all. At the back, the people who were watching were shocked. The instructor was thrown to the ground by Liu Beichen. The instructor got up and tried to punch him again, but he was thrown to the ground by Liu Beichen again. The instructor got up again, but before he could do anything, he was thrown to the ground again. The girls below the stage went crazy. They cheered and jumped up, shouting, "Liu Beichen, you're so awesome. Wow, Liu Beichen is so awesome. Why does Liu Beichen know everything? He's so awesome." Fu Chenxi, who had been covering her eyes, opened her eyes wide. Wow, Liu Beichen is so awesome. Gu Jingyan had seen too many of them. She did not think that Liu Beichen was that awesome. He was just a bunch of ordinary people. Even though there were some hedonistic sons among the rich families, the Liu family and the Gu family were not like that. Even though they were arrogant, they were very strict with their children's education. Moreover, they had a lot of resources to teach their children. Hence, it was natural that Liu Beichen knew a lot of things. It was just that ordinary people did not know about it. At this moment, the instructors were embarrassed when they saw that their men had been thrown to the ground by a kid. They surrounded them. Wow, what are they going to do? Are they going to beat him up? One of the girls retreated in fear. Liu Beichen stood in the middle, looking at them. Why? Do you want to come at me together? Let's go then. The instructors gritted their teeth in anger, especially when they saw his arrogant expression. At this moment, Gu Jingyan quickly stepped forward. All right, you can't bully him. There's nothing to be proud of if we beat him with so many people. Everyone looked at Gu Jingyan in surprise. She was really daring to go over at this moment. Of course, there were also people who said disdainfully, "Look at how well he behaves. When he sees that Liu Beichen is surrounded, hurry up and go over. This is how he goes to join in the fun with the rich. You guys should learn from him." So what? How can Liu Beichen like a bookworm like her? However, to everyone's surprise, Liu Beichen looked at Gu Jingyan and smiled. He said teasingly, "Why, are you worried about me?" Chapter 14:25. Gu Jingyan looked at him and pushed his head. "Are you stupid? Why did you come here to fight?" Liu Beichen said, "I just don't like them. They think that people like us are useless and that we are just living off women." Gu Jingyan said, "It's your fault for being so showy." Liu Beichen said, "I'm rich. Why do I have to hide it? It's like it's something shameful. My family's money came from a legitimate source, not from a scam. Why should I be looked down upon?" Liu Beichen raised his hand and stood at the top. "Students, I've won today. I'll treat everyone to a meal. Let's all go." When the students heard that, they thought that he was going to treat them to a meal. That was too generous. However, they were naturally happy to be able to eat, so they immediately cheered. For a moment, the training ground instantly became a boiling ocean. Gu Jingyan wanted to say something, but she was drowned out by the screams of the students. She could only look at Liu Beichen and shake her head helplessly. Meanwhile, the instructors were watching them. No matter how arrogant they were, they couldn't go against so many students. Moreover, they had indeed lost. No one would have thought that this seemingly frail little kid would be so powerful. Liu Beichen jumped down amidst the cheers of the students. The school looked at this arrogant man but couldn't do anything about him. After all, he was Liu Beichen. They could only blame themselves for welcoming Liu Beichen the moment they heard that he was going to study here. They hadn't thought about what he would bring to the school. Liu Beichen was a man of his word. That night, they prepared a meal in a big restaurant and welcomed all the students who came with their school badges. It was the first time for many students to eat at such a place. They suddenly felt that this place was really high-end. How much does it cost to eat here? And there are so many people here. Will Liu Beichen go bankrupt? Forget it. He won't go bankrupt even if the whole country comes to eat here. What do you think the Liu family does? Oh, Liu Beichen is so awesome. He's so handsome and so rich. When Gu Jingyan arrived, she realized that they were right next to the Gu Corporation's hotel. However, that was a hotel for accommodation, while this was a big restaurant for meals. She walked over speechlessly, worried that the Liu family staff at the door would recognize her. After all, outsiders might not know, but the insiders might have seen her before. As expected, as soon as he arrived, someone greeted him. Ah, Gu, shoot! Gu Jingyan hurriedly made a gesture. She glared at the student who was walking past her and walked in by herself. The people at the door felt strange. Wasn't this Miss Gu? Why did she look so strange? At this time, Gu Jingyan walked in, but she couldn't find the right place. As she followed the crowd in, she felt that she was suddenly pushed to the side by someone. He raised his head to look. They were probably the school belle Carnation's followers. They all looked up at her with unfriendly expressions. Gu Jingyan didn't think that she had offended them in the past. They had minded their own business. Why did they come to her now? What are you doing? Gu Jingyan asked. The few of them sized up Gu Jingyan. Hey, who allowed you to come here? That's right, who allowed you to come here? Gu Jingyan laughed. Liu Beichen is treating us. I can come whenever I want. It's not your treat. Today is our Carnation and Liu Beichen's day. Get out. Don't come in. Gu Jingyan blinked. What Carnation and Liu Beichen's day? Liu Beichen was with Carnation. Why hadn't she heard Liu Beichen mention it? The few of them just didn't want Gu Jingyan to go in. Because Carnation would be dressed up beautifully today, they didn't want Gu Jingyan to be involved. That way, without Gu Jingyan, Liu Beichen would definitely only have his eyes on Carnation. Otherwise, Gu Jingyan would definitely cause trouble here. Of course you don't know. Carnation is the school belle. Only she is worthy of Liu Beichen. Who do you think you are? How dare you steal our Carnation's man? Sigh, she hadn't heard anyone scold her for a long time. Who do you think you are? Since when did I steal your Carnation's man? Gu Jingyan didn't even know. Why would she steal Liu Beichen? They weren't related at all. They were just close friends when they were young. The few of them snorted. Don't try to deny it. The teacher arranged for him to be next to you and you hugged him on the first day. You even tried to please him after that because you wanted to be a couple with him. Don't think that just because you're close to him, you can get him first. Liu Beichen won't be interested in you. That's right. Look at yourself. How can you compare to our Carnation? If you hadn't dominated Liu Beichen and prevented him from seeing our Carnation, they would have been together a long time ago. It's you. You purposely prevented Liu Beichen from leaving your class just so that you can get him and become a phoenix. There are so many people like you in this school. Their families aren't as good as our Carnations, so they just want to study hard and seduce those rich kids. Don't think that we don't know about it. Gu Jingyan wanted to laugh. Why would she need to seduce rich kids? Moreover, they were too good at making up stories. They made it sound like they really knew about it. I'm not interested in fighting for a man with your Carnation. Move aside and let me in. Gu Jingyan raised her head. Although she was low-key, it didn't mean that she, the fourth daughter of the Gu family, would be bullied by a few girls. No. Get out. We won't let you in today. Let's see who's not afraid of death to stop me. Gu Jingyan said as she was about to enter. The few of them immediately rushed over. They were originally hooligans in the school, and their families had some money, so they spent a lot of money to get them in. As soon as they arrived at the school, they were taken in by Qing Naixin. It had to be said that this Qing Naixin also had some tricks up her sleeve, especially in terms of buying people's hearts. Ever since junior high school, they had been doing campus violence and bullying female students. Many people who had opposed them had been taken to the toilet and rooftop by them. They had humiliated them, stripped them naked, and taken photos of them. They had forced them to leave school. They had done all of these things. Hence, they were not afraid of Gu Jingyan at all. There was no other reason for girls to fight. They just relied on the fact that they had more people and came up to fight. The one with fewer people bullied the one with more people. At this moment, they came over as usual. However, unexpectedly, Gu Jingyan kicked one of them in the leg. The force of the kick made the person kneel on the ground. Ah! Chapter 14:26. Gu Jingyan then made a mistake and directly stepped on the other one. She used the back of her knees to fix the other person in her crotch. That was exactly what Liu Beiqin saw when he arrived. She had beaten up the girls all by herself and they were wailing on the floor. Someone shouted, "Ah, Liu Beiqin is here." The girls quickly shouted, "Liu Beiqin, look, Gu Jingyan is beating them up. It hurts. Gu Jingyan, are you a woman? How could you be so cruel? You must have used some weird trick. What weapon are you carrying?" Everyone shouted at the same time. Liu Beiqin had heard from the servants that Gu Jingyan had come but was not allowed to enter. He had come out to have a look, but when he came out, the girls had already been dealt with. Liu Beiqin thought that it was easy to feel defeated when he was with Gu Jingyan. This woman was a little weak. She would settle things by herself. What was the use of having a man? No wonder no one wanted to date her despite her fairy-like looks. Liu Beiqin walked over. "What's the matter?" The girls quickly said, "Gu Jingyan is bullying us. She won't let us in." "That's right. Gu Jingyan said that you are hers. She wants to have you and become the young madam of the Liu family. This is her only chance, so she won't let us get close to you." Liu Beiqin looked at them lying through their teeth. It was impossible that Gu Jingyan had said that. Of course, they did not know Gu Jingyan's identity. Otherwise, they would have realized how unreliable their words were. Even if the fourth miss of the Gu family was very violent and did not have any femininity, if she wanted a man, there would be plenty of men coming to her door. Why would she need to rely on him to make a comeback? He looked at them, amused. Gu Jingyan had already stood up and walked over. Unexpectedly, before she could say anything, she heard a weak voice in the hall. "Oh my God, what are you doing?" She turned around and saw Qing Naixin. Moreover, she was wearing a tight-fitting dress, which completely revealed her curvaceous figure. Since everyone was here to eat, they would have long changed out of their school uniforms and put on their own clothes. Therefore, the people who came were also wearing all sorts of clothes. However, most of the students' clothes were still very simple. Half-sleeved, denim, and skirts were rare. Furthermore, they were wearing such feminine skirts. Qing Naixin was quite precocious. At such a young age, she already had curves. Her figure was not bad. No wonder she dared to wear it. She appeared here all of a sudden. With so many female students without makeup, she appeared even more unique, beautiful, and full of flavor. Her followers, who were watching from below, were all stunned. Qing Naixin looked at Liu Beiqin weakly. Her eyes were brimming with tears, and she looked like she was about to cry. "Liu Beiqin, I'm sorry. Maybe they're just messing around. But we're all classmates. Let's not fight. A gentleman doesn't resort to words. Can't we talk nicely?" Her follower was extremely touched. "Naixin, don't plead for us. Don't be implicated by us. We can take a beating, but don't get too close to this kind of woman. Qing Naixin walked over. Liu Beichen looked at her from head to toe. He watched as she walked gracefully towards him. Even her gait was perfect. However, Gu Jingyan looked at Liu Beichen. She felt that he really didn't care about her. Liu Beichen thought that she was dressed nicely. She was very eye-catching among the group of female students. However, he had seen too many women like her. Liu Beichen had attended all sorts of events since he was a child. He had seen many celebrities who were more feminine than Qing Naixin, and many who were prettier than her. So, Liu Beichen was not attracted to Qing Naixin at all when she was dressed like this. Liu Beichen just looked at her and said to Gu Jingyan, "What's going on? Were you stopped by them?" Gu Jingyan patted her hands. "It's okay. The process isn't important. You saw the result. Why? Are you worried about me? That's why you rushed here?" Gu Jingyan said, mimicking his manner in the morning. Liu Beichen laughed. "I'm worried about others. You think I don't know you? There's nothing to worry about." Qing Naixin's face froze again. She saw that he only glanced at her and then went on to chat with Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan was still talking to Liu Beichen so casually. Gu Jingyan said, "That's it then. Let's go. I'm tired." Then they didn't do anything to me anyway. "Alright, it's your fault for being so careless. Let's go. I'll take you to eat something good." Liu Beichen walked in with her. He only glanced at Qing Naixin and said, "I'll leave this to you." Qing Naixin looked at the group of people and then at the two of them. The people below stood up one after another. Actually, they had only been knocked down. Gu Jingyan didn't hit them too hard. How dare Gu Jingyan talk to Liu Beichen like that? Gu Jingyan is so bold. But Liu Beichen isn't angry. He's even smiling at her. What's going on? Humph. Who knows if Gu Jingyan is using this special method to seduce Liu Beichen? I think so too. She just wants to make herself look special. Qing Naixin listened and said, "Alright, don't do this next time. Violence can't solve anything. You guys got dragged into it and got beaten up. That's not good." Hearing Qing Naixin's words, everyone turned around and looked at her in amazement. "Wow, Naixin, you're so beautiful today. You're definitely the most beautiful woman in the world. Yeah, let's go in and show Liu Beichen how many men are crazy about you." Qing Naixin's face was red. She reluctantly pushed her way in. And inside, wow, Qing Naixin is here. When the guys saw Qing Naixin walk in, they were all stunned. Looking at her beautiful figure, their hormones were ignited. Wow, Qing Naixin is indeed the campus belle. She's so charming. She's so beautiful. She's like a goddess. If she could just look at me, I'd feel like I'm flying. Everyone was talking at once. Gu Jingyan stayed with Liu Beichen and looked outside. Qing Naixin's arrival had caused a huge reaction. Gu Jingyan said, "Tsk. Why don't you look at her? She's really beautiful." Liu Beichen said, "Why are you looking at her? I don't think she's beautiful." "Really? Is there something wrong with your eyes?" "I think she's pretty today." "Forget it. A woman doesn't become a goddess just because she shows her chest." Sigh. "But you're right. Your chest is so small. It's like you haven't developed yet. That's why you think she's pretty because she has big breasts." Hearing him say that, Gu Jingyan's face turned red. She looked at Liu Beichen again. He was looking at her chest as if he was measuring it with his eyes. Chapter 14:27. Ha, it's bigger than yours. Gu Jingyan turned her head away immediately. Liu Beichen laughed. If it's not as big as mine, you should really go to a doctor to have your gender checked. Get lost, Liu Beichen. You've changed. Why are you so mean now? Gu Jingyan attacked him immediately. Liu Beichen retreated with a laugh, but he didn't fight back even though her fists landed on his body. It didn't hurt anyway. It was just a joke. The two of them fought as if there was no one else around. The others were even more shocked. They were amazed by the two of them. They wondered when Gu Jingyan had become so close to Liu Beichen. Some of them didn't even bother to look at Qing Naixin. They just watched the two of them laugh and fight. Liu Beichen felt uncomfortable from her beating. He quickly picked up a strawberry and threw it into her mouth. All right. Eat something to calm down. Humph. You want to treat me to a feast to calm down. Okay. What do you want to eat? Treat me to something expensive next time. Despicable. You're so vain. I'm happy to be vain. Qing Naixin felt that Liu Beichen didn't even look at her when she was in such a state. Seeing the boys around her start to fawn over her, she was a little satisfied at first. Everyone was scrambling to get something for her. They surrounded her as if they wanted to take out their hearts and give it to her. However, in the most eye-catching place, that man, he did not pay the slightest bit of attention to her. She was liked by so many people, loved by so many people, but he actually did not notice her. How could Qing Naixin believe that? She gritted her teeth. She thought that he couldn't possibly not be interested in her since she was so pretty. There must be a reason. After thinking about it, she felt that she had to do something more direct. He must be too proud. Everyone liked her and he didn't want to snatch her away. Soon, she saw her followers arrive. Her eyes lit up. She walked over and said to them, I've thought of an idea, but I don't think it's good. I don't know if I should do it. What idea? Seeing Qing Naixin's embarrassment, the others said hurriedly, hurry up. We can't let Liu Beichen be cheated by Gu Jingyan. We have to get him by any means. They were just beaten up by Gu Jingyan, so they were still angry. After a while, although Liu Beichen was treating, he acted as if it had nothing to do with him as he continued to eat his own food. Until in the middle, someone came to thank him. Student Liu, you've treated us to a meal as soon as you arrived. We're really grateful. Without further ado, let's toast you with tea instead of wine. Liu Beichen smiled and said, Sure. Everyone, eat and drink well. Liu Beichen tilted his head back and drank the drink in his glass. Only then did the man leave. In a moment, those who needed to disperse were ready to disperse. Liu Beichen also prepared to return. Do you need a ride? He asked Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan shook her head and walked with Fu Chenxi. My family will pick you up in a while. All right then, I'll be leaving first. Since the Gu clan was here, there was no need for him to interfere. After Liu Beichen went out, he was about to drive. He saw Qing Naixin walking over. Young Master Liu. She walked over and said, Is it on the way? I want to go back. Can you give me a ride? Liu Beichen wasn't an unreasonable person, so he said, Get in. Qing Naixin was delighted and quickly got into the car. It was a Ferrari sports car with a convertible top. It was really cool to sit in. The people next to them looked at Liu Beichen and then at Naixin. Their gazes were suggestive and someone even whistled to tease them. Qing Naixin's face turned red as she watched. But she was very excited inside. The car started immediately. Qing Naixin looked at Liu Beichen. She only felt that his side profile was a little arrogant, which was very attractive. That arrogant temperament, with a bit of evil, really made people love him to no end. This kind of naughty boy was easy to be interested in. He was expressionless as he focused on driving. The car sped up. He only asked her where they were going and didn't say anything else. Ching Naixin could only steal glances at him from time to time. Then, Liu Beichen suddenly felt that something was wrong. He suddenly slammed on the brakes. Ching Naixin was startled. Seeing that his expression wasn't right, she was delighted. Was it acting up? She looked at him with concern. What's wrong, Liu Beichen? Is there a problem? Let me take a look. You don't look too good. Are you sick? Ching Naixin's hand reached out, and her body moved closer as well. The two voluptuous breasts in front of him looked very tempting. Liu Beichen felt uncomfortable. Looking at the thing that was moving closer, he almost couldn't help but grab it. What was wrong with him? Ching Naixin was able to help him. Seeing that his gaze was different, she was delighted and moved closer. She said in a misty voice, "What's wrong with you, Liu Beichen? Don't scare me." "Ah, why do you keep staring at me? I'm embarrassed." She pretended to hold her chest. But then, Liu Beichen was in a daze. Suddenly, he felt that something was wrong with him. Although he wasn't a good person, he had never treated a woman like this. He suddenly felt that something was wrong. Could it be that he had eaten something bad? Although he was still young, he was born into a family like this, so he knew more than others. He pushed away Ching Naixin, who had come over to him. He opened the door and got out of the car. "Hey, Liu Beichen, what's wrong?" Just as Ching Naixin was about to lean on him, she was pushed away. For a moment, she was even more shocked. Liu Beichen picked up the phone. Gu Jingyan. Come here. I'm not right. What? What's wrong? Gu Jingyan was still on her way home. Come here and help me. Liu Beichen couldn't stand it anymore. He rubbed his forehead and sat down. Ching Naixin hurried over to him. Liu Beichen, what's wrong with you? Liu Beichen looked at the woman who was getting closer and closer. Stay away from me, stay away from me. On the other side, Gu Jingyan looked at the phone. What's wrong with him? Blinking her eyes, she was worried. She thought for a moment and said to the chauffeur, "We're going back to look for Liu Beichen." The chauffeur said, "Miss, look for young Master Liu." Where is young Master Liu? Where was he? She didn't know. She didn't ask him where he was going when they parted. I heard voices just now. He should be on the road, but I don't know where he is. Go and activate the secret guards to look for him. I think he's in danger now. I have to find him as soon as possible. She had no choice but to use the Gu family's power. Chapter 1428. The Gu clan's shadow clan was indeed very efficient. After a while, they received news that they had seen young Master Liu on Jingnan Street. Ching Naixin looked at Liu Beichen worriedly. Young Master Liu, how are you? Let me take a look at you. She clung to him with all her might, wanting to get something from his body. Young Master Liu, do you want me to help you? She caressed him with her slender hands. Don't move, let me help you. Liu Beichen was about to lose consciousness, so he didn't know what she was doing. He only felt something moving through his body, making him feel even more thirsty. His throat felt like it was going to smoke. At this moment, Ching Naixin took the opportunity to press herself even closer to him. She felt as though she was about to become the young madam of the Liu family the moment she got close to him. Her heart leaped with joy and she couldn't help but start thumping. Come, I'm coming. I'll feel better soon. Come, let's go to the car. She wanted to help him up, but he was really heavy when he was in a daze. She couldn't help him up. After much effort, she managed to help him up. But before she could take 2 steps, young Master Lu is here. A few people walked over. Qing Naixin was shocked. She looked up and saw a few people walking over. They were dressed in suits and looked very intimidating. You guys, what's wrong with young Master Lu? They pushed Qing Naixin away. I think he was drugged. What? Behind them, Gu Jingyan, who had just gotten out of the car, heard the Gu family security and walked over quickly. You. Qing Naixin looked at Gu Jingyan as though she had seen a ghost. How did she get out of that luxurious car? Gu Jingyan, on the other hand, glanced at her and walked towards Liu Beiqin. Qing Naixin shouted, Hey, what are you doing? Why was Gu Jingyan here all of a sudden? Was it Liu Beiqin's call? Why would Liu Beiqin call her? But even if Liu Beiqin called, he didn't tell her where he was. How did Gu Jingyan find him so quickly? Qing Naixin looked at Gu Jingyan and said, He's just a little confused. Leave him to me. She took a look at the people behind Gu Jingyan. They must be Liu Beiqin's men. Did Gu Jingyan go to the Liu family to cause trouble? That woman was really despicable. Gu Jingyan snorted. She had heard what the security guards had said. Do you think Liu Beiqin will be unscathed? You didn't eat it, right? The word eat was enunciated very clearly. Qing Naixin was a little embarrassed at first, but when she saw that Liu Beiqin was in a daze, she became very arrogant. Whether we eat or not, it's between the two of us. You don't have to interfere. This was such a rare opportunity. If she let Liu Beiqin leave with Gu Jingyan, it would be too easy for her. The medicine was not easy to find. She had spent a lot of money asking someone to give it to him. Gu Jingyan said, What if I have to intervene? Qing Naixin looked at the people behind her and then at her. Gu Jingyan, you even called the Liu family over. Do you really think that you're the mistress of the Liu family? The Liu family. Gu Jingyan looked at the luxury car behind her and the security guards who were following them. She knew that she had misunderstood. Gu Jingyan raised an eyebrow and smiled. It's not too late if you leave now. Otherwise, don't blame me if something happens to you. Qing Naixin said, If I leave, I'll let you have Liu Beiqin. I'm not that stupid. If I don't leave, don't even think about taking Liu Beiqin away. That's not up to you. Gu Jingyan waved her hand and the people behind her immediately dragged Liu Beiqin out of the room. Hey, you can't move. Your young master is sick. He has to stay here. I can help. Don't be fooled by Gu Jingyan. She's a liar. She must be lying. Listen to me, Gu Jingyan sneered. I'd like to see which one of them will listen to you. You, Qing Naixin did not see them move at all. As members of the Liu family, how can you listen to a wild girl's orders? Are you trying to kill Liu Beiqin? Gu Jingyan said, You're mistaken. They're my people. What? At this moment, the people from the Liu family finally arrived. Gu Jingyan immediately informed the Liu family, but she was worried that something might happen, so she rushed over first. At this moment, the people from the Liu family finally arrived. When they saw Gu Jingyan, they immediately bowed respectfully and said, Miss Minglan, thank you for informing us. Our young master, oh, your young master is fine here, but he doesn't look well, Gu Jingyan said. When they saw their young master, they hurried over in fright and helped him up. Young master. Qing Naixin was a little surprised. You. What are you doing? Who are you? This is our young master. Who are you? The Liu family's people sized up Qing Naixin and said. Qing Naixin looked at Gu Jingyan and her people in surprise. Then these people are, the Liu family's people said, You don't know this is Miss Gu. Ha, of course not. Do you think anyone can find out where our young master is? Thanks to Miss Minglan's help, we found him quickly. Otherwise, our young master would have been killed without us knowing. The people looked at Gu Jingyan respectfully as she flattered her. Qing Naixin's heart skipped a beat. What did she mean? The luxury car behind them belonged to Gu Jingyan and not Liu Beiqin. These people belonged to Gu Jingyan too. Gu Jingyan snorted and looked at her. I told you, I'm different from you. I'm not interested in using dirty tricks to kidnap a man. Qing Naixin's face turned red when she heard Gu Jingyan's straightforward words. When the Liu family's people heard this, they also said, kidnap a man. Are you talking about Miss Gu and our young master? Why would Miss Minglan need to kidnap a man? Our young master will definitely like you. Look at how compatible the two of you are. It's our young master's honor to be with Miss Minglan. No, it's more important that the two of you are in love with each other. Miss Minglan, are you really with our young master? What was going on? Gu Jingyan saw that the servants had misunderstood her. She quickly said, that's not what I meant. I mean, forget it. Hurry up and take him away. I think your young master is going to die soon. The people looked at her and realized that they had forgotten about their young master because they were so focused on flattering Gu Jingyan. Luckily, Liu Beiqin was still in a daze and probably couldn't hear what they were saying. Otherwise, he would have gone mad with anger. Chapter 1429. Qing Naixin looked at Gu Jingyan. You are, it doesn't matter who I am. What's important is that I don't want to fight with you for your man. Don't bring your own thoughts into it when you think of someone else. It's very childish. Qing Naixin was agitated, but she looked at Gu Jingyan and didn't dare to say anything. Looking at the people behind her, she thought about it. Fourth mistress of the Gu family and the Liu family were all sucking up to her. The Gu family. She was shocked and looked at Gu Jingyan in disbelief. She was the mistress of the Gu family. How was that possible? Why didn't anyone know that she was the mistress of the Gu family? Gu Jingyan said, all right, it's over. Let's go. Gu Jingyan gave the order lightly, then looked at Qing Naixin and snorted. Qing Naixin couldn't believe it and didn't want to believe it. Gu Jingyan was actually the mistress of the Gu family. Why? She was naturally very jealous. She looked at Gu Jingyan and thought that she was the one who had ruined her plan today. She looked at Gu Jingyan and scolded her impulsively, so what if you're the young mistress of the Gu family? I think you're quite good at seducing Liu Beiqin. Gu Jingyan turned around. What did you say? She narrowed her eyes and looked at Qing Naixin. Qing Naixin's heart skipped a beat. Isn't it? Isn't it? Everyone in number 1 middle school knows who threw herself at Liu Beiqin as soon as she arrived. Do you think everyone is like you? Gu Jingyan said directly. I don't need Liu Beiqin throwing himself at me. If I did, I could ask my family to propose marriage and the Liu family would definitely not reject me. Unfortunately, I've known Liu Beiqin since I was young and we're just friends. I'm not interested in him because I don't need him and the Liu family's wealth to gain anything. Gu Jingyan looked at Qing Naixin fiercely. Qing Naixin's face turned even redder. Although Gu Jingyan kept a low profile, she could be extremely merciless when she was unforgiving. She had always looked down on Qing Naixin, especially after she had done such a thing. Gu Jingyan said arrogantly, what else do you want? Go on, but I advise you to shut up. You've offended me. Although I'm not a talkative person, I'm a vengeful person. If you apologize to me now, I might pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, what else could he do? Qing Naixin looked at her angrily, but there was nothing she could do. Not to mention that she was all alone now. Even if she had a group of people behind her, no one would dare to go against the Gu family. Qing Naixin had always treated Gu Jingyan as a thorn in her side. Although she had become the campus belle, everyone said that it was because Gu Jingyan didn't want to fight for it. Gu Jingyan, on the other hand, had already become an influential figure as soon as she arrived at school. She was the top student in her studies and was admitted to number 1 middle school. She was only a few marks away from getting full marks in all subjects. In addition, people had noticed that she was also very beautiful when she arrived. How could there be such a perfect person? Qing Naixin's studies were not very good, and she was forced to enter the school by her father. She was jealous of Gu Jingyan, who became known by the whole school as soon as she arrived. Wherever she went, people would say, "Look, that's Gu Jingyan." Later on, she also became such a person, but it was because of her beauty. Needless to say, when people talked about her, they always doubted her. I won't apologize to you. Ha, fine. I remember that your family owns some Qing Group car dealership, right? If you don't apologize now, ask your family to go to school tomorrow to apologize. Gu Jingyan didn't want to waste any more time. She turned around and got into the car. What? What do you mean? Qing Naixin was still shouting. But the next day, she knew what it meant. The Qing Group car dealership was closed because of tax problems. The next day, Gu Jingyan saw Liu Beichen and teased him, "Shouldn't you be thanking me yesterday? It was because of me that you didn't lose your virginity." Liu Beichen was still angry when he thought about it. Shut up. Ha, you were almost kidnapped, and you're too embarrassed to say it. Get lost. Okay, is this how you treat your savior? Liu Beichen was speechless. He was still angry. Okay. Then I'll treat you to lunch as a thank you, okay? That's more like it. Gu Jingyan smiled proudly. She picked up her phone and searched for good food nearby. As she looked, she said, "Then I'll look for the most expensive one." Childish. I'm childish. Scratch me if you dare. Looking at this arrogant woman, Liu Beichen felt very helpless. The two of them went to a Western restaurant that Gu Jingyan had chosen for lunch. She didn't like Western food at first, but it was expensive. She only wanted the most expensive one, not the best, so she chose this high-end Western restaurant. When the Western restaurant staff saw the two people in school uniforms coming in for lunch, they were a little surprised. "The minimum charge here is 5,000 yuan, the staff reminded them first. Gu Jingyan said, the minimum charge here is 5,000 yuan. No way, I clearly chose the most expensive one." The staff thought that Gu Jingyan was bragging, but Liu Beichen had already slammed the black card on the table. When the staff saw the black card with a wireless credit limit, they immediately knew that they had said the wrong thing. It seemed that these two were rich second-generation heirs. And very rich second-generation heirs at that. The staff quickly went to get the menu. Soon, Qing Naixin's family arrived. Qing Naixin's father looked at the two children and hurried over to say, "Miss Gu, young Master Liu, I brought Naixin here to apologize. Naixin is uneducated and offended you too. We've already taught her a lesson. I hope you can be magnanimous." Dad. Looking at her father, who was already an adult, being so submissive to two students in school uniforms, and more importantly, the shop assistants beside them were looking at them curiously, she felt really embarrassed. But there was nothing she could do. Liu Beichen really felt disgusted and embarrassed just looking at Qing Naixin. He said bluntly, "Who asked you to come here?" All right, I can't be bothered to see you. Don't ruin my appetite." Gu Jingyan said, "All right, you said you're apologizing, but I haven't heard student Qing say a word of apology. Is this really an apology?" Upon hearing this, Qing Naixin's father quickly pulled her over. Hurry up and apologize to Miss Gu and young Master Lu. Although Qing Naixin was unwilling, she could only lower her head and apologize. What else could she say when even her father was so submissive? She could only look at the two of them with even more jealousy. She thought to herself, indeed, people with money, status, and a good family background have such privileges. I'm sorry, it's my fault. I hope you can forgive me. Upon hearing this, Gu Jingyan let it go. She couldn't be bothered to say anything more to them. She waved her hand and said, "All right, we're going to eat. You can leave now." Upon hearing this, Qing Naixin's father quickly said, "Yes, yes, yes. Please enjoy your meal. We won't disturb Miss and young Master Lu anymore." As he left, he sighed, "Look at the children of rich families. They're so different. They're so imposing even when they're out to eat. Naixin, you have to be more careful. You can offend anyone." Qing Naixin felt even worse upon hearing this. Chapter 1430. The military training ended quickly. Because of what Liu Beichen had done, the instructor had been replaced by someone else from the army. Nothing happened after that. On the last day of field training, everyone carried their equipment and walked up the mountain. They planned to go around the mountain at the back and camp by the lake for the night. Then they would return to school the next day. Because it was a famous school, their military training equipment was very high-end. All the preparations for military training were very comprehensive. Because the parents were also very worried and there were many rich young masters among the students, the school was also very worried that something might happen to them, so they were very strict. Gu Jingyan was in the same group as Liu Beichen and Fu Chenxi. Liu Beichen carried the heaviest bag and Gu Jingyan carried one too. Only Fu Chenxi's bag was the smallest. Fu Chenxi said embarrassedly, "I think I should share more of the burden. I'll feel embarrassed." Gu Jingyan said, "Forget it. You're so small and you still have to carry things. You should just walk on your own path." Fu Chenxi said, "But you're still so skinny. You're carrying so much." Gu Jingyan said, "When I was training at home, I also carried weights. At that time, the things I carried were more than 40 kilograms. It was much heavier than this." "Ah. You're all rich young masters and mistresses. Why do you still have to work so hard?" Fu Chenxi said. Gu Jingyan said, "It doesn't mean that young masters and young ladies don't have to do anything. Sometimes, the family is stricter. I'm still fine because I'm a girl. My family doesn't expect me to inherit the position of the head of the family. My eldest and second brothers have been working in a company since they were young. They have to attend classes while working. They're extremely tired. They have to learn all kinds of things. They don't have a single moment to rest." Fu Chenxi sighed, "I didn't expect rich people to be so troublesome." Liu Beichen said, "You make it sound like it's something special." Fu Chenxi smiled at Liu Beichen. "I don't know. My family is so ordinary. You saw it last time. It's very small and run down." Liu Beichen said, "Then what does your family do?" My father sells vegetables. He buys vegetables at the market in the morning." Fu Chenxi felt even more embarrassed when she said this. She felt that she was really poor, stupid and didn't know anything. Her family was so ordinary. Liu Beichen said, "Speaking of which, I've never been to the market before." Fu Chenxi said with a smile, "Why would you young misses and young masters go to that place? That place is very dirty and filled with trash. It's not that exaggerated. Bring me there next time." Fu Chenxi looked at Liu Beichen, and Liu Beichen looked back at her, smiling happily. the few of them started their journey. Along the way, Fu Chenxi really couldn't take it anymore after a while. I'm so tired. Aren't you guys tired? Fu Chenxi looked at the two of them in surprise. Gu Jingyan said, you lack exercise. Come on, practice breathing. You won't be so tired if you practice breathing. Actually, when Gu Jingyan and Liu Beichen walked at the front, Fu Chenxi really couldn't take it. This was because the two of them had especially good stamina and were much stronger than ordinary students. Behind them, many people began to complain that they were tired, but the two of them were fine. Fu Chenxi tried her best to follow the two of them. She looked at Gu Jingyan and felt that she was really perfect. She could do everything well, while she was too ordinary. She didn't want to be a burden, so she kept walking. Unexpectedly, because of a moment of carelessness, she twisted her leg. Ouch, it hurts. Fu Chenxi squatted on the ground. Gu Jingyan quickly looked at her, are you okay? I don't know what happened, but it hurts. She pulled Fu Chenxi's leg and looked at it. There was a big swollen area. It's so swollen. It looks like it was twisted. Ah, then what should I do? Gu Jingyan smiled at Liu Beichen, carry it. Liu Beichen said, what? Why? Can't you carry it? Didn't you say that you're good at carrying weights? Don't tell me you want me to carry it. Gu Jingyan deliberately provoked Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen laughed. Who said that? Okay, I'll do it. As if I can't carry it. Fu Chenxi blushed, can I? But alright, do it. I'm worried that his body can't take it. Hee, look, Liu Beichen, Fu Chenxi feels the same as me. She thinks that you can't carry it. Hey, I'll show you. Liu Beichen patted his shoulder and asked Fu Chenxi to carry it. Fu Chenxi had no choice but to climb up. Her face was so red that she didn't dare to look at anyone. It was her first time touching a man's body. Fu Chenxi was shy and excited, especially when she thought that this man was Liu Beichen. Gu Jingyan giggled as she watched. Liu Beichen couldn't stand it, but he felt that Gu Jingyan's smug look was really annoying. When they reached their destination, everyone started to set up the tent. Liu Beichen saw that Fu Chenxi didn't know how to do it, so he went over to help. Why are you so stupid? Fu Chenxi said softly, I'm just stupid. I'm not as smart as Jingyan. I'm not as good at studying as her. I'm not as knowledgeable as her. Liu Beichen said, so what? You're just like that. That's why I'm speechless. You're so headstrong in everything. Really? Liu Beichen shook his head and pouted. Fu Chenxi said, no, I'm really envious of her. Liu Beichen looked at Fu Chenxi and Fu Chenxi looked back at him. Instantly, her face turned red. Gu Jingyan didn't know that after one night, Fu Chenxi had become Liu Beichen's girlfriend the next day. Because Liu Beichen looked at Fu Chenxi and asked, why don't you be my girlfriend? Fu Chenxi was stunned for a long time. What did you say? Liu Beichen said, I'll just say it once. I know you heard it. Do you agree or disagree? Just say it. Fu Chenxi's face was as red as blood. She lowered her head and agreed. Okay, then I'll take it as you agree. Just like that, Fu Chenxi became Liu Beichen's girlfriend. The next day, they went back to school. After the military training, they rested for a few days. When they came back, Gu Jingyan entered the school early in the morning and saw Liu Beichen and Fu Chenxi getting out of the car together. It was Liu Beichen's coquettish Ferrari. Gu Jingyan walked over and called out, Hey, why are you here together? Fu Chenxi turned around. When she saw Gu Jingyan, she blushed and lowered her head, not daring to look at her. Gu Jingyan said, Ah, what a coincidence to bump into each other. Liu Beichen smiled and put his arm around Fu Chenxi's shoulder. Gu Jingyan was stunned. She couldn't react for a while. Fu Chenxi and Liu Beichen. They were together. After a long time, Gu Jingyan finally came to her senses. She looked at Fu Chenxi and said, when did this happen? Why didn't you tell me? Chapter 1431. After class, Gu Jingyan pulled Fu Chenxi to a stop. What's going on? Fu Chenxi could only lower her head and tell her what had happened. Gu Jingyan smiled and looked at Fu Chenxi. I couldn't tell that he had feelings for you. Fu Chenxi raised her head, looking terrified and uneasy. I feel that there's a huge gap between us. He's the young master of the Liu family, while my family sells vegetables. I feel that compared to him, I'm really too insignificant, Gu Jingyan said. Alright, that's nothing. You're thinking too much. What huge gap? What status in the family? What do you think you're talking about? But, alright, there's no more buts. Isn't it more important that two people love each other and want to be together? Fu Chenxi looked at her, her face full of joy. Really? After that, the group of 3 became a group of 2. And when Gu Jingyan was bored, she could only immerse herself in her studies. 2 months had passed and she was still the number 1 student in the school rankings. She would occasionally see Liu Beichen and Fu Chenxi together, but she didn't want to disturb them, so she stayed far away from them. On this day, Gu Jingyan was going to participate in the English competition and was reading words in a corner. Just then, a few people came to Gu Jingyan's side. Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan raised her head and saw a few familiar men. What are you doing? Take this. A letter in a yellow envelope was handed to her. Gu Jingyan was stunned. It was a love letter. Gu Jingyan looked at them and one of them said, What are you looking at? We're not giving it to you. It's from our boss. Hurry up and take a look. You have to get one back tomorrow. Only then did Gu Jingyan realize who these people were. Every school had some dark forces. They were those who didn't study well and liked to cause trouble. They were the core members of the biggest gang in number 1 middle school. They liked to gather in the corridors and tease female students after class. She had seen them a few times, so she knew. And their boss was Fang Zun, who was known as the big brother of number 1 middle school. He was tall and strong, and dressed very coolly. Whenever he was free, he would be surrounded by a group of people. Usually, he was very conspicuous. How could Gu Jingyan not know him? Reply to Ong tomorrow afternoon. We will go to your class to get it. What? Gu Jingyan chuckled. No need. I'm not interested in this kind of thing. Gu Jingyan handed the envelope to them and turned to leave. Hey, you, Gu Jingyan was amused. Had she met a suitor? In the afternoon, Gu Jingyan was still reading in the classroom. When Liu Beichen came back, she didn't bother to talk to him. Because he was with Fu Chenxi, Gu Jingyan had already arranged for them to sit together. Liu Beichen glanced at Fu Chenxi and returned to his seat. Unexpectedly, at this moment, at the entrance, a person holding a large bouquet of flowers appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw this, they were all very curious. In front of everyone, the man walked up to Gu Jingyan. Liu Beichen was also surprised. He looked up at the bouquet of flowers and placed it on Gu Jingyan's table. Gu Jingyan raised her head and frowned. What? It's a gift from our boss. When everyone saw this, they started discussing among themselves. Isn't their boss Fang Zun? It can't be. The boss of number 1 middle school is wooing Gu Jingyan now. Wow, this is big news. Liu Beichen had already heard these discussions. He couldn't help but feel a little uncomfortable. What boss? What kind of boss was there in number 1 middle school? Gu Jingyan looked at it. Take it back. I said that I'm not interested. That won't do. We can't take back what our boss has given us. Gu Jingyan said straightforwardly, I'm sorry, I'm really not interested. Hey, you're lucky that our boss is wooing you. Our boss is the boss of number 1 middle school. With his protection, you can do whatever you want in number 1 middle school. Gu Jingyan laughed. Wow, that's impressive. It's a pity that I don't want to do whatever I want. The few of them looked at each other. Seeing that it was almost time for class, they could only leave. Anyway, it's here. Take it. After they left, the class became even more noisy. Everyone felt that it was so romantic to give flowers. They looked at the flowers. It was such a big bouquet of roses. It had to be worth a few dollars. A normal student definitely wouldn't be able to afford it. Some people even harumphed in jealousy. Gu Jingyan is just good at studying. How could Fang Zun like her? Gu Jingyan didn't care. She looked at the bouquet of flowers. Others might think that this kind of flower was rare, but she didn't care about it at all. There were many rare flowers in the garden at home. These roses were nothing. She threw the flowers into the dustbin. Wow, Gu Jingyan is so arrogant. She didn't want the flowers. She threw them into the bin. She's the best at studying. She's arrogant. At night, Gu Jingyan walked out of the school alone. Gu Jingyan. A man blocked her way. I heard that you didn't care about my flowers and threw them into the bin. It was Fang Zun. Gu Jingyan raised her head and looked at him. She raised her eyebrows. What is it? Fang Zun said, what do you think? Now that you've offended me, let me tell you. Either you agree to be my girlfriend now, or we won't let this go. Gu Jingyan looked at him speechlessly. She curled her lips and smiled disdainfully. What do you mean we won't let this go? What do you want? I, Fang Zun, will get whoever I want. What do you think I want? He looked at Gu Jingyan suggestively. The school belle was Qing Naixin, but she transferred schools for some reason. After that, everyone felt that Gu Jingyan was actually much prettier than Qing Naixin. She liked to wear bright red dresses. This kind of dress would look very gaudy on most people, but when it was worn by Gu Jingyan, it was pure and stunning. It made her look even more flamboyant and exquisite. People who looked at her would naturally fall in love with her. Fang Zun looked at her from head to toe. At such a close distance, he felt that he wanted her even more. He had never seen a woman prettier than her. At this moment, behind them, Liu Beichen, who was walking over with Fu Chenxi, saw them immediately. Gu Jingyan was surrounded by a few people. Among them, there was a tall man who was looking at Gu Jingyan aggressively. Liu Beichen's eyes moved. What's going on? Fu Chenxi looked at them and was so shocked that she quickly grabbed Liu Beichen's arm. Those people are so powerful. What are you going to do? Liu Beichen said, what are they saying to Gu Jingyan? Let's tell the teacher. Don't go over, Fu Chenxi said. Chapter 1432. Liu Beichen looked over and said, don't worry, they're just a few hooligans. Why should we be afraid of them? But the danger, Fu Chenxi failed to pull her back. Liu Beichen was already in front of them. Hey, you guys are surrounding a girl. Aren't you embarrassed? They paused and turned around. When they saw Liu Beichen, their eyes flickered. Fang Zun knew that he couldn't afford to offend Liu Beichen. He blinked and said, hey, you have your own girlfriend. Don't be a hero to another woman. Liu Beichen had already walked over carelessly. What does having a girlfriend have to do with helping Gu Jingyan? I just can't stand seeing so many people surrounding a girl. Fang Zun glanced at Gu Jingyan and said, I'm not surrounding her. I'm wooing her. This has nothing to do with you, right? Liu Beichen looked at Gu Jingyan and asked, do you agree to his courtship? Of course, Gu Jingyan shook her head. I don't agree. Liu Beichen smiled with satisfaction. He knew that the fourth daughter of the Gu family would never fall for a hooligan like Fang Zun. Gu Jingyan was the one who had wasted her life. Hey, you heard it too. She said she doesn't like you. You can leave now. Fang Zun's face turned red. If you don't like her, that's why you're pursuing her. If you like her, then we'll be together. Anyway, this is between the two of us. It has nothing to do with you. Hey, that's your little girlfriend, right? If you don't move away, I can't guarantee that I won't make a move. Liu Beichen snorted and said, you want to hurt my people. Do you even have the ability to do so? Fang Zun glared at her. Of course, he couldn't back down in front of a beauty. Well done. Fang Zun moved right away. However, Liu Beichen wasn't a pushover either. He took the punch and punched back. Unfortunately, this time, Fang Zun had a lot of people, and the school was originally his territory. While they were fighting, the hooligans under him immediately gathered over. Liu Beichen was outnumbered. Although he was not completely at a disadvantage, it was normal for him to suffer a few blows. On the other side, Fu Chenxi was really scared out of her wits. She hid there and didn't dare to move. But at this moment, the police are here. Someone shouted from outside, and the police rushed over. Liu Beichen, who had just been kicked to the ground, looked up and saw someone in uniform. He muttered, you're quite fast this time. He saw that Gu Jingyan was with him. So it was her. She had already called the police when she saw that something was wrong. Gu Jingyan spotted Liu Beichen lying on the ground. Although the other side was in a miserable state, Liu Beichen was not in a good state either. His handsome face was bruised after being punched. Liu Beichen. Gu Jingyan rushed over to help. What happened? You got hit. She helped Liu Beichen up. Ouch! Liu Beichen exclaimed. He stood up and rubbed his cheek. It's okay. They're worse off. On the other side, there were many people sprawled on the ground. Fang Zun's face was also covered in bruises. He was in a much worse state than Liu Beichen. But Gu Jingyan's heart skipped a beat. She looked at Liu Beichen deeply. All right, let's go to the infirmary first. She helped Liu Beichen forward. Liu Beichen looked at Gu Jingyan from head to toe. He hadn't paid much attention to this woman in the past 2 months. Now that he looked at her, she was even more beautiful and flamboyant. It was as if something had seeped through her skin and kept on bursting out. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her cheeks were even more exquisite. 17 or 18 years old was the age when people started to change. No matter how low-key Gu Jingyan was, her genes were still there. Liu Beichen just felt that Gu Jingyan looked even more beautiful than before. He said disdainfully, why do you have to be so flamboyant for no reason? You've caused trouble. Gu Jingyan looked at him. What did I do? Are you still blaming me? He asked for it. If you hadn't been so flamboyant, how would he have noticed you? Sigh, I'm happy to be flamboyant, but just because I'm flamboyant, does that mean he can come and find trouble with me? You make it sound like it's normal for someone to rape me if I take off my clothes. Even if I'm naked, if someone forces me against my will, it's still considered rape. Do you understand? Ha, you have a good mouth. I won't care about you in the future. Ha, who needs you to care? Beichen, Jingyan, at this moment, Fu Chenxi walked over. Gu Jingyan looked at Fu Chenxi and let go of Lu Beichen's hand. She smiled and said, "All right, I'll leave him to you." Lu Beichen looked at her. Was she pushing him to someone else? Hey, Gu Jingyan, I got beaten up because of you. Why are you running away? Gu Jingyan turned around and said, "You have a girlfriend, do you still need me? You two can go and be lovey-dovey. I won't be a third wheel." Fu Chenxi blushed, but she looked at Gu Jingyan and then at Lu Beichen. She quickly said, "Jingyan, you haven't been hanging out with me lately. Are you unhappy?" Gu Jingyan paused and quickly waved her hand. No, why would I be unhappy? I'm just worried that I'll be a hindrance to you guys. Besides, it's too much for me to bear with you guys together. I'm a single dog, it's better for me to stay away from you guys. Fu Chenxi looked at her and lowered her head shyly. She didn't really want Gu Jingyan to be around. Actually, it was good for her and Lu Beichen to be together. Every time Gu Jingyan was around, she would feel a little nervous. Because Gu Jingyan was too perfect, she always felt that she was drowning in front of her. She was worried that Lu Beichen would see Gu Jingyan as good and feel that his girlfriend was terrible. Lu Beichen said, "How can you be so kind?" Of course. As they spoke, they reached the infirmary. Lu Beichen went to apply medicine and Gu Jingyan left. The next day, at the school's commendation ceremony, Gu Jingyan went on stage again. She was the top student in the school. She was the top student. She was the model student. She walked up to receive her award and stood there to give a speech on behalf of the students. Hello, everyone. I'm Gu Jingyan. The students looked at Gu Jingyan, who stood under the sun, and felt that she was very beautiful. Lu Beichen was listening to the discussions going on around him. Gu Jingyan is so beautiful. Look, why is her skin so fair? Yeah, I tan when it's summer, but she doesn't seem to tan at all. Lu Beichen looked at Gu Jingyan. Indeed, under the sun, her skin seemed to be translucent. It was so natural and beautiful. The person next to him said, "And her face is so beautiful. And her studies are so good. Didn't you notice that the same school uniform looks different on her and on us? So it's still about looks." Chapter 1433. It wasn't just the girls who were talking about it. The boys were even more unbridled. Look at that face. It must feel good. Her figure is curvy and her breasts are well developed too. Lu Beichen couldn't help but look at her. Indeed, Gu Jingyan's figure was thick in the right places and thin in the right places. Her legs were slim and her breasts were firm. Lu Beichen frowned as he listened to them. What were they looking at? Fu Chenxi saw Lu Beichen's frown as she looked at them. She heard the discussions and blushed. She thought to herself, these guys are so frivolous. But when she saw Lu Beichen's expression, she looked at him worriedly. She said to Lu Beichen tentatively, "Jingyan is really pretty, isn't she?" Lu Beichen said, "What's wrong? Why do you care if she's pretty or not?" Fu Chenxi said, "Don't guys like pretty girls?" Lu Beichen said, "Guys like pretty girls, but that doesn't mean they like pretty girls." Fu Chenxi tilted her head and looked at him. "You don't like her?" Lu Beichen said, "No." Lu Beichen didn't have a problem with his girlfriend's looks. He had never been in a serious relationship before. Even though he had flirted with someone in the past, it didn't progress further. After all, he had too many women around him. Whenever he went out, he would be surrounded by people of all shapes and sizes. So, he was already sick of them. Fu Chenxi saw that he was quite serious, and her heart was slightly relieved. Now that she went out, everyone in the school knew that her name was Fu Chenxi and that she was Liu Beichen's girlfriend. In the past, when she was next to Gu Jingyan, everyone would naturally ignore her. It seemed that everyone knew Gu Jingyan, but no one knew that the girl next to Gu Jingyan was called Fu Chenxi. Now, because of Liu Beichen, she had actually become a famous person in the school. She looked at Liu Beichen and lowered her head secretly, smiling contentedly in her heart. Meanwhile, as soon as the class started, the teacher said, "Liu Beichen, your results this time aren't good. Gu Jingyan, from tomorrow onwards, you will help him revise at night. If you still do so badly in the next exam, both of you will be punished together." Gu Jingyan turned to look at Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen also looked at Gu Jingyan. The two of them stared at each other in disdain. Liu Beichen was too lazy to take the exam, so he didn't do well. But he didn't need Gu Jingyan to be his teacher. However, the teachers had no choice. The other party was young Master Liu, and they couldn't scold or beat him up. Hence, they could only let Gu Jingyan, who was the best student in the school, be a teacher. After class, Gu Jingyan turned around and said, "Liu Beichen, can you focus on your studies? You're wasting my time." As he spoke, he took a picture of a few exercise books. "Starting from today, you'll do 2 pages a day." Liu Beichen looked at her speechlessly. "You really want me to do it?" Gu Jingyan rolled her eyes. "If you don't do well next time, I'll be punished too, okay? Be more serious." Fu Chenxi watched from the side and said with some distress, "Beichen, why don't you learn from him?" Gu Jingyan said, that's right. Look, even Chenxi said that." Liu Beichen rolled his eyes and looked at the two girls speechlessly. Women are so troublesome. At night, Gu Jingyan brought Liu Beichen to the Liu family's house to study. In order to avoid arousing suspicion, she asked Fu Chenxi to tag along. The Liu family's house was huge and it was Fu Chenxi's first time here. Looking at the place, she understood why the school was so afraid of the Liu family. The Liu family's house was as big as the school. Liu Beichen's room was more than 200 square meters. This wasn't something a normal family could compare to. When they entered the Liu family's house, Gu Qinyu was still there. When he saw the 3 kids enter, he noticed Gu Jingyan first. Jingyan, why are you here?" Liu Qinyu was especially affectionate when he saw her. Gu Jingyan said, She glanced at Liu Beichen. Indeed, Liu Beichen was winking at her, telling her to stop talking nonsense. Gu Jingyan smiled. "I'm here to help Liu Beichen." Liu Beichen's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. "I'm here to do homework with him." "Oh. I see. Okay. You guys go in. I'll get the helpers to cook something good for you." "Thank you, Uncle Liu." "Don't mention it. Hurry up and go in. It's hot outside." Liu Qinyu also glanced at Fu Chenxi. He just thought that she was a classmate who came to do homework with them. He didn't even ask for her name. When the helper saw Gu Jingyan, she lowered her head and bowed. "Hello, Miss Gu." Fu Chenxi was ignored. She followed Liu Beichen closely, feeling a little uncomfortable. They entered the room and studied together. Gu Jingyan answered the questions very quickly. Liu Beichen was sloppy and didn't take it seriously. Gu Jingyan couldn't help but look at him. "Hey, can you hurry up? Don't waste my time." Liu Beichen said, "Aren't I very fast? Look at your question. You didn't even take it seriously. You even answered it wrongly. Is your brain a pig's?" "Hey, Gu Jingyan, who are you calling a pig's? The one who answered the question wrongly is." "Gu Jingyan, I think you're tired of living. I have to call Uncle Lou. Someone wants to kill me. Gu. Jing. Yen. What? Did I say anything wrong? You were the one who didn't examine the questions first. I didn't want to do it. The questions are too easy. Don't use it as a token of authority. You don't want to see me and I don't want to see you either. Why don't you do it properly next time? Then we won't have to torture each other. The two of them continued to examine the questions. After a while, Gu Jingyan exploded again. Liu Beichen, you can't even answer such a simple question. What's wrong with your brain? Liu Beichen was angry too. Whose brain are you talking about? I'm talking about you. So what? I think you're here to cause trouble. Can't you just talk nicely? I'm talking nicely. Did you hear me? The two of them stood up angrily. They glared at each other as if they were about to fight. Fu Chenxi quickly stood up as well. She pressed Liu Beichen down and said to Gu Jingyan, don't quarrel. Can't we talk nicely? Jingyan, don't be anxious. Beichen, be serious too. Gu Jingyan said, no wonder you can't study well. There's something wrong with your brain. Humph. I'm better than a fierce tigress like you. You. What's wrong with me? You can't accept it. Why don't you take a look in the mirror and see how fierce you look now? No wonder you can attract a bug like Fang Zun. Gu Jingyan was so angry that her face turned red. She grabbed her bag and turned to leave. Fu Chenxi saw this and said anxiously, don't, Jingyan. Hey, Beichen, talk her out of it. What's there to talk about? Let her go. Liu Beichen sat down and continued to cross his legs. Fu Chenxi bit her lip and looked down as she watched the two of them argue. Chapter 1434. Even after Gu Jingyan had left, Liu Beichen was still angry. He looked at Fu Chenxi. How did you get along with her for so long? Fu Chenxi said awkwardly, Beichen, Jingyan is a good person. She treats me very well and is very loyal. You probably don't get along with her, haha, loyal. That's called loyal. She just does whatever she wants because she's the fourth mistress of the Gu family. She doesn't know how to tolerate others and is arrogant and complacent. All she did was get first place in school. What's wrong with that? Is being good at her studies something to be proud of? Fourth Mistress Gu is too easy to satisfy. And look at her attitude just now. Beichen, at most, will be punished together. I'm not going to study anymore. Let's see what she can do to me. You're really not going to study. Beichen, don't be so angry. Apologize to her. Why don't I do it for you? No. Liu Beichen looked at her sternly. Fu Chenxi was speechless. She looked at him, not daring to disobey his orders. She felt a little uncomfortable as she watched him get so angry because of another girl, nagging non-stop. But on second thought, it was probably because he really didn't like Gu Jingyan. After comforting herself, she picked up the exercise book and continued to write. The next day, the school was in an uproar again. A few students had transferred to the school today. Gu Jingyan was still sitting in class reading when she heard the students shouting outside. Wow, so handsome. What's wrong with the school recently? Why are there so many handsome guys transferring here? And they don't look like ordinary people. Their families must be pretty good too. Gu Jingyan didn't pay much attention to it. Transfers were common, especially since this was a prestigious school. It was normal for people to transfer here. But she was still doing her homework when she heard someone call out, Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan looked up. Suddenly, he saw two handsome and flamboyant men at the door, and they jumped in with a happy face. Everyone turned to look at Gu Jingyan and the two men curiously. Gu Jingyan was stunned for a moment. Then, she stood up and pointed at the two of them in surprise. You! Why are you here? The people who came were also the two fellows she had known since she was young. Su Zikai and Fang Xingting. One of them was called Old Su and the other was called Little Q. As soon as he entered, they immediately surrounded him. Little Q was the first to say, "We saw that Liu Beichen had turned around, so we came too." "Yeah, with all of you here, it's boring for us to stay in that private school." "That's right. There aren't many beauties here. They don't look as easy to harm as here. They're all too smart." Naturally, there were many girls in the private school with good family backgrounds. It was simply a school for the nobles. Many of them went there with a goal in mind. They were very smart. Unlike here, the school was much more ordinary, and there were many students from all over the world who had passed the examinations. There were even more innocent people here. "So you came to our school with this goal in mind. You guys just transferred here." "Wow, don't tell me you guys have transferred to our class." "Sigh, I wanted to, but they said that your class is an advanced class and it's full, so we went to the class next door." Gu Jingyan rolled her eyes. "That's good. You're not here to harm me." Liu Beichen was enough to harm her. She couldn't stand these rich kids anymore. "Ha, don't tell me you think that we're interfering with your time with Liu Beichen." "Don't worry, we won't disturb you," Little Q said lazily. Gu Jingyan almost spat. She glared at him and said, "Ha, don't you know that Liu Beichen has a girlfriend? If you dare to speak nonsense, he'll hurt you. Also, don't mention him to me. I have nothing to do with him." Gu Jingyan still hadn't forgotten how they had quarreled last night. Liu Beichen was so arrogant that he would explode after a few words. She didn't want anything to do with him. Just then, the people watching from the side were even more surprised. These two new handsome transfer students knew Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan really knew a lot of handsome guys. Everyone looked at Gu Jingyan with envy and jealousy. Just then, Liu Beichen arrived. "Hey, Beichen." They greeted each other. Liu Beichen was a little surprised. "Hey, why are you two here? We're from the same school as you." "No way. Huh, you're really good at harming people." You're just like Gu Jingyan said. You both despise us." The three of them started laughing. Fu Chenxi, who was watching from the side, didn't know what was going on. She just looked at them in a daze and felt a little awkward. "What? You're the only one who can have fun with Gu Jingyan. We're not allowed to come here." At the mention of Gu Jingyan's name, Liu Beichen's face darkened. He looked in her direction and said disdainfully, "You want to come to this class? If it's possible, I'd change places with you right now." Gu Jingyan turned around and said, "Yeah, I also think that some people aren't suitable for this class. You want to come but it's full. That's great. Someone wants to quit. Hurry up and come." The two of them looked at Gu Jingyan and then at Liu Beichen. "No way. What's wrong with the two of you?" "Hey, don't. It's either her or me. There's no such thing as the two of us," Liu Beichen said. Gu Jingyan snorted and said, "That's right. Birds of a feather flock together. I'm not the same as some people. Don't say that in the future." The two of them finally understood. "No way. You guys quarreled." No. I don't want to be associated with some people at all." "What quarrel? Do you know what it means to play the lute to a cow? How can it be called quarreling with a cow? It's not called quarreling, understand?" Gu Jingyan turned around and said, Liu Beichen, who are you calling a cow? Liu Beichen smiled and said, I'm not talking about you. Did I? Don't you think I'm talking about you? Everyone understood that the two of them had really quarreled. What? You can leave if you're unhappy, Liu Beichen continued to shout. Gu Jingyan sat down and said, this is my class and my seat. Why should I leave? Even if someone wants to leave, it should be someone who comes later. Hey, you guys really don't want it anymore, right? Shut up. Shut up. The two of them said at the same time. In an instant, the atmosphere became extremely awkward. They looked at each other and Gu Jingyan snorted and turned around. Liu Beichen also hummed and sat down. The other three of them just stood there and didn't know what to do. Fortunately, it was time for class and they quickly left. Chapter 1435. Fu Chenxi looked at the two people. Gu Jingyan greeted them and left. She stood there for a while before sitting down. Beichen, who are those two people? She asked in a low voice. Liu Beichen was still staring at the back of Gu Jingyan's head in disdain. Seeing that Gu Jingyan didn't turn around, he harumphed and made a proud expression before picking up his book in a frivolous manner. Upon hearing Fu Chenxi's question, he replied, oh, they're two buddies I've known since I was young. They got bored at their school, so they transferred here. Oh, I see. I see that you and Gu Jingyan both know them, Fu Chenxi said. Liu Beichen harumphed. Yeah, it's because the circle is so small that these people almost know each other. Fu Chenxi understood. Her lips twitched and she smiled. Yeah, there are only a few rich people after all. You're both from City B. Did you play together since you were young? I grew up with them. I'm obviously different from some people. Liu Beichen was still unwilling to mention Gu Jingyan's name. Fu Chenxi said, then why do they seem to know Gu Jingyan so well? Liu Beichen said, yeah, they're closer to the Gu family, so they grew up in the same compound. That's why they're more familiar with each other. Fu Chenxi understood, but she lowered her head and pinched her hand. She looked at Gu Jingyan and then at Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen felt that her expression wasn't right. He lowered his head and asked, what's wrong? Fu Chenxi smiled. It's nothing. I just feel that your circle is closer. I don't know anything about it. Liu Beichen understood and said nonchalantly, it's nothing. They're just people I've known since I was young. Aren't you the same? When you were young, you always had bad friends and some neighbors. Fu Chenxi said, I was stupid when I was young. I didn't have many friends, and Gu Jingyan is my only friend. Liu Beichen said, don't you still have me? Fu Chenxi looked at him, touched. Her heart warmed. She smiled and nodded. Yeah, I still have you. But don't quarrel with Gu Jingyan like that anymore. Alright. Let's go to class. Liu Beichen immediately frowned and changed the topic. They had lunch at the canteen. Liu Beichen and Fu Chenxi were together. Little Q and old Sue from the next class immediately came over. Looking at Fu Chenxi, little Q asked curiously, hey, this is... Fu Chenxi tensed up and looked at him nervously. Liu Beichen said, didn't we meet this morning? She's Fu Chenxi, my girlfriend. Little Q immediately understood. This was his girlfriend. He hadn't seen her before, so of course he wouldn't recognize her. Especially with a beauty like Gu Jingyan by his side. How could he have known that Liu Beichen would fall for an ordinary girl like Fu Chenxi? He smiled awkwardly. Oh, hello. He was too embarrassed to say it. In the morning, he was busy watching the two of them quarrel and did not notice Fu Chenxi at all. Besides, Fu Chenxi didn't have much of a presence to begin with. Who would notice such a weak girl by the side of the flamboyant Liu Beiqin? Fu Chenxi's face froze. She smiled and didn't say anything. She just followed Liu Beiqin obediently. However, he naturally understood what he meant. None of them had noticed her in the morning. But it didn't matter. It was fine as long as Liu Beiqin liked her. Fu Chenxi told herself that in her heart. The group of them left the place and rushed to the canteen. Along the way, they attracted countless gazes. A few tall and handsome boys were like sunshine. Moreover, the three of them didn't wear their school uniforms. They were dressed casually but very fashionably, which made them stand out from the crowd. Although they were boys, they had a lot of clothes at home. After all, they weren't ordinary people. Their clothes were all bought by someone. Which of them wasn't from a famous brand and cost thousands of dollars? Although the designs were simple, the details were very beautiful and fashionable. Compared to ordinary children of the same age, they were definitely different. Little Q even wore a huge earpiece around his neck. It was very eye-catching as it swayed along the way. The canteen here is quite big. I wonder if the food is good. Liu Beiqin brought the few of them up to the teacher's canteen on the second floor. They could order food upstairs and the food was much better than the food downstairs. However, it was also much more expensive, especially when it was sold to students. Therefore, ordinary people wouldn't come up to the canteen. Only the rich kids in the school liked to come up to eat. When everyone saw that the few of them had arrived, they immediately made some space for Liu Beiqin. The staff of the canteen immediately came over to take their order. Fu Chenxi had never come here to eat before because Gu Jingyan was too low-key. She never came here to eat. Ever since she got together with Liu Beiqin, she was brought here to eat every day. When she first came here, she felt that everyone was looking at them and it made her feel embarrassed. After some time, she got used to it. Everyone would stare at them anyway. However, there were more stares today because there were two more people opposite them. However, the two of them looked at Fu Chenxi curiously from time to time. It made Fu Chenxi a little uncomfortable. Hey, Beiqin, why don't I see Gu Jingyan? Old Su said. Liu Beiqin immediately raised his eyebrows. Old Su said, why? You can argue with her. We just arrived today and you guys are here to welcome us. Can't you just leave her alone? Old Su said as he looked at the canteen on the first floor. He saw that Gu Jingyan had arrived. However, not long after, a boy appeared next to Gu Jingyan. Hey, Gu Jingyan, are you being hit on? Hearing that, Liu Beiqin put down his chopsticks and looked down. Gu Jingyan had just sat down when someone appeared next to her. She looked up. I'm sorry, this place is full. Can I sit? The boy was very good-looking. When he looked at her, his face was red. He didn't look like one of those arrogant, disgusting boys who hit on her. Gu Jingyan looked around. Indeed, the seats were full. Moreover, this person didn't look that annoying. Oh, it's okay. Thank you, Gu Jingyan, he said with a smile. Ha! You know me. Gu Jingyan didn't remember seeing him before. The boy smiled. Hello, I'm Xingkai. I know you. Everyone in the school knows you. You're the top student in the school. Gu Jingyan exclaimed. So that's how it was. She smiled and continued eating. Xingkai looked at her. He was very shy, but also very gentle. You and Liu Beiqin know each other? He asked again. Gu Jingyan said, Oh. Yeah. That's right. I was thinking that if you didn't know each other long ago, you wouldn't be so close. Those rumors are too disgusting. Gu Jingyan said, What rumors? Nothing. But how did you know each other? Were you classmates? Xing Kai thought that an ordinary person wouldn't know someone as high and mighty as Liu Beichen. Gu Jingyan smiled. I just know him. What's wrong with him? What conditions do we have to meet to know him? Of course, ordinary people like us wouldn't know him. He was very humble, saying that he was an ordinary person. However, Gu Jingyan could see that the watch on his hand and the clothes he was wearing were all expensive. At least, he was from a rich family. Chapter 1436. However, compared to Liu Beichen, ordinary wealthy families did not dare to compare themselves with the Liu family. Xing Kairen was a nice person, just a little shy. Gu Jingyan did not dislike him, so she chatted with him for a while. Upstairs. The few of them looked at the people below. Who is that? He's chatting so passionately with Gu Jingze. Fu Chenxi saw them and said meekly, I think he's quite rich. I've seen him before, she said cautiously and uncertainly. Elder Su looked down and chuckled. Miss, we know all the rich people in City B. If we don't know them, then they can't be considered rich. Fu Chenxi's face turned red when she heard that. She had always been cautious with her words, worried that she would say something wrong and become a joke. She did not dare to speak anymore. Is that guy trying to woo Gu Jingyan? Little Q said. Elder Su said, that's true. Does he know who Gu Jingyan is? It's not easy to woo her. The Gu family is very picky when it comes to choosing a son-in-law. Last year, an Englishman with royal blood came and said that he wanted to date Gu Jingyan. He hoped that Gu Jingyan would study abroad, but the Gu family refused. Liu Beichen looked down and snorted. Forget it. It's good enough that a tigress like her has someone chasing after her. Who cares who it is? Hey, that's not very kind of you. Gu Jingyan is pretty too. Do you know how many people are chasing after her? If it wasn't for the fact that she's the fourth daughter of the Gu family, they wouldn't dare to, Liu Beichen said, so many people are blind. The few of them shook their heads speechlessly. Forget it. We won't get involved in your quarrel. Let's go down and take a look. If you want to go, you can go. I'm not going. Liu Beichen continued to eat proudly, as if he was not going to budge at all. The few of them had no choice but to go down and look for Gu Jingyan themselves. The two of them were ignoring each other, which made the others feel helpless. But the two of them were very stubborn and no one could persuade them. The next day, Gu Jingyan saw Xing Kai greeting her on her way home after class. He was sitting in a low-profile Bentley with a chauffeur. Sure enough, his family was quite rich. Let's go, I'll take you back. Where do you live? Gu Jingyan didn't want him to know her identity, so she said, forget it, I can go back by myself. You go first. I'm not going home yet. I'm going somewhere else. Is that so? I can bring you along. No need. Alright, be careful when you're alone. Gu Jingyan thanked him and watched him get into the car and leave. At the same time, Liu Beichen's red Ferrari drove out from behind. He drove so arrogantly that he brushed past Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan paused for a moment and looked over angrily. Unfortunately, he was already there. He couldn't hear her cursing anymore. As it was approaching New Year's Day, the school began to prepare for the New Year's Day dance. Although it was a famous school, it wasn't so rigid. They would often organize parties and dance parties. There were also all kinds of interest clubs. The ultimate goal of this famous school was for students to develop in an all-round way and have outstanding abilities. Therefore, the school believed that developing good social skills from a young age would help them in their future. It was the first time the Year 1 students were attending a dance party. They were a little nervous but also excited. Everyone was discussing what clothes to wear. Fu Chenxi wanted to ask Gu Jingyan. She didn't have her own opinions and had to ask Gu Jingyan first. However, Gu Jingyan was quarreling with Liu Beichen, so she didn't have the chance to ask. Just then, Liu Beichen looked at Fu Chenxi. "What's wrong with you? You look so gloomy." Fu Chenxi said, "Well, I don't know what to wear to the dance party." Although it was difficult, she didn't want to dress too shabbily and embarrass Liu Beichen. Dance party. Anything. I don't have any requirements, Liu Beichen said indifferently. Fu Chenxi said, "But I don't have any dresses. I don't know if I should wear one." Liu Beichen looked at her. "Let's go." He pulled her up and walked out. Fu Chenxi asked, "Where are we going?" "To buy dresses." Fu Chenxi had never been to such a high-class shop. After changing into those high-quality long dresses, she suddenly felt as if she had become more noble. Moreover, the respectful attitude of the shop assistant made her feel very fresh. She had never dared to look inside when she passed by here. She always felt that the shop assistants were very picky. If they saw her looking inside, they would definitely look at her with disdain. So when she walked by, she would always act as if she knew that she couldn't afford it and that she didn't like the clothes here. Actually, which girl didn't like beautiful dresses? The dresses here looked beautiful. Even if the ones outside were exactly the same as the ones here, it still felt different. Perhaps this was the power of money. Fu Chenxi changed into a few dresses. Liu Beichen was very generous and bought them all at once. Fu Chenxi was embarrassed. "This is so expensive. It's so expensive. It cost tens of thousands." Liu Beichen said, "This is nothing. Let's go." Fu Chenxi looked at the side of his face and smiled. She felt that he didn't mind spending money for her. He must like her. Although Fu Chenxi didn't understand why he would choose her as his girlfriend. Because she didn't understand, because she knew that the gap between them was too big, she sometimes felt guilty. She always felt that she had stolen him. She always felt that he would leave her one day. The dance party began in a joyous atmosphere. Once Fu Chenxi entered the hall, she felt that she had made the right decision to buy these clothes. The people who came in were all beautifully dressed and well-groomed. Especially the second and third-year high school students. They were experienced and knew how to dress up. There were also many beautiful girls in the first year of high school. The students who usually wore school uniforms looked youthful and beautiful when they dressed up. Fu Chenxi was noticed by many people when she came in. "Is that Fu Chenxi? Wow, it's different being with young Master Liu. She's so beautiful. That dress looks expensive. Clothes make the man. She looks much prettier than usual." Everyone looked at Fu Chenxi in awe. Later, Liu Beichen came and walked in with her side by side. It made everyone sigh. Fu Chenxi unconsciously held on to Liu Beichen's arm. For the first time, she felt that she wasn't so weak when she stood beside him. Indeed, clothes were really important. She smiled and followed Liu Beichen into the hall under everyone's gaze. From afar, she could see that old Su and little Q had arrived. Chapter 1437. Wow, Chenxi looks pretty today. After the past few days, everyone had become more familiar with Chenxi. When they saw that she was dressed so elegantly, they started to praise her. Fu Chenxi was overjoyed. She felt that she had been acknowledged. She lowered her head and said with a red face, "No, Beichen brought me to buy clothes. The guys were all dressed in suits. They were not as stiff as before, but they made their tall bodies look very upright. They looked more handsome than their usual lazy selves. Everyone couldn't help but look over, attracted by the handsome guys and beautiful girls. Then, someone suddenly said, "Wow, that's Gu Jingyan, right?" Gu Jingyan had arrived. She walked into the hall, dragging her dress. Because the school had enrolled her for a piano class, she had to dress up a little to perform on stage. She was wearing a color-matched long dress with a fairy-like hemline, which dragged on the ground slightly. As she walked, it was like a light smoke, spreading around her. Her waist was slender and her buttocks were plump. Her shoulders were thin and weak, and she wore a sling on top. Her shoulders were snow-white, and her collarbone was obvious. Her slender sleeves and long neck made her look even more prominent. Her hair was bulging and a little bit drooped down. She wore a lace headband that wrapped around her forehead. She looked like a princess from the Middle Ages. She exuded a fairy-like aura and was full of nobility. "Wow, she's so beautiful!" Everyone couldn't help but exclaim. It was the first time they had seen such a beautiful girl standing right in front of them. Meanwhile, old Sue almost burst out laughing. "Fuck, is that Gu Jingyan? She's so beautiful." "Of course," little Q said, "how could you be wrong about that face?" Old Sue patted little Q's shoulder. "No, she looks like a goddess if she dresses up a little. Seriously, I don't usually pay attention to her. No, she's too beautiful. I have to go after her, or else someone else will benefit." Little Q hurriedly pulled him back. "Come on, she knows all about your romantic history. You're going to go after her. You won't be able to get her in this lifetime." "Ah, what a pity. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let her get involved in the past." Of course, as friends, they were just joking. However, Gu Jingyan's beauty was obvious to all. Liu Beichen couldn't help but squint. Beautiful, it was indeed beautiful. Even though Liu Beichen was prejudiced against her, he could not deny her beauty. As she walked in gracefully, everyone turned to look at her. Little Q patted Liu Beichen. "I look good, right?" Liu Beichen snapped out of his daze. "Ha, ostentatious. Tisk tsk, you really don't know how to appreciate it. That's enough. He already has a girlfriend. No matter how pretty she is, you can't admire her anymore. Plus, Beichen definitely doesn't like her," said old Sue. Fu Chenxi's rising heart stopped the moment she saw Gu Jingyan. It was as if he only knew what beauty was when he saw her. Fu Chenxi suddenly felt that she was still an ugly duckling and could never become a swan. As for Gu Jingyan, she was a real princess. He was so envious of her, Fu Chenxi thought, why is the heavens so unfair? Some people are so beautiful, so rich, as if they are favored by the heavens. As for her, she was so ordinary. At that moment, the dance began. Fu Chenxi watched as everyone ran off to dance. The second and third year students had already learned how to do ballroom dancing, but they were still clueless and watched from the back. Gu Jingyan was not around and everyone was still looking for her. "Where is Gu Jingyan? Oh my, she's so beautiful. I wanted to ask her to dance. She's going to play the piano later. She's going to the back to prepare." At that moment, Liu Beichen sneered. He was thinking that Gu Jingyan was really too ostentatious. In the past, she used to say that she was ostentatious, but now, she seemed to be more low-key. Humph. Although he knew that it was hard for a girl like Gu Jingyan to not be ostentatious, because she was indeed so beautiful and talented. She was more outstanding than most people. Everyone cheered until the middle of the dance. Then, the MC went up to speak. Next, let's welcome our talented lady, Gu Jingyan. She will play a piano piece for everyone. For Alice. At that moment, they saw a rocking stage with a piano and Gu Jingyan on it. She sat in front of the piano like an angel. The moment she appeared, the piano started playing. Wow, she's so beautiful. She looks so professional when she plays the piano. She's much better than a grade 10 piano player. It's because she's so elegant. She's like a princess. Everyone couldn't help but gasp in admiration. Fu Chenxi also clenched her fists. How could Gu Jingyan know everything? She could even play the piano so well. At that moment, there was a click from below. Someone shouted, "Oh no, the stage is broken." However, Gu Jingyan was stunned. The stage had already tilted. She slid down, and the huge and heavy piano slid down with her. "Ah, Gu Jingyan," the people below screamed. They looked at this accident helplessly. Just when they thought that Gu Jingyan was about to be crushed by the piano, she saw a group photo and immediately dashed out. Before everyone could react, he had already grabbed Gu Jingyan and dragged her over. Gu Jingyan didn't expect to meet with an accident while playing the piano. She couldn't react in time. In the next moment, he was pulled over by a strong arm. She fell into an embrace. She raised her head and met Liu Beichen's abyss-like eyes. She was stunned for a moment. He sat on the ground and Gu Jingyan fell on top of him. Hiss. Liu Beichen snorted and frowned. Only then did everyone realize what was going on. "Quick, come and take a look." "Ah, are you all right, young Master Liu?" Fu Chenxi looked at him blankly. She didn't even know when Liu Beichen went out. After a long while, she finally reacted. And Gu Jingyan didn't expect that Liu Beichen, who was so far away, would run over to her immediately. Are you all right?" Gu Jingyan asked. Liu Beichen frowned. "Of course. It's so heavy. It fell on me. Do you think I'll be all right?" "Then, get up." Gu Jingyan wanted to get off the stage, but she felt a sharp pain in her ankle. When she got off the stage, the piano didn't fall on her, but it did fall on her foot. Liu Beichen looked down and quickly grabbed her. All right. Don't move. It wasn't easy to save your life. Don't throw yourself away. Let me do it." Actually, he was fine. He got up and carried Gu Jingyan in his arms. Although she looked tall, Gu Jingyan was very light. Gu Jingyan froze. Being carried by him, she could only reach out and hug him. Chapter 1438. Under everyone's gaze, Liu Beichen carried Gu Jingyan and walked towards the infirmary. In the infirmary, Gu Jingyan was put down. The doctor quickly came over and saw that the back of her foot was red and swollen. "It doesn't look like a fracture. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to move right now." The doctor massaged her foot and sprayed some medicine on it. "But it's better to go to the hospital for a checkup." Liu Beichen said, "Then why are you still here? Let's go. I'll take you to the hospital." Liu Beichen said, wanting to come over again. Gu Jingyan quickly said, "Sigh, it's fine. Why go to the hospital? I'll just let the doctor at home take a look." Liu Beichen thought about it and agreed. The Gu family had a doctor. Why would she go to the hospital? "I'll call your family to come and pick you up." "I'll call them myself." "If you call them, my family won't think that something big happened to me and I can't make a phone call. They might get into more trouble." She looked up at Liu Beichen. She looked at him deeply. Liu Beichen looked at her. "What's wrong? Didn't you sit quite far away? How could you run so fast, she said. Lu Beichen said, "Io, you still have the cheek to say that. I realized that the tilt of the platform wasn't right. You guys are really good. For the sake of the show, you made such a difficult sign. Luckily, you're fine. Otherwise, your face wouldn't look good. It would have been flattened and disfigured even if you didn't die. Get lost. How is my face not good? Heh, you think it's pretty good." The two of them laughed as they spoke. Just then, Old Sue and Little Q came in. Fu Chenxi also walked in silently from behind. She was stunned to see the two of them laughing in front of the bed. Had they reconciled? Fu Chenxi looked at Gu Jingyan. "Is your leg okay?" "I think it hit your leg." Gu Jingyan looked at Fu Chenxi and smiled. "It's fine." Fu Chenxi said, "It was too dangerous. I was scared to death." Luckily, Beichen ran fast. Old Sue also said, "Yeah, he ran faster than a rabbit. I was still in a daze and he had already gone over." "Luckily you reacted in time," Little Q said. Gu Jingyan said, Okay. Anyway, thank you for your concern. I think I'll be limping for a few days, but the doctor said I didn't hurt my bones." Gu Jingyan quickly made a call home. The Gu family immediately sent someone to take her back for treatment. Lu Beichen and the others left together. Fu Chenxi looked at Lu Beichen and said, "You're really fast." "I haven't seen anything yet." Lu Beichen said, "Of course, my reflexes have always been quick." Fu Chenxi tilted her head and looked at him. In the end, she didn't say anything. When Gu Jingyan told her family about it, they were also scared. They even wanted to get 2 security guards to follow her. But of course, Gu Jingyan didn't want it. She immediately rejected it. How could she go to class with security? She didn't want to be stared at wherever she went. However, in order to thank Lu Beichen, the Gu family invited them over for a visit. Gu Jingyan told Lu Beichen and the others about it. Since they were free on the weekend, they decided to visit Gu Jingyan. Fu Chenxi followed them. The 4 of them followed. Lu Beichen drove his flashy Ferrari. It had 2 seats, so he only brought Fu Chenxi along. Behind them, Old Sue drove his family's Lamborghini and Little Q drove a Maserati. The few of them stopped in front of Gu Jingyan's house. It didn't seem out of place. After all, the Gu family's mansion wasn't an ordinary place. It wasn't close to other houses, but they could still see that they were all villas. It was obvious that this was a wealthy area. Although Fu Chenxi had seen the Gu family's mansion from the outside, she had never entered it. When she entered, she realized that it didn't look like much from the outside, but it was even bigger inside. After entering, the servant brought them to look for Gu Jingyan. Although she was fine, they still arranged a wheelchair for her. She sat in the middle and waited for them speechlessly. "Oh, not bad. You're a disabled person now," Old Sue said. Gu Jingyan said angrily, "It's all because of the doctor at home. He said that I can't move around much, so mother got me a wheelchair immediately. Fortunately, the wheelchair was electric. After getting used to it, she could go wherever she wanted. This place is not bad. Are you living in this house?" In the Gu family's courtyard, there were small individual buildings not far away from each other. The children in the family all lived in their own buildings. Her building wasn't considered big. The biggest one belonged to her second brother because he had a lot of equipment in his place. She didn't have anything to put, so she asked for a smaller one. The decorations inside were not simple. They were all arranged by Mu Wanqing. It was like a princess's room. She could see how much effort was put into it. This small building was actually lived by Gu Jingyan alone. Fu Chenxi couldn't help but exclaim. She had always thought that the rich and powerful families on television were already very extravagant. The family lived in a big villa with several rooms. However, Gu Jingyan's house was still beyond her expectations. Everyone actually had a small villa. Gu Jingyan said, "You can eat and play as you please. I told them not to disturb us. We can eat here later. It's too annoying to go to the dining room. Grandfather is very serious. You will definitely be scared to death." "Ha, okay. Hey, is upstairs your bedroom?" "No, I have to go in and see if there are any secrets hidden." Lao Su usually came to the Gu family, but he had never been to Gu Jingyan's room. He ran up out of curiosity. Hey, come back here. Who allowed you to go up?" "You're not allowed to go up." Little Q grabbed Lai Su's back and pulled him down the stairs. "Seriously, how can you look in a girl's room?" Little Q said righteously. "What if you see something you can't see, such as underwear, something, go to hell." Gu Jingyan couldn't move her feet, so she threw a pillow at him. They laughed. Seeing that the servants had brought food over to eat, they moved out a bigger space in the living room and sat there, ready to play games. Gu Jingyan and Fu Chenxi watched from the side as the boys started to fight. Liu Beichen played the game very well and kept winning. Lao Su was not bad either, but he almost won every time. He was so angry that he wanted to curse. "Ah, Liu Beichen, get out of my way. Ah, Liu Beichen, how can you bear to hit me like this?" Fu Chenxi watched from the side. When she thought that he was her boyfriend, she suddenly felt extremely proud. He was really handsome in every way. Gu Jingyan looked at the time. "You guys play, I'm going to take my medicine first." "Go ahead, don't stop taking your medicine. When you come down, I will have beaten Liu Beichen up." Unfortunately, after a while, he was beaten up by Liu Beichen again. "Fuck, I'm not playing anymore." Lao Su waved his arm angrily and the drink beside him spilled on Liu Beichen's pants. Chapter 1439. Fuck, you can't take revenge like this even if you can't win. Liu Beichen jumped up immediately. Old Su was still laughing out loud. The servant saw him and said quickly, "Young Master Liu, let's get you some clothes to change into." Liu Beichen snorted and followed the servant upstairs. The servant said, "The clothes here are all new. The butler prepared them for you. We just brought a few sets here. You can choose from them." Liu Beichen said, "Okay, I got it." The servant left him to change on the second floor and left. Liu Beichen chose a set at random. The brand was not bad. The butler of the Gu family was good at choosing. He walked out and wandered around the corridor for a while. He heard some movement inside, the sound of someone humming a song. It was probably Gu Jingyan. He thought that this woman was so cheerful and even humming a song. Her humming was so unpleasant. He walked over with a smile and saw that the door was slightly open. Through the gap, that slender figure was standing there, putting on her underwear. She was only wearing a small dress. Although the weather was cold, the Gu family's floor heating was still very hot. In the room, she was wearing an ordinary homewear with a skirt underneath. At this moment, she was standing on one foot, twisting and turning as she put on her underwear under the dress. Liu Beichen froze there. He couldn't move his feet at all. He just followed his gaze and looked inside. Underneath, her long sleeves were crossed. The underwear was on her calves and couldn't be pulled up. He could see that it was a pair of lace underwear, dark blue in color. It was small and looked like it would disappear if he clenched it with one hand. Since she was wearing, that meant, she wasn't wearing it inside, she was naked. At this thought, Liu Beichen felt his nose and body heat up. He should leave, but his feet seemed to be fixed there and he couldn't move. His gaze couldn't help but want to see what was going on. He was already a teenager in puberty. How could he hold himself back when he saw such a scene? He could even feel that his body was quietly changing. Even though he knew about this, he had never been so impulsive. When he was with Fu Chenxi, it was good enough to hold her hand. He had never thought of anything else. However, now that he saw such a scene, he suddenly couldn't help it. However, at this moment, inside, because Gu Jingyan's foot was injured, she was standing on one leg while putting on the clothes for herself. Due to a moment of carelessness, her body tilted sideways. At this moment, Liu Beichen forgot that he was peeping and subconsciously ran in. Gu Jingyan thought she was going to fall again. Never would he have thought that the person behind him would directly fall in front of him. She sat on his thighs. It was a little uncomfortable, but it was better than falling on the ground. However, when she lowered her head and met his eyes, she was stunned for a moment. Why was Liu Beichen here? She had yet to react and could only stare blankly at him. However, Liu Beichen almost lost his mind. Her meaty skin was directly pressed against him. Although he was wearing a thin pair of pants, he could still feel the warmth coming from them. Moreover, he had been impulsive to begin with, and the thing down there was uncontrollably raised. However, Gu Jingyan did not know. She only saw that Liu Beichen's face was suspiciously red. She did not know why, but it was getting redder and redder. Hey, what's wrong? Did I hurt you? Gu Jingyan's heart skipped a beat. She thought that she had hurt him. She quickly tried to move, but she felt her waist being grabbed by him. Gu Jingyan said, "What's wrong with you? Let me get up. Don't move." This stupid woman, Liu Beichen cursed in his heart as he looked at her with a burning gaze. Gu Jingyan quickly tried to get up, but she felt something slip on her calf. She looked down, it was her underwear. Damn, she had forgotten that she was still changing her pants. Her face instantly turned red. She remembered that she was not wearing anything and was really sitting on his thighs. She was going to die. She quickly jumped up. You, get out. Blushing, she did not dare to look at him and leaned to the side. Liu Beichen also felt guilty. He covered a certain part of his body and quickly retreated. Gu Jingyan quickly sat on the ground and put on her underwear. She was still puzzled. This Liu Beichen. When did he appear at the door? Wasn't he playing games? Why was he upstairs? What did he see just now? Her face was getting redder and redder. She felt as if her face was burning. Gosh, what was this guy doing? Not to mention what he had seen, just that moment alone was enough to make her feel unbearable. And below, Fu Chenxi waited for a long time, but no one came out. After a while, she was still puzzled when she saw Liu Beichen running down quickly. He had changed into a new set of clothes. He looked a little strange, as if he was running away from something. Fu Chenxi quickly said, "What's wrong, Beichen? Are you feeling unwell?" Liu Beichen paused to calm himself down and slowed down. "Oh, I'm fine." He walked down and sat beside Old Su. Old Su turned around and said, "Damn, what's wrong with you? Your face looks like it's been cooked." Liu Beichen glared at him forcefully. Just then, Gu Jingyan also came down. She came down slowly and saw Liu Beichen first. But coincidentally, Liu Beichen was also looking at her. The two of them looked at each other. The daring feeling from above came back again. It was as if her heart had been struck by something and her body felt hot again. Old Su looked up and saw that Gu Jingyan's face was also red. "Hey, where did you two go? Don't tell me you went to steal something. Why are your faces so red?" Old Su didn't know what to say and directly asked. Gu Jingyan threw something directly at his face. Liu Beichen followed up with a punch. What's wrong with you? What's wrong with me? However, as the two of them fought and looked at each other, they still couldn't stop blushing. The two of them quickly turned their heads and stopped looking at each other. After a while, they finally calmed down. Fu Chenxi was still watching them. She also felt that something was wrong with the two of them, but she didn't know how to ask. She could only stare at them, back and forth, hoping to find out something. But after that, the two of them stopped looking at each other and the matter could only be left unsettled. Gu Jingyan snatched old Su's controller and went to play games while Liu Beichen leaned against her without moving. Old Su said, Beichen, what happened when you went upstairs? Liu Beichen glared at him and said, it was hot upstairs. Yes, it was very hot, very hot. As Liu Beichen thought about it, he couldn't help but glance at Gu Jingyan's back again. He was thinking about how she looked when she sat in his arms. He couldn't get rid of it. Chapter 1440. They stayed at Gu Jingyan's place until night time. After having dinner together, they went home. When it was time for school, they went to school together again. Everyone watched as Gu Jingyan and Liu Beichen walked together again. However, there were a few more people this time. Old Su, Little Q, Fu Chenxi, and Gu Jingyan were with Liu Beichen. Sometimes Gu Jingyan and Liu Beichen could be seen walking together. People even said that Gu Jingyan and Liu Beichen looked like a good match, and they looked much more harmonious. In comparison, Fu Chenxi was a little too weak. She was not as imposing as Gu Jingyan. When they reached the entrance of the classroom, they separated and went back to their own classes. In class, the teacher mentioned the final exam next month. Gu Jingyan then remembered that the teacher had said that if Liu Beichen did not pass the next exam, she would be punished together with him. After class, she turned around and said to Liu Beichen, hey, do well this time. I don't want to be punished together with you, okay? Liu Beichen remembered it too. There's still some time before the exam. Seeing his attitude, Gu Jingyan felt that it was hopeless. She looked up at the sky and sighed. Forget it. I must have owed you in my past life. Seeing that he had saved her, Gu Jingyan did not want to quarrel with him over this, so she turned around and said nothing more. Seeing this, Liu Beichen thought for a moment and hit her from behind with a paper bowl. Gu Jingyan frowned and turned around. What are you doing? Liu Beichen said, all right, let's study together tonight, okay? Really? It's true, it's true. Look at you. Seeing Gu Jingyan's bright smile, Liu Beichen was speechless. Gu Jingyan smiled and said, of course, I'm a good student. At night, the three of them studied together. Old Su and Little Q came over and saw that the three of them were actually doing their homework. Bored, they said, okay, you guys continue being good students. We're going for a race. Gu Jingyan looked at them disdainfully. Okay, we'll bring you food when we go in. After the two of them left, the three of them continued to study. Fu Chenxi's studies were average, but Gu Jingyan seemed to know everything. No matter what question it was not difficult for her. Fu Chenxi looked at Gu Jingyan enviously. Why is your brain so good? I really can't remember anything. I don't know what to do. Gu Jingyan said, it's really not difficult. It's just that you didn't read the questions carefully and wrote the answers before you understood the meaning of the questions. That's why you ended up like this. Look, isn't this question the same? But I really can't remember. I think English is so difficult, but your English results are so good. Liu Beichen said, that's enough. It's not that there's something wrong with you. What you did is normal. What she did was abnormal. Ha! Fu Chenxi looked at him. Liu Beichen said, their families are all like that. Their eldest son, Gu Jingming, is a rising star in the political world. He graduated from Stanford University. Their second son, who skipped many years to study, got into the University of Chicago when he was in his teens. He's studying 3 subjects at the same time. Their brains are all weird. Why are you competing with her in this? Fu Chenxi looked at Gu Jingyan in admiration and said, wow, your eldest and second brothers are so awesome. No wonder. Maybe it's also hereditary. Fu Chenxi sighed. This must be God's choice. If she couldn't do it, then she couldn't do it. Gu Jingyan said, hey, don't blame God for your own incompetence. There's always a knock on the door. It's just that you don't understand it. Oh, you're talking as if your English isn't related to your nanny who graduated from Cambridge University in England. Fu Chenxi slowly became a little jealous. It turned out that their nanny had been English since they were young. No wonder she didn't need to learn English and she was so fluent. But she had only started learning English in the 3rd grade. Of course, she didn't know anything. Gu Jingyan said, hurry up and read your book. Liu Beichen laughed and continued to do the questions. Fu Chenxi looked at the 2 of them and sighed in her heart. She felt that they didn't belong to the same world. But the good thing was that Liu Beichen didn't like people like Gu Jingyan. Maybe he felt that she was special because he was surrounded by people like her. Fu Chenxi was worried that Liu Beichen wouldn't notice her if she stayed with Gu Jingyan for a long time. She started to see that he interacted with old Su and little Q in the same way and felt that they were probably friends. As his girlfriend, she couldn't be so suspicious of her boyfriend. So she tried her best to control herself. She didn't want to be a meddlesome girlfriend. When Gu Jingyan finished school, she saw Tsing Kai at the door. He saw Gu Jingyan and said, the weather is so cold. You're wearing this. Gu Jingyan was wearing less. She didn't notice it in the morning but it was snowing in the afternoon. Tsing Kai said, here's your jacket. Ha! Tsing Kai took off his down jacket and gave it to Gu Jingyan. But Tsing Kai was only wearing a cotton t-shirt. He threw the jacket to Gu Jingyan and skipped away. Gu Jingyan watched helplessly as he quickly got into a car. She could only hold on to the down jacket and sigh. Actually, she was going to get into the car soon. It wouldn't be cold. The next day, she could only run to Tsing Kai's class. Tsing Kai was a year older than them and was a sophomore. When she reached the entrance of their class, she pulled someone aside and said, can you call Tsing Kai from your class? The person at the door looked at Gu Jingyan and was stunned. Then, he rushed in like the wind, as if he had discovered something amazing. Wow, Tsing Kai, there's a beauty looking for you. When Gu Jingyan heard this excited voice, she stood at the door and rolled her eyes. Was it that exaggerated? Tsing Kai rushed out. When he saw Gu Jingyan, he smiled shyly and said, you're here. Gu Jingyan passed him a bag and said, it's been dry cleaned. Thank you. Although she hadn't worn it before, she still cleaned it well and brought it here. Tsing Kai laughed and said, I'm just wearing it. Why did you have to dry clean it? It's as if I brought it to you to be washed. Ha, so that's why you gave it to me, Gu Jingyan said jokingly. Tsing Kai laughed and said, yeah, you found out. Gu Jingyan realized that the people behind her were looking at her curiously. It was a little annoying, so she curled her lips and said, I'll go back first then. Tsing Kai also realized it and said embarrassedly, they're curious because you're too famous. Gu Jingyan said, what fame do I have? You just don't know. I'll send you there. Chapter 1441. Asterisk, it's okay. I'm downstairs. There's nothing to send. Gu Jingyan skipped away. Tsing Kai looked at the clothes in his hands, smiled, and returned to class. Sure enough, everyone was sighing in class. Wow, Tsing Kai, what's going on? Wow, you're so lucky with the ladies. Tsing Kai's face turned red. In the afternoon, Fu Chenxi heard rumors that Gu Jingyan had gone to Tsing Kai's class. Then, everyone was talking about how the two of them knew each other. Tsing Kai was also a millionaire with a small reputation. His family owned a factory and did OEM work. His family had some money and he was a good person. Therefore, everyone was wondering if Gu Jingyan would be with him. Actually, there were many millionaires who pursued Gu Jingyan. Some of them did not openly but secretly. Later, when they saw that Gu Jingyan was always with Liu Beiqin, they did not dare to pursue her so openly. They still showed their affection for her. However, many of these millionaires were good-for-nothings and were not as good as Tsing Kai. Everyone felt that it was not impossible for Gu Jingyan to like Tsing Kai. After all, he was a good person. If Gu Jingyan was smart, she would find someone like him. Fu Chenxi told Liu Beiqin, they all said that Gu Jingyan is going to be with Tsing Kai. Tsing Kai. Liu Beiqin said, who? It's the one we saw eating with them last time. Liu Beiqin remembered. That's impossible. Gu Jingyan doesn't like him. No, they said that Gu Jingyan went to his class to look for him today. Liu Beiqin turned his head immediately. Who said that? Fu Chenxi was startled by his expression. That's right. Everyone is talking about it. I didn't mean to pry. It's just that Gu Jingyan is too famous in the school. Everyone will look at her wherever she goes. If there's any movement, everyone will spread the news. Liu Beiqin frowned. He still felt that it was impossible. Alright, these people love to spread lies. Don't mind them. Fu Chenxi said quickly, oh. I know. After class, Liu Beiqin hit Gu Jingyan with a paper bowl. Hey, why did you go to Year 2's class to look for a man? Gu Jingyan said, what do you mean by finding a man? Isn't it you? Everyone's saying that you went to look for Tsing something again. Gu Jingyan's eyes widened. Tsing Kai. Yes. This name is too hard to remember, he said. Gu Jingyan said speechlessly, what's there to spread? I'm just going to deliver something. Liu Beiqin looked at her and thought that it was as he had expected. With her attitude, there should be nothing wrong. TSK. That's why I said that these people are really good at passing messages. You better be careful and don't go out and fool around. Get lost, you're the one who's seducing me. She turned around and threw the ball of paper back. Unexpectedly, at this moment, someone at the door shouted, Gu Jingyan, someone's looking for you. Gu Jingyan nodded and walked out. It was Tsing Kai. Why are you here? Gu Jingyan asked. Tsing Kai said, thank you for washing my clothes. I'll give you this to eat. Gu Jingyan saw that he was holding a strawberry in his hand. Ah, so many strawberries. It's not easy to buy them in this season. Yeah, my grandpa grew them himself. It's for you. They're really sweet. Gu Jingyan couldn't refuse. Thank you. She took it and looked at it. The people around her seemed to be looking at her again. Thinking about what Liu Beiqin had said, she said, well, I'll go in first then. I'm still doing my homework. Oh, okay. Go in. Bye. When she went back, Liu Beiqin's neck was stretched out. When Gu Jingyan went out, some people were already talking happily. It's Tsing Kai. I heard that he's chasing after Gu Jingyan. It looks like it's true. You're looking for me today and I'll look for you tomorrow. I think it's reasonable. Gu Jingyan is a good student. Will she have puppy love? What era are we in now to talk about puppy love? Seeing that Gu Jingyan had returned, everyone stopped talking. Liu Beichen looked at the strawberry in her hand and snorted coldly. Hey, what's this? He reached out to snatch it. Gu Jingyan dodged. Don't move. You don't want to eat strawberries. Hey, why don't I eat it? Strawberries are so sweet. They're obviously for girls. Hee, don't tell me that she gave it to you and you can't bear to let me eat it. What? I just don't want you to eat it and waste it. Hee, as if I care about it. Liu Beichen rolled his eyes. Gu Jingyan said, yes, yes, yes. Young Master Liu doesn't care about a few strawberries. Don't fight with me then. Gu Jingyan opened the box and saw that the strawberries were washed. They were very clean. She picked one up and ate it. It was indeed sweet. Yeah, it tastes good. Liu Beichen looked at her eating contentedly. He gritted his teeth and snatched the strawberry. Gu Jingyan wanted to take it back, but Liu Beichen reached out and snatched it away. Hey, Liu Beichen, what are you doing? I thought you didn't care about it. What's wrong? Can't I eat one? He stuffed it into his mouth. TSK, I thought it was something good. As he ate, he curled his lips in disdain. Gu Jingyan looked at him. She felt like she was going to die from anger. Hey, why are you fighting with me for it if you don't like it? She went over to snatch it back indignantly. Liu Beichen's hand was very long. He raised it high and refused to give it to her. Give it to me, hurry up and give it to me. She jumped up to take it. But Liu Beichen raised it even higher. Gu Jingyan tried to snatch it again. She touched it and the box of strawberries fell to the ground. Liu Beichen stomped on one of them and crushed it. Gu Jingyan's face darkened. She stood there and stomped her feet. Liu Beichen, you did it on purpose, didn't you? Liu Beichen raised his eyebrows. Looking at the strawberries on the ground, he took a step back and said nonchalantly, there's nothing to eat now. Look at you, why are you snatching it? He dared to blame her. Gu Jingyan looked at him. Liu Beichen, you did it on purpose. You don't want to waste it if you don't eat it. How did I do it on purpose? Why? It's a gift from a man and now it has fallen to the ground. Are you sad? Really, can't you be more mature? It's just strawberries. Gu Jingyan was really going to die from his weird tone. Isn't it just a man? If you want, I have a stack of them. I can introduce them to you one by one. There are so many better than Xingkai. Gu Jingyan stretched out her hands and pushed Liu Beichen's chest. Liu Beichen was pushed so hard that he leaned back and fell to the ground. Everyone looked at them curiously. What was going on between the two of them? Why were they fighting in the classroom? Gu Jingyan was too awesome. She even dared to hit young Master Liu like that. Chapter 1442. Gu Jingyan. How dare you push me? Liu Beichen shouted as he stood up. Gu Jingyan had already turned around and was about to leave. Just then, Fu Chenxi came in. She saw Gu Jingyan walking out with a dark expression. Inside, Liu Beichen had just gotten up from the ground, looking pathetic. What happened to them again? Fu Chenxi hurried in. What's wrong, Beichen? She wanted to help Liu Beichen up, but when she saw the strawberries on the ground, she wanted to pick them up. Why are they all on the ground? But just as she reached out, Liu Beichen had already stepped on them. Why are you picking them up? They're just a pile of rubbish. Fu Chenxi was stunned. She felt that he was very angry. Just like that, Gu Jingyan quarreled with Liu Beichen again. After school, they didn't leave together. She walked out on her own. Just then, someone caught up from behind. Gu Jingyan, he called out as he came to Gu Jingyan's side happily. It was Tsing Kai. Gu Jingyan said, "Oh, are you going home?" "Yeah." Tsing Kai smiled. "Are the strawberries good?" Her face darkened at the thought of the strawberries. She was still angry at Liu Beichen. She smiled at Tsing Kai apologetically. "They're good." Tsing Kai smiled happily. "Really? As long as you like them." Tsing Kai walked forward and saw that his car had arrived. "I'll take you home." This was the umpteenth time he had said this, but Gu Jingyan really couldn't go back with him. She said, "No, I'll go myself." Tsing Kai looked at her, his eyes darkening. "Gu Jingyan," he said in a deep voice, "do you hate me?" Gu Jingyan paused. "How could I?" Tsing Kai said. "Is it because I'm always looking for you? You're a little annoyed." "No. No. How could that be? Then why do you always seem to be avoiding me? If you think I'm annoying, you can tell me." "Really? I don't want to annoy you. I just want to be friends with you." As he spoke, he blushed and lowered his head. His expression was self-explanatory. Gu Jingyan looked at him and didn't know what to say. She felt that Tsing Kai was a good person. If they were just friends, of course, they could. But looking at him now, he didn't look like he wanted to be friends at all. Gu Jingyan didn't want to hurt him. She sighed at him and said, "Tsing Kai, I know you're very good to me, and you're a very good person too, but I'm really more focused on my studies now. We're still students." Tsing Kai's face turned even redder. "I didn't think about anything else. As long as I can be good friends with you, I'm already very satisfied." Gu Jingyan nodded. "Then let's be friends." "Of course we can be friends." "Thanks. I'm glad that you don't hate me." How could I hate you?" Gu Jingyan said with a smile. "Jingyan," she said. Tsing Kai kept Tian and said, "I to Gu you and the." Later, Tsing Kai would give Gu Jingyan things whenever he had something to do. He would help her carry this and that. The final exam was coming up, and everyone was very serious. Gu Jingyan did not have the energy to deal with other things. Famous schools were a little strict, especially when it came to exams. Everyone worked very hard, of course, except for people like Liu Beichen. They were still wandering around, as if they didn't know how to study. Ever since Gu Jingyan quarreled with him, she stopped caring about him. Even if they went out together, she would talk to old Sue and the others. Even though they met, they acted as if they didn't know each other. Fortunately, they were used to it and didn't care about their Cold War. They continued eating and drinking. But the two of them were in a Cold War. Neither of them said a word to the other. Everyone admired them and thought that they could control themselves. On this day, old Sue wanted to treat everyone to a barbecue in the wild. They held a barbecue outside. Gu Jingyan went with him. At the door, she met Tsing Kai. "Where are you going?" Tsing Kai asked. Gu Jingyan said, "Oh, old Sue is holding a party. I'm going." "Oh, really? You guys have so much free time." Gu Jingyan said, "Yeah, he likes crowds." "What about you? Where are you going?" "Home. There's nothing to do." He looked at Gu Jingyan enviously. "You guys are so close." Gu Jingyan said, "Don't you have a bunch of friends too?" No, they're just ordinary friends. They're not like you guys. You guys are so close and do everything together. Gu Jingyan thought about asking him to come along. He sounded so pitiful. But she also felt that Liu Beichen didn't seem to like him. But on second thought, it had nothing to do with her if he didn't like him. Why should she care about him just because he didn't like him? Humph, Gu Jingyan said, you can come too. It's not like you're going home anyway. Tsing Kai said in surprise, really? Of course. It's nothing. There are quite a lot of people going. Tsing Kai felt that anything that could be with Gu Jingyan was a good thing. He immediately nodded happily. They had to choose a good place for the outdoor barbecue. After all, the weather was starting to turn cold and no one wanted to be outside. Of course, they didn't have to worry about these rich kids. They were very good at having fun and could find any place. There was a huge bonfire in the middle of an empty plot of land. From afar, they could see the luxury cars parked far away. Gu Jingyan got out of the car and saw old Su and little Q warming themselves by the fire. Fu Chenxi and Liu Beichen were sitting at the side. There were also a bunch of people, some of whom she knew and some of whom she didn't. Hee, Jingyan, you're here. Come over quickly. Old Su called out when he saw her. Liu Beichen glanced at her and turned his head away lazily. However, old Su suddenly said, Hey, who did Jingyan bring? Liu Beichen looked over in surprise. Behind them was Tsing Kai. Liu Beichen's gaze deepened and he couldn't help but sit up straight. Gu Jingyan came in and called Tsing Kai over. Hey, I brought a friend. You guys know each other, right? Old Su said, Oh, we know each other. Welcome, welcome. Come over. Even if they weren't familiar with each other, they definitely knew each other. After all, the whole school knew that he was together with Gu Jingyan. Little Q looked at the two of them dubiously. It was obvious that he wanted to ask why they brought him here. Was there something going on? Gu Jingyan noticed his gaze and immediately glared at him, telling him not to let his imagination run wild. But Fu Chenxi said it out loud, Wow, Jingyan, you brought him here. Did you guys succeed? Gu Jingyan looked over. What? Chapter 1443. Tsing Kai's face turned red but he looked at Gu Jingyan expectantly, hoping that she would nod and admit it. Unfortunately, Gu Jingyan glared at Fu Chenxi. What nonsense are you talking about? I'm just bringing a friend here to play. Fu Chenxi realized that she had said something wrong and quickly covered her mouth. Tsing Kai said, Yes, we're just friends. Liu Beichen stared at him quietly but there seemed to be a trace of suspicion in his gaze. Tsing Kai smiled at him, and the corners of his lips curled up as he returned the favor. Tsing Kai didn't think much of it. These people were the descendants of those rich families who could easily change the situation and be city. They were naturally different from rich people like him. It was understandable that they were a little arrogant. It was Tsing Kai's first time having the opportunity to interact with these people. Usually, they were more conservative and didn't like to hang out with outsiders, especially those who didn't come from rich families. Tsing Kai was also a little curious. He sat there and listened attentively as they chatted. Old Su teased little Q, Look, the sausage is getting smaller as you roast it. How is it? Does it hurt? Go to hell. You're the small sausage. Otherwise, why would you only flirt with girls and not have sex? Fuck, then I'm giving my precious first time to the woman I love. Ha, you still have a first time. Didn't you give it to Miss Five Fingers? Go to hell. Every day is a new day. Don't you know that it's my first time every day? Ha ha ha, how shameless. Xing Kai looked at them and felt that they were really dirty. He didn't expect Gu Jingyan to be so close to them. It was all so strange. Gu Jingyan's family background shouldn't be as good as theirs. How could they accept Gu Jingyan into this circle? Just as he was feeling strange, he heard them talking about Gu Jingyan again. Jingyan, what are you doing? Come and eat. Gu Jingyan said, what are you roasting? It's all done. What do you want to eat? Let me see. Gu Jingyan went over to get it. Little Q and old Sue were very considerate and went over to give it to her. Eat this. I roasted it. Get lost. Eat this. It's delicious. Gu Jingyan looked at little Q's food in disdain. It's burnt. Then, he looked at old Sue and said, "Io, can this even be eaten? You rich playboys really can't do anything. Hey, you're complaining. I've never barbecued anything for anyone before. I'll give it to you for the first time." "Oh, come on, I want it, don't I?" Xing Kai looked at them and felt puzzled. It seemed that their relationship was really good. They looked like good people and they took good care of Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan was really bold. She talked to them so casually and directly said that they were rich playboys. If it was someone else, they would have already offended them. But ordinary people would try their best to flatter these young masters. How could they say such things? Old Sue and little Q were quite polite to Xing Kai. Although they were not familiar with him, they still gave him face since he was brought here by Gu Jingyan. But Liu Beichen really didn't even look at him. Although he didn't say it explicitly, Xing Kai felt that he was much more arrogant than the others. Gu Jingyan also noticed that Liu Beichen's expression was unfriendly. But it had nothing to do with her. Anyway, this was old Sue's body. Old Sue wasn't unhappy, so why did he have such an expression? Fu Chenxi looked at Liu Beichen strangely from behind. Beichen. Do you not like this Xing Kai? Hearing Xing Kai's name, Liu Beichen frowned. Liu Beichen said, what's wrong with him? I don't even know him. There's nothing to like or dislike about him. Fu Chenxi said, yeah, but isn't he Jingyan's friend? Isn't he? Hey, don't. Just because she's her friend doesn't mean she's my friend. Why don't you like him? Liu Beichen said as he crossed his arms in front of his chest, acting as if it had nothing to do with him. Fu Chenxi said, really? I think he's quite an easygoing person. Why don't you like him? Liu Beichen looked at her. He doesn't look like a good person. Fu Chenxi said, really? Liu Beichen harumphed. Gu Jingyan is blind. Don't tell me you're going to be blind too. Alright, why are you talking about people like him? Eat our food. Oh, okay then. Fu Chenxi could only pick up her food and start eating, not mentioning Xing Kai again. The next day, after class, the field was filled with people. There were many boys playing basketball, but there were also many girls surrounding them. Because old Sue, little Q, and Liu Beichen had actually come to play basketball today. The basketball court, which was usually very big, was immediately surrounded so tightly that it was almost impossible to see the people inside. Liu Beichen was bored, so he dragged a few people out to play basketball. Because he was so engrossed in the game, he was already drenched in sweat. When Gu Jingyan was dragged by Fu Chenxi to watch the basketball game, all three of their clothes were already wet. Beside them, the girls' screams were deafening. Wow, Liu Beichen is so handsome. Why is his figure so good? Liu Beichen is so tall and he plays basketball so well. Gu Jingyan was speechless as she looked at these infatuated girls. However, when she looked at Liu Beichen again, he was indeed very tall. He was already 1.8 meters and she wondered if he would grow any taller in the future. Usually, it was hard to tell when he was wearing his school uniform. Now that his clothes were wet, his muscles were all over the place. It was only then that she could see how well developed his muscles were. He shook the sweat off his hair. He was good at basketball and raised his leg to block the shot. Seeing this, the girls below screamed again. Fu Chenxi was even more excited. She clapped her hands and shouted, Beichin, all the best. When Liu Beichin heard the sound, he turned around and saw Fu Chenxi smiling. Then, he looked to the side and saw Gu Jingyan standing there with a cold expression. Liu Beichin snorted. He picked up the ball and blocked it beautifully again. However, Gu Jingyan was still expressionless. Liu Beichin gritted his teeth and turned his head away from the scene. However, the girls had already noticed that Liu Beichin was looking in Fu Chenxi's direction. They couldn't help but say enviously, Fu Chenxi is so lucky. Gu Jingyan is also lucky. Because of her friend's relationship with Liu Beichin, she is now so close to him. Yeah, I wonder if Liu Beichin is looking at Gu Jingyan. I think so. Who knows if he is looking at Fu Chenxi or Gu Jingyan. At this moment, Tsing Kai came again. Wow, Tsing Kai is here to look for Gu Jingyan, someone said. Tsing Kai went straight to Gu Jingyan's side. Jingyan. He took out a bottle of water. Drink some water. Gu Jingyan quickly said, thank you. When Liu Beichin turned around, he saw Gu Jingyan talking to Tsing Kai with a smile. His eyes darkened. He didn't know what Tsing Kai was up to. Chapter 1444. Tsing Kai was still watching when he suddenly heard a voice above his head. Hey, what are you looking at? Come up and play. Tsing Kai looked up and saw that it was Liu Beichin. Tsing Kai was delighted. This was the first time Liu Beichin had spoken to him. Ha! You're calling me. Liu Beichin's eyes lit up. Of course. Tsing Kai looked at the others. Seeing that everyone was staring at him, he quickly nodded and said, sure. He walked into the court. Everyone was looking at him expectantly. Then, Liu Beichin threw a basketball at him with great force. Tsing Kai took a step back and caught the ball, looking at Liu Beichin. Liu Beichin raised his eyebrows. You go first. Tsing Kai said, oh, okay. I'll go first, but I don't know how to play. I hope you guys, what are you talking about? Don't be so wishy-washy. Yes. Tsing Kai quickly dribbled the ball and started. However, Tsing Kai was telling the truth. He was indeed not as good as them. He wasn't as tall as them and he didn't seem to be athletic. Although he knew how to play, he looked a little comical compared to Liu Beichin and the others. He tried his best to run but he was stopped by Elder Su in the middle of the court. He turned around and little Q came again. He was about to shoot when Liu Beichin appeared in front of him. The moment he jumped up to shoot, Liu Beichin had already rebounded the ball. When he jumped up, he was much higher than Tsing Kai, and in an instant, he hit the ball down. Tsing Kai was embarrassed. He looked at him and smiled. You guys are really good. Liu Beichin snorted. It's nothing. Liu Beichin picked up the ball and threw it at Tsing Kai's face again. Tsing Kai could clearly feel that Liu Beichin was picking on him. He looked at Liu Beichin suspiciously. He didn't think that he had offended him. After all, who would dare to offend this little prince? He was the tyrant of Beijing. Did he want to die by offending him? However, it was obvious that Liu Beichin was hostile toward him. Although Liu Beichin was picking on him, he didn't dare to retaliate. She could only watch as he blocked in front of her again and again, easily snatched the ball away and threw it back to her, but she could do nothing about it. Because he really didn't dare to say anything to him, nor did he dare to confront him head-on. Beside them, the screams of the girls didn't stop. Wow, Liu Beichin is so handsome. That's what everyone was saying. Xingkai is no match for Liu Beichin. Liu Beichin is so good at basketball. Liu Beichin is so perfect. Everything is so good. Everyone looked at Liu Beichin with infatuation. They felt that there was nothing better than him. He was rich, handsome, and so capable. Many people could tell that Liu Beichin was messing with Xingkai, but they found it more amusing. Liu Beichin was so cool even when he was messing with people. Gu Jingyan noticed that something was wrong. She looked at Xingkai, who was constantly being pushed back, but Liu Beichin had no intention of letting him go. Seriously, Gu Jingyan took a step forward. Liu Beichin, that's enough. Liu Beichin stopped. Everyone turned to look at Gu Jingyan. Xingkai was panting and sweating profusely. When he turned around and saw Gu Jingyan, he quickly said, "Jingyan." Gu Jingyan looked like she was going to fight with Liu Beichin. Xingkai didn't want her to be hurt by Liu Beichin because of him. Liu Beichin looked at her and raised his eyebrows, looking evil and reckless. "What's wrong?" Gu Jingyan said, "Is it fun to play tricks on people?" Liu Beichin laughed. "It's fun." Gu Jingyan harumphed. "If you're so capable, go and play with people who know how. So what if you bully people who don't?" Liu Beichin held the ball in one hand and approached her. "What's wrong? Won't he still blame me?" Gu Jingyan said, "Everyone has their own specialties. So what if he doesn't know how to play basketball? Do you think you know how to play it? I haven't reminded you that your grades are not even half as good as his. He is still the top student in class. What about you? What are you? What's your last place again?" Liu Beichin's expression changed. Everyone looked at Gu Jingyan and pointed at her. This Gu Jingyan was too bold. She dared to provoke Liu Beichin just because she was the teacher's favorite. She wasn't afraid that Liu Beichin would teach her a lesson. She didn't want to give young Master Liu any face in front of so many people. However, to everyone's surprise, although Liu Beichin looked tense, he didn't really fly into a rage. He just inched closer to Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan raised her head and said nonchalantly, "What do you want? Am I wrong?" Liu Beichin gritted his teeth. Xingkai hurried over and pulled Gu Jingyan back. "All right, Jingyan, they're just playing with me." As he said this, he reminded her softly, "Jingyan, don't mess with Liu Beichin. You can't afford to offend him. Even the school doesn't dare to do anything to him. Moreover, no one in Beijing dares to go against him. Don't be rash." Gu Jingyan turned around and looked at Xingkai. "He's playing with you. Are you going to tolerate it? You don't have to tolerate it. Go and ask him why he treats you like this." Xingkai's heart warmed. He thought that Gu Jingyan was really nice to him. She even dared to offend Liu Beichin for him. Forget it. Everyone in City B knows about Liu Beichin. Gu Jingyan snorted. "I'm not afraid of him." As Gu Jingyan said this, she took a step forward. Xingkai was really shocked. He hurried forward and said, "Young Master Liu, if you have any problems, come at me. This has nothing to do with Gu Jingyan. Don't touch her, touch her." Elder Su came over and said, "All right, Xingkai. Don't worry about them. He won't touch Gu Jingyan. She was the fourth daughter of the Gu family. If Liu Beichin dared to touch her, his family would break his legs." Was he trying to start a war between the rich and powerful? If the two most powerful families in B City were to fight, it would be very interesting. Of course, Xingkai didn't know this. He was still worried. But, Elder Su said, don't worry. Liu Beichen is just a paper tiger in front of Gu Jingyan. Tsing Kai was curious. Why? However, just as Elder Su had said, Liu Beichen glared at Gu Jingyan. However, he only stared at her for a moment. Then, he snorted and brushed past her shoulder, walking past her. Gu Jingyan looked at him disdainfully and rolled her eyes in disdain. She wasn't speaking up for Tsing Kai. It was just that she couldn't bear to see Liu Beichen bully people like that. He was too domineering, too arrogant, and too evil. Moreover, Tsing Kai really hadn't offended him. She didn't know what was wrong with him. Or was he doing it on purpose because Tsing Kai was her friend? Because he didn't like her, he also disliked Tsing Kai. Chapter 1445. As for Tsing Kai, he looked at Gu Jingyan, feeling indescribably happy. It seemed that Gu Jingyan wasn't completely uninterested in him after all. Everyone was still sighing as they watched Liu Beichen leave. They were surprised that Liu Beichen didn't touch Gu Jingyan. How could Gu Jingyan be treated so well by Liu Beichen? They wondered if Liu Beichen was too nice to her. As for Tsing Kai, he followed Gu Jingyan outside. Jingyan, Gu Jingyan turned to look at him. What's wrong? Tsing Kai lowered his head and murmured, really? Thank you for being so nice to me. Gu Jingyan smiled. It's nothing. I just think that you're too honest. Why did you let him bully you? Tsing Kai said, it's better to avoid trouble. Moreover, he didn't bully me. Isn't that bullying? Tsing Kai laughed dryly. He stared at Gu Jingyan and said, Jingyan, I think that since you care about me, why must we only be friends? I think that we can be more than just friends. Gu Jingyan was speechless. She looked at him, not knowing what to say. She wasn't good at rejecting people. Although she had rejected many people in the past, it was only because she had no other choice. But she didn't hate Tsing Kai that much. Moreover, he seemed like a good person. He had been taking good care of her as a friend. She couldn't reject him as harshly as she had rejected so many people in the past. She said, Tsing Kai. Actually, I only see you as a friend. That's why I helped you. Tsing Kai looked at her in disbelief. That's impossible. That's going against Liu Beichen. You wouldn't dare to do it if you didn't have a deep relationship with him. Gu Jingyan didn't think that going against Liu Beichen was a big deal. She smiled and said, didn't I say that Liu Beichen isn't that scary? It's nothing. Don't take it too seriously. No. Tsing Kai grabbed Gu Jingyan's arm. Gu Jingyan's arm was really slender, fair and flawless. It was very endearing. Tsing Kai didn't expect himself to be so bold, but once he was bold, he would be even bolder. He held Gu Jingyan's hand and said, be my girlfriend. I know that I'm not as rich as Liu Beichen and the other rich kids who are close to you, but I can make sure that you don't have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. I'm serious about dating you. Gu Jingyan's head felt heavy. She thought, it's over. He's so serious. She didn't know what to say to make him give up the idea. It has nothing to do with family background. Tsing Kai, dating is about having feelings for each other. I'm serious, Jingyan. I'm telling the truth. Although they are rich, Liu Beichen has a bad temper. He's just a spoiled brat. He won't be able to bring you happiness, but I'm different. I can give in to you in everything. What was going on? Gu Jingyan really felt that things couldn't go on like this. Alright, Tsing Kai, I don't have feelings for you. That's the most important thing. I'm leaving now. Calm down and think about it. Feelings are between two people. You can't just convince me like this. Jingyan. Jingyan. Sing Kai watched her leave quickly. He thought for a moment and felt that he had been too abrupt today. He should be prepared to show her his sincerity next time. The next day, Gu Jingyan had just arrived at the classroom and she saw a bouquet of flowers on the table behind her. The surrounding students were envious of the huge bouquet of roses. Gu Jingyan naturally saw that it was Fu Chenxi's table. She heard her classmates say, Liu Beichen gave Fu Chenxi such a big bouquet of flowers for her birthday. Fu Chenxi is so happy. So many flowers. They look good. How much did they cost? Forget it. It's nothing to Liu Beichen. Gu Jingyan then remembered that it was Fu Chenxi's birthday today. But she didn't need their help today. Liu Beichen should be ready. Fu Chenxi came. Her eyes lit up when she saw the flowers on the table. She covered her mouth and walked over, looking happily at the flowers on the table. Today was her birthday. A month ago, she had hinted to Liu Beichen that he had forgotten about it. She didn't expect him to remember it. She held up the flowers. Seeing the students passing by looking at her with envious eyes, she felt even happier. Wow, Fu Chenxi, you're so happy. Fu Chenxi, Liu Beichen treats you so well. Everyone said to her as they passed by. Fu Chenxi blushed and said, I didn't tell him. Why did he give me flowers? Gu Jingyan smiled and turned around. Chenxi, happy birthday. But I don't have to help you prepare the party tonight. You two have gone to spend some alone time together, right? Fu Chenxi lowered her head in embarrassment. No way. I don't know what he's planning. He must have a plan since he gave you flowers, Gu Jingyan said. Fu Chenxi looked at her. For the first time, she felt that she was the happiest person in the world. Even Gu Jingyan probably hadn't received so many flowers, but she did. In an instant, she became the focus of the whole class. Her heart was filled with sweetness. Of course, Liu Beichen remembered it. He still had a romantic nature, because he was not a decent person to begin with. He liked to play with colorful things. He had already booked a candlelit dinner that night. When the sky turned dark, he skipped the self-study session and went out with Fu Chenxi. Fu Chenxi was worried that the teacher would find out, but Liu Beichen said, It's your birthday today. It's okay to be a little willful. So what if the teacher finds out? What can she do to you? This was the advantage of being with Liu Beichen. Although the school forbade puppy love, the teacher didn't dare to control Liu Beichen. So even if they knew about her relationship with Liu Beichen, they could only pretend not to know. Fu Chenxi looked at him sweetly and nodded. At the same time, Gu Jingyan was studying when she heard someone singing outside. Everyone couldn't help but look over. Downstairs, they saw Seng Kai holding a guitar and arranging the candles in the shape of a heart. He was singing a love song to it. Wow, so romantic. Seng Kai, what is he doing? Of course, he's going to confess to Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan looked over and felt a buzz in her head. She felt disgusted. She had already rejected him. What was Seng Kai doing? Speechless, she looked over and saw the flamboyant words, Gu Jingyan, I love you. Gu Jingyan held her forehead and walked down under everyone's gaze. When Seng Kai saw Gu Jingyan walking over gracefully, his heart started beating wildly. Gu Jingyan came up to him. He said, Jingyan, I really like you. Really? Chapter 1446. Gu Jingyan frowned. I've already said that I only see you as a friend. Seng Kai, don't be like this, okay? Seng Kai wouldn't give up so easily. Jingyan, I'll really treat you well. It's not about that. I don't like you at all. Tsing Kai chased after her and didn't move. Seeing that there were so many people watching, he hoped that she would give him some face and not reject him in front of so many people. Everyone's watching, Jingyan. Don't be shy, okay? Gu Jingyan was even more disgusted. No matter how many people are watching, I won't agree to your unreasonable request just because you're like this. Tsing Kai's face hurt. Jingyan, don't be like this. But Gu Jingyan wasn't going to give him a chance to talk. Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving. You should pack up and go. Gu Jingyan turned and left. Everyone was dumbfounded. They had thought that Gu Jingyan would be touched by such a romantic gesture. They didn't expect that she would reject him so decisively. Tsing Kai didn't expect that Gu Jingyan would be so heartless to him today. He chased after her and shouted, Jingyan, don't go. What did I do to make you so angry? You don't like it? I'm sorry, I won't do this next time. I really just wanted to give you a surprise. Gu Jingyan looked at him. There wasn't a surprise, but there were quite a few scares. Don't be like this. This is a school and we're still students. You're affecting everyone. I didn't think too much, but I really like you. Then I've already said that I don't like you. Let's go. Jingyan, no, I want you to give me an answer. Don't go. Tsing Kai grabbed onto her again. Jingyan, why are you treating me like this? Aren't you very concerned about me? You're willing to go against Liu Beichen for me. Why can't you be serious with me? I really need you. I feel that you're the most attractive girl I've ever met. Without you, I might not fall for anyone else, really, God, just because you like me, I have to be with you. What kind of logic is this? Let me go. She felt that he was going crazy and she couldn't explain it. No, don't go. I can't be without you. Gu Jingyan was helpless. At the same time, Old Su and the others had already found out about this, so they immediately rushed over. Old Su also called Liu Beichen directly. Liu Beichen slammed the table. Ha, I told you that Tsing Kai is not a good person. Unfortunately, Gu Jingyan wouldn't listen to me. She really asked for it this time. Fu Chenxi was shocked and quickly asked, what's wrong? Beichen, what happened? Liu Beichen said, Gu Jingyan, let's go back first. What? Fu Chenxi looked at the steak that had just been served. She felt bad for Liu Beichen, but she had no choice but to follow him out. In school, Gu Jingyan was still saying to Tsing Kai, get out of my way. Don't follow me, okay? Tsing Kai didn't agree. Gu Jingyan, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt someone pushing him away. They turned around. Liu Beichen had arrived. Tsing Kai did not expect Liu Beichen to come. He pulled Tsing Kai away and shielded Gu Jingyan behind him. There were a few others who came with him. Gu Jingyan looked up and said, you guys, Elder Su said, I informed her. How can we tolerate this person clinging to you like this? Liu Beichen glared at Tsing Kai coldly and said, get lost. Tsing Kai had been chasing Gu Jingyan and his face was glistening. He looked at them and became even more anxious. Gu Jingyan didn't agree to it at first, but they still wanted to interfere. It was said that a good girl was afraid of pestering a man. He had wanted to pester Gu Jingyan and make her agree. But now, these people had appeared out of nowhere. Tsing Kai looked at them and said, this is between me and Gu Jingyan. Liu Beichen harumphed and stood in front of Gu Jingyan. He looked at Tsing Kai and said, who do you think you are to talk to Gu Jingyan about the two of you? If she agrees, then it's your problem. If she doesn't agree, then it's our problem. Elder Su said, Tsing Kai, you're wrong. Gu Jingyan already said that she doesn't like you. what are you doing? Xingkai looked at them and said, no, she still cares about me. Can't you just stay out of our business? Little Q said, why would she care about you? You're so shameless. If you're a man, you should be more carefree. You're so wishy-washy. It's hard for Gu Jingyan to like you. I'm not being wishy-washy. This is when I really like someone. Shut up. If you really like someone, you're harassing her. Heh, you're not a man. I'll say it again. Get lost. If I see you harassing Gu Jingyan again, I won't let you off, Liu Beichen interrupted him rudely. Xingkai looked at him and said, you. What right do you have to do this? Liu Beichen harumphed and said, why can't I do this? You. Don't you have a bad relationship with Gu Jingyan? Liu Beichen said, which eye of yours says that we don't have a good relationship? Oh, you mean that we're quarreling? Liu Beichen turned around and looked at Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan pursed her lips and looked at Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen harumphed and said, no matter how we quarrel, it's our private business. It has nothing to do with you. No matter how we quarrel, we're still friends. People like you won't understand that. Elder Su said, that's right. We won't let outsiders bully Gu Jingyan no matter what. Xingkai looked at them in disbelief. Why were they so protective of Gu Jingyan? You guys. Don't tell me you want to do something to Gu Jingyan, Xingkai said viciously. Elder Su frowned and said, what do you mean by that? Xingkai said, you guys want to do something to Gu Jingyan because she's pretty. Jingyan, don't fall for their tricks. People like them aren't good people. Elder Su laughed out loud when he heard that. Come on, you don't even know Gu Jingyan. What do we want to do to her? I also need to have some guts. Let's not talk about other things, her manly appearance is not my cup of tea. Xingkai didn't believe that and looked at Liu Beichen confidently. Little Q said, idiot. Don't you know that Gu Jingyan is the fourth missy of the Gu family? If we want to bully her, we have to see if we have the guts to do so. Xingkai frowned and said, what do you mean by the fourth missy of the Gu family? Elder Su laughed and said, I knew it. You don't know anything and you still dare to chase after Gu Jingyan. She's the fourth missy of the Gu family. Why don't you take a look at your family background and see if you're worthy of her? Chapter 1447. Xingkai realized that something was wrong. Gu Jingyan, Gu Jingze. Suddenly, he realized which Gu family it was. How could he not know about the Gu family? But he had never connected the two of them together. He had heard about Gu Jingze from the adults in the Gu family, but how could he have heard about the other children in the Gu family and Miss Minglan in the Gu family? The fourth daughter of the Gu family. He muttered. He seemed to understand something. Why was Gu Jingyan so close to Liu Beichen? Why did Gu Jingyan dare to challenge Liu Beichen? Because they were the same kind of people. She didn't have to be afraid of Liu Beichen. He looked up at Gu Jingyan. At that moment, he felt that she was terrifyingly tall. It was such an unattainable feeling. He really wasn't good enough for her. Xingkai looked at her. But he really did like her. Liu Beichen pushed Xingkai away. Did you hear that? Get out of my way. If I see you following Gu Jingyan again, I can't guarantee that I won't use violence. Xingkai looked at Liu Beichen angrily. What right do you have to control us? Was it because he wasn't good enough for her that she was rejecting him? Jingyan, is status really that important? I love you from the bottom of my heart. Is it because you think I'm too poor that you're so cruel to reject me? Gu Jingyan shook her head and looked at him. All right, Xingkai, I've said it before. Status isn't the main point. The main point is that I don't want to be in a relationship with you. That's all. What else do you want? Tsing Kai almost fell to his knees. Don't go, Jingyan. Jingyan, don't go. I really like you. When he came over, Liu Beichen pushed him away. Don't be so shameless. Don't touch Gu Jingyan. Tsing Kai looked at Liu Beichen. Don't stop me. It has nothing to do with you. I'm talking to Gu Jingyan. He still insisted on coming over. At this moment, he was probably stimulated and seemed to have lost his mind. Jingyan, don't leave me. He shouted, trying to get away from Liu Beichen to grab Gu Jingyan. Liu Beichen grabbed his collar. What are you doing, Cui Kai? Tsing Kai looked at him. What do you want? You want to hit me? Liu Beichen's eyes narrowed. Ha, I've gone easy on you. Liu Beichen threw a punch at him. Tsing Kai couldn't fight back at all. He wanted to fight back, but Liu Beichen was good at beating people up. He kept throwing punches at Tsing Kai. Gu Jingyan was worried that something bad would happen, so she quickly pulled Tsing Kai down. All right, Liu Beichen, stop fighting. Let's go, let's go. Tsing Kai fell to the ground. Liu Beichen snorted and said, I'll say it again. If you dare to get close to Gu Jingyan again, I'll beat the crap out of you. Having said that, Liu Beichen dragged Gu Jingyan out. Tsing Kai didn't dare to chase after him. The bystanders were all wondering why Tsing Kai was beaten up so badly by Liu Beichen. Wouldn't Tsing Kai's family cause trouble for him? Later, Tsing Kai was picked up by his family. The incident had blown up. From the confession to the beating, the school couldn't pretend to be deaf and mute. They could only call them to the administration office. Gu Jingyan stood there with her hands behind her back. The teacher hadn't arrived yet. Liu Beichen leaned against the wall, tiptoeing and looking like he didn't care. Fu Chenxi looked at him helplessly. You were too ruthless. Liu Beichen said, he won't know what's good for him if I'm not ruthless. Gu Jingyan looked at Liu Beichen. Although you're right, his family will definitely cause trouble for us. Liu Beichen said, you're right. Why should we be afraid of them? It's fine. I'll deal with them. Gu Jingyan said, forget it. How are you going to deal with them? The confession and the candles were clearly written with my name on it. It has nothing to do with me. Just then, the teacher came in. The few of them shut their mouths and stopped talking. The teacher looked at the few of them who had their heads lowered. He looked outside and closed the door carefully. Then he sighed and said, look at you. Look at you. He walked past them one by one. Liu Beichen didn't have a good time since he was here. He caused trouble every day. He couldn't help it. The school had brought trouble upon itself. He looked at Liu Beichen and said, I can't do anything about this. I've already informed your parents. Liu Beichen looked up. Teacher, you're too heartless. Heartless? The teacher was furious. Then he looked at Gu Jingyan. Look at you. Jingyan, look at you. You were the student I trusted the most. He had arranged for her to stay by Liu Beichen's side so that she could teach Liu Beichen well. Little did he expect that Liu Beichen would lead her astray. Then he looked at Fu Chenxi. He didn't have much to say to her, so he just glanced at her and then ignored her. Fu Chenxi lowered her head, feeling uneasy. The two behind her were each more serious than the other. These people weren't easy to manage, but they just had to cause trouble for no reason. Just then, Liu Qinyu had arrived personally. The principal welcomed Liu Qinyu in. The teacher quickly nodded and retreated to the back. Seeing this person walk in with such an imposing manner, the whole room felt suffocated. Liu Beichen frowned. He didn't know what to say. Dad, don't call me Dad. You still remember that you have a father. He looked at Liu Beichen hatefully. Liu Beichen said, Dad, the whole school knows that this is all because of Gu Jingyan. Liu Qingyu looked at Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan said embarrassedly, Uncle. Liu Qingyu sighed. It's okay. I know you're a good child. Don't hang out with this unfilial son of ours anymore. She's a bad influence. The principal didn't dare to interrupt and just watched from the side. Liu Qingyu saw Fu Chenxi. Fu Chenxi stood there, looked at him, and carefully revealed a smile. Liu Beichen was standing next to Fu Chenxi. They were standing shoulder to shoulder and seemed to be quite close to each other. Liu Qingyu was a sly businessman in the business world. There was nothing he couldn't see. In an instant, he seemed to understand something. His eyes paused. What's your name? Fu Chenxi was so scared that her face turned pale. I'm Fu Chenxi. Oh, Fu Chenxi. Which Fu family? From B City. Why don't I know of any Fu family in B City? In an instant, Fu Chenxi felt even worse. She wasn't from the famous Fu family in B City. She was just an ordinary person. Chapter 1448. Liu Beichen said, What Fu family? Haven't you heard of the Fu family? It's just a family name. Seeing that Fu Chenxi was in a daze, Liu Qingyu understood what was going on. He chuckled and said, Oh, it's nothing, young lady. I was just asking. If you have time next time, come visit us. There's a banquet at home these few days. Let Beichen take you there. Fu Chenxi was even more stunned. What did this mean? Liu Beichen's father was inviting her to a banquet. Fu Chenxi was pleasantly surprised. What did this mean? Did Liu Qingyu acknowledge her? She didn't dare to agree and looked at Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen said, Oh, okay. Old man, you said it. I'll take you there then. Liu Qingyu frowned. Speak properly. Liu Beichen remembered that they were outside. Dad, what banquet? Why don't I know about it? What else do you know besides causing trouble? Liu Qingyu smacked him on the head. Ouch! The teacher looked on and didn't dare to make a sound. He thought to himself, isn't he here to teach me a lesson for causing trouble? He's not here to acknowledge me as his daughter-in-law. Just then, a man who looked like a butler walked in. He was dressed in a suit and looked very formal. Seeing Gu Jingyan standing inside, he hurried in. Miss. How are you? It was the butler of the Gu family. Gu Jingyan looked at him and said embarrassedly, I'm fine. I'm sorry for troubling you. Miss, don't say that. This is what we should do. Does anyone else in the family know about this? Gu Jingyan only told the butler because the school had informed her parents to be informed. She didn't want to tell her grandfather or mother, otherwise, there would be more trouble. The butler said, the family doesn't know. Don't worry. The butler saw Liu Qingyu and quickly greeted him, Hello, Mr. Liu. Oh, okay. Sigh, remember to tell your family that it's all our son's fault for leading your daughter astray. Liu Qingyu looked like he was about to cry. The butler looked embarrassed. No, their parents arrived one after another, but Fu Chenxi's hadn't arrived yet. Fu Chenxi herself didn't want to call anyone over. She didn't even dare to let anyone see her parents' sloppy appearance. The teacher looked at Fu Chenxi. Where are your parents, Fu Chenxi? Fu Chenxi trembled. Gu Jingyan saw this and said, Teacher, this has nothing to do with Chenxi. She's such a good girl. Although she won't do anything to her parents will be worried if they really think that she did something bad at school. The teacher looked at Gu Jingyan and sighed helplessly. However, he didn't want to lose his temper with Gu Jingyan. Children who were good at studying and had powerful parents were hard to control. They had to be spoiled. Fu Chenxi glanced at Gu Jingyan gratefully, and Gu Jingyan smiled back at her. However, Fu Chenxi still felt disappointed. Her teacher would listen to her words, but he wouldn't care about what she said. This was different. Fu Chenxi looked at Gu Jingyan. She felt that she didn't want anyone to help her either. She wanted to say what she wanted to say and someone would listen to her. However, she just couldn't do it. She couldn't be as confident as Gu Jingyan. At that moment, outside, the people from the school said that Xingkai's family had come and they wanted an explanation. Xingkai was alone at home. Although Xingkai's family was wealthy, they doted on Xingkai very much and never lacked anything from him. His family had sacrificed so much for this son, but he was actually beaten up. How could they sit still? Especially now that Xingkai was not only beaten up, he was also sent to the hospital in a daze. There were a few times when he didn't want to live anymore. This made his family even more furious. They wanted the school to give them an explanation on how these people had tortured their son and why he didn't want to live anymore. The school was in a difficult position. They looked at Xingkai's shrewish mother and said, "Mother Xing, we've already made it clear that we will deal with the people who beat him up according to the law. No, I want to meet them first. I want to see how you're going to deal with them. I heard that these people aren't to be trifled with. They're all children of rich families." "Why? Are you trying to fool our family just because we don't have much backing? Our family donates a lot of money to the school every year." This was also one of the reasons why they felt that it was unfair. Their family had given a lot of money to the school to take care of Xingkai. But now, he had been beaten up at school. "Sigh, you'd better, wouldn't it make things worse if they met him?" The school didn't want the matter to blow up. At that moment, everyone in the school heard it. Because Xingkai's mother had really blown up the matter. They understood. Which family's child had been beaten up? It wasn't like this. Lu Qinyu was the first to make the decision. He said, "All right, don't be in a difficult position. I'll go over and talk to them." "Mr. Lu, you're really..." When the school saw that Lu Qinyu was going to come over personally, they were very grateful. Lu Qinyu walked out. "You're Xingkai's mother, right?" "I'm Liu Beichen's father." He smiled and walked over. However, Xingkai's mother looked at him and cried out agitatedly, "All right, it's your child who beat our Kai up like this, right? You have to give me an explanation. Where's your child? Is he protecting him?" This matter isn't over yet. No matter how much money we have to spend, we have to settle this matter. Do you really think that you can protect your child just because you have some money?" Lu Qinyu hurriedly said, Yes. I can understand that you're emotional. This matter is our child's fault. I'll definitely teach him a lesson when I get back. We'll pay for any expenses your child incurs, be it treatment fees, recovery fees, or even compensation. You want to settle this with money? No way. Where's the person? I have to see your son. I'm going to beat him until he's a cripple. I want him to know what it's like to be beaten up. I'll bring him over to apologize later. I don't believe that you'll go and apologize. Really? You're just putting on airs. You're not a good person. Sigh. At that moment, Liu Beichen couldn't take it anymore. He ran out of the classroom and the teacher didn't even have time to hold him back. Liu Beichen came out and said, I'm the one who beat him up. What do you want? Xingkai's mother was shocked. She looked at him and said angrily, "What do I want? You little rascal, how dare you hit our child?" Liu Beichen narrowed his eyes and said, "Why don't you ask what your child did first? He insisted on confessing to my friend downstairs. She didn't agree to it and he wouldn't let her go. He almost did something bad on the spot. Luckily, he didn't touch Gu Jingyan. Otherwise, I would have slapped his face and broken his legs." Chapter 1449. Hey, you. Xing Kai's mother was so angry that her face turned red. "How can you say that?" Liu Beichen said, "Aren't you going to ask what your son has done?" My son." No matter how silly she was, she understood what he meant. Her eyes moved before she said, "What's wrong? Can't young people fall in love? Who has he taken a fancy to? Which little vixen has started seducing our son at such a young age? Seriously, it's her honor that our son has taken a fancy to her. Why don't you take a look at yourself? He only confessed to you and you even hit him. Does she really think she's a fairy?" At this moment, Gu Jingyan could only step forward. She stood up and said, "It was me, but I really didn't seduce your son. He was the one who initiated the conversation and confessed to me. You've asked clearly. I didn't do anything. I even advised him to study hard every day. I said that students should mainly study. Relationships and whatnot should be put aside, right?" When Gu Jingyan stood up, Xing Kai's mother's face darkened. This girl was beautiful and anyone who saw her would like her. Who cared about her son? Xing Kai's mother thought that her son really had no self-control. But now that she had made a scene here, she would definitely stand on her son's side. "But you can't hit him. It's wrong." She said, He confessed to you because he thinks highly of you. What are you thinking about hitting him? He confessed to her because he thought highly of her." This was the first time Gu Jingyan had heard of this. Shouldn't feelings be mutual? Shouldn't she be deeply grateful and thankful to the heavens just because someone confessed to her? She said, "I didn't say anything when he confessed, but I rejected him. He still wouldn't let me go and even threatened me to be with him. My friend couldn't take it anymore and hit him. We have to apologize for this, but I hope that you know that everyone is at fault and that we should apologize to each other. Gu Jingyan wasn't just good-looking for nothing. She was also eloquent. She didn't know how to refute her. After all, Gu Jingyan's eloquence didn't come from scolding people as vixens, but from her strong aura and self-confidence. She stood there and talked seriously, so people would feel a sense of oppression when they saw her. She was also very curious as to why she would feel this kind of pressure because of a little girl. She composed herself and said, My child was beaten and I still have to apologize to you." "That's one thing," Gu Jingyan said. At this moment, Lu Qingyu hurried over from behind. "Oh. What's going on? Is your kid confessing to Jing Yan, and now he's pestering her?" That's different. We don't want to talk about it anymore." "Really?" When Lu Qin and Yu Guang heard that Liu Beichen had gotten into a fight, they rushed over immediately. Who knew that something like this would happen? Lu Qinyu said, "Jing Yan is such a good child. Your child has been affected so badly by others, and you still have the cheek to ask us to apologize." Humph. Liu Beichen saw that his father was actually on his side for the first time. Then he looked at Gu Jingyan. She was indeed more capable. She didn't even know if he was her biological son. He believed her the moment she said something. Liu Beichen said, "That's right. I'm just saying that she wants to study well." He ran downstairs and confessed to her in front of so many people. It's not good for her. In the future, people will only think about this when they look at Jing Yan. How can she study well? It'll affect her mood. Lu Qinyu turned around and said, "What's wrong with your school? How can you let something like this happen in school? Have you considered the impact on the children?" The principal was so shocked that he almost knelt down. "Mr. Lu is right. You're right. We didn't think it through properly." Lu Qinyu harumphed, "Then hurry up and think about it." "Yes, yes, yes," the principal hurried over and said, "Educate the students. This kind of thing must not happen again in the future." Zheng Kai's mother wanted to continue, but Liu Beichen had already walked over and said in front of everyone, "You can sue me or cause trouble for me. Remember that my name is Liu Beichen. Don't bring anyone else into it. From now on, Gu Jingyan will be under my protection. If Zheng Kai dares to cause trouble for Gu Jingyan, he'll have to look for me first." "Humph. Are you even a man? You. This child is too arrogant. How can you speak to your elders like this? You have some money in your family. What kind of bully is this?" Zheng Kai's mother could tell that this family was rich. How could a child from a rich family be so arrogant and fearless? Wasn't he a complete bully? Lu Qinyu walked to the back and looked at Liu Beichen and then at Gu Jingyan. He smiled and said, "Beichen, you even hit someone for Jingyan." Liu Beichen said, "Of course. I won't let anyone bully my friend." He bumped Gu Jingyan's shoulder and said, "If anyone is to be bullied, it should be me, right?" Scram. Gu Jingyan bumped into him back. This kind of interaction seemed to be very pleasing to Lu Qinyu. He smiled so widely that his eyes narrowed. He stared at them for a while. The more he looked at them, the more he liked them. However, he accidentally glanced at Fu Chenxi, who was staring blankly at the side. He immediately stopped smiling. What a pity, what a pity. Was there something wrong with their Liu Beichen's brain? With such a good girl like Gu Jingyan by his side, he actually fell for Fu Chenxi. Fu Chenxi also noticed Lu Qinyu's gaze. That burning gaze made her heart skip a beat. She suddenly felt even more afraid. Everyone went back together and the few of them were still talking. Liu Beichen said to Gu Jingyan, "You're lucky this time. We were close by and rushed back when we heard about it. If we were far away, you would have been bullied to death." Gu Jingyan looked at him deeply and said, "Yes. I understand. Thank you." Fu Chenxi said from behind, "Yeah, Jingyan. Didn't you see how worried he was? When he heard that something happened, he ran away without even finishing his meal." Upon hearing Fu Chenxi's words, Gu Jingyan clapped her hands and remembered, "Oh no." The few of them were shocked. Gu Jingyan said, "Today is Chenxi's birthday. You should have eaten together." Now she had come to school to be scolded. Fu Chenxi lowered her head and smiled. She pursed her lips and said, "It's okay. What happened to you is more important. Birthdays are celebrated every year. It's not a big deal." However, Gu Jingyan still felt embarrassed. "Forget it. Next time we're going to Liu Beichen's house for a banquet. Come to my house and I'll help you dress up as a princess. When the time comes, Liu Beichen will bring you to celebrate your birthday." Chapter 1450. Fu Chenxi looked at her and said embarrassedly, Do I really have to go? I'm a little worried. What's there to worry about? Just treat it as a fun trip. Are you going?" Fu Chenxi looked at Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan said, "I don't want to go. I think the Gu family was invited, but we don't have to go. I have supplementary lessons that day. I won't disturb you guys." Fu Chenxi was overjoyed. She actually felt that it would be better if Gu Jingyan didn't go. Because she always felt that if Gu Jingyan was there, she wouldn't have a say in anything. She stood there as if she didn't receive any attention. Because all the glory would be taken away by Gu Jingyan alone. Perhaps it would be different if she went as Liu Beichen's girlfriend since it was the Liu family's banquet. Just as Gu Jingyan finished speaking, old Su objected. Don't. What are we going to do if you don't go? Let's go. It doesn't matter whose banquet it is. Let's go and have some fun. But I really have supplementary lessons. You're already so studious. Why do you still need supplementary lessons? Gu Jingyan said, that's different. I have high expectations for myself. I'm on holiday next month, but there's a math competition. I'm going to participate in it. Pft, sigh, it's scary. Even the best student is so hardworking. Then what's the use of our hard work? That's right. It's fine if she doesn't go. We'll go to the banquet ourselves. Fu Chenxi heaved a sigh of relief. She felt that she would be very happy if she didn't go. Was this not good for her? But she couldn't help but think so. She followed Gu Jingyan to the Gu family's house. It was morning and the house was very busy. Gu Jingyan told the servants not to come. Fu Chenxi watched so many servants walk out in a row and said to Gu Jingyan, you have so many servants in your house. I think you're really like a princess. Gu Jingyan looked around and said, if you really have so many servants, you'll know how annoying it is. They have to take care of everything. When you go to the toilet, they even want to follow you to check what color your urine is, whether it's healthy, and whether there's anything wrong with it. Fu Chenxi said, that's because they care about you. Sigh, sometimes it's very troublesome. Let's not talk about this. Let's look at the clothes. Gu Jingyan didn't complain too much to others. Anyway, others wouldn't understand. She had been under these gazes for too long. Sometimes, she felt that there was no space for herself. However, she was not pretentious. Sometimes, having someone to take care of her would save her a lot of trouble. For example, she really did not need to clean the room herself. She was actually quite lazy. With the help of a servant, she did not need to worry about these things. Soon, he entered Gu Jingyan's cloakroom. There were huge houses here, row after row, and all of them were the latest clothes of the year. There were all kinds of styles. Looking at the brands, they were all international brands. Gu Jingyan looked around, trying to find something suitable for Fu Chenxi. Fu Chenxi said, you have a lot of clothes. Gu Jingyan said, yeah. Sometimes, when there are new products every season, these brands will send a few sets to my house. The big brands also like to find socialites to promote their brands. It seems that if a powerful socialite wears it, it will look like a big brand. However, they always give me a loss because I rarely attend these events. I'm not like some socialites who are really powerful. For example, Liu Beichen's sister. I wonder if you've met her. Her sister is the top socialite in Beijing. Ah, is that so? I've never heard Liu Beichen mention her. She's not much younger than us, but she likes these things more. She doesn't go to a normal high school like ours. She goes to an international high school, so she doesn't have much contact with us. Fu Chenxi looked at her. I feel that I really don't know much about Liu Beichen, Gu Jingyan smiled. You'll get to know more slowly. Fu Chenxi really felt that she did not know as much as Gu Jingyan did. Moreover, they were usually more talkative. When Liu Beichen was with her, he did not talk much and did not like to talk about himself. For example, she did not even know that Liu Beichen had a sister. Gu Jingyan found some clothes for Fu Chenxi. Everyone tried them on, and they all looked good. Fu Chenxi really felt that these branded clothes were indeed branded. They all looked good in them. Gu Jingyan had better taste than Liu Beichen, so the clothes that she chose were more suitable for her than the ones that Liu Beichen had brought her to choose previously. Gu Jingyan was also very satisfied. She took a few sets and said, "You can take these and see which one you want." "Ah, you're giving all of these to me." "Yeah. I don't wear them much anyway. The butler will give them away soon after I leave them at home. Rather than giving them to others, I might as well give them to my own people." Fu Chenxi looked at her gratefully and touched the clothes as if they were treasures. She really envied her. The clothes that she could not even think of were like cheap goods to her. Fu Chenxi said, "Thank you, Jingyan." "You're welcome. It was also because of me that you didn't have a good birthday. I'm making it up to you this time." "I'm really not." Fu Chenxi felt a little embarrassed that she had deliberately told her. "Isn't it what we should do to save you? We're friends." Gu Jingyan smiled. "Yeah, we're friends." Soon, it was the day. Gu Jingyan went for supplementary lessons while Fu Chenxi went to attend the Liu family's banquet. Gu Jingyan's supplementary lessons were actually in the day. They would only hold the banquet at night, but Gu Jingyan did not want to go. She did not like to attend such banquets. She would rather stay at home and read more books. Unexpectedly, he received a call from old Su right after class started. "Jingyan, it's so lonely without you. Go to hell." "Jingyan, seriously, are you coming? If you don't, Beichen and I won't have anything to say." "Go, go, go. I'm that useful." "Of course. Usually, you guys just quarrel with each other and we think it's quite fun. But now that you're not around, Liu Beichen doesn't talk much and Fu Chenxi doesn't have much to talk about. Little Q and I are too lonely." Did she usually talk a lot with Liu Beichen? Gu Jingyan did not think so. But when she heard him say that, she remembered that they quarreled easily. It was because Liu Beichen's mouth was too dirty. When he saw her, she would always talk back to him. Of course, they quarreled. Gu Jingyan said, all right. I have to go to class." She hung up. Old Su looked at little Q. She's too passionate about studying. She won't come. That won't do. Let's go and find her. All right. The two of them drove to the supplementary lesson center. He stood at the entrance and whistled at Gu Jingyan. Chapter 1451. As soon as Gu Jingyan raised her head, she was really shocked. Wow, so handsome. There's a handsome guy at the door. Who is it? They even drove here. Are they students? How can students drive? The teacher also looked out, and when he saw the two hooligan-looking handsome guys, he frowned. Gu Jingyan had no choice but to walk out. What are you doing? Who told you to come? Gu Jingyan shouted, her hands in her pockets. The two of them pulled Gu Jingyan. All right, what's the point of tutoring? Let's go and play. Sigh, no, Gu Jingyan couldn't resist in time and was pulled out. In the end, Fu Chenxi still chose a brighter color to go to the Liu family. She struggled at home for a long time before choosing this color. Because it was the Liu family's banquet, she was really nervous. She just wanted to put on her best performance for the Liu family, for Liu Qinyu, and for Liu Beichen. She didn't want to embarrass him. Her family saw that she was dressed so beautifully and thought it was strange. When Fu Chenxi left, she didn't even want to look at her parents. She felt that it was unfair for her to be born into such an ordinary family. Her parents looked at her and asked, Chenxi, where are you going? Why did you put on makeup? You're a student and you can't put on makeup. Fu Chenxi frowned and said, what do you know? I'm going to a banquet where I have to put on makeup. What? You're a student and you're going to a banquet? You won't understand even if I tell you. So annoying. Fu Chenxi opened the door and walked out. She was usually a very obedient child. Her family didn't know what had happened to her for her to suddenly have such a big change. Fu Chenxi walked far away before getting into Liu Beichen's car. She didn't ask Liu Beichen to pick her up at a place nearby. Liu Beichen saw Fu Chenxi and smiled. Nice clothes. You have good taste. Fu Chenxi's eyes moved and she smiled. Really? Gu Jingyan had picked out the clothes for her but she didn't mention it. Soon, it was the Liu family's banquet. The venue of the banquet was much better than the one in the school. It looked like a very classy place. When she went down, she looked up and was amazed. When she saw the 7-star sign hanging there, she knew that this was a 7-star hotel. When she went down, Liu Beichen had already walked over. She hurriedly followed them and looked at the people who came. They were all tall and beautiful, and there were countless of them. That was much better than the banquet at school. Originally, Fu Chenxi was very confident that she wouldn't be a disgrace to Liu Beichen. As long as Gu Jingyan didn't come, she wouldn't embarrass Liu Beichen. However, she didn't expect to see so many beautiful women here. She suddenly felt that she was very lowly. She clenched her fists even tighter. She looked at Liu Beichen, as if she did not dare to follow them. Liu Beichen didn't notice her abnormality. He turned around and said, let's go. Fu Chenxi hurriedly walked over. It was only when they entered that they realized that the lobby was filled with toasts and there were even celebrities walking by. Fu Chenxi said, there are so many beauties. Liu Beichen nodded. Fu Chenxi looked at him tentatively. Can't you see? There are so many beauties. Liu Beichen said, what does it have to do with me? Fu Chenxi lowered her head. No. I just don't want to embarrass you. Liu Beichen said helplessly, what are you thinking? I won't. They are them and I am me. Who cares about me? But even so, there were still many people who noticed Liu Beichen the moment they walked in. After all, this was the Liu family's banquet and Liu Beichen was the heir of the Liu family. How could they not notice him? Fu Chenxi then realized that Liu Beichen was really amazing. The adults who looked like senior officials and executives all bowed to him, but Liu Beichen didn't pay any attention to any of them. Fu Chenxi wondered how powerful the Liu family was for everyone to be so afraid of them. Then, Beichen, you're here. Someone called out, your father is inside. Hurry up and go in. Liu Beichen nodded and led Fu Chenxi in. Liu Beichen, what took you so long? I've been helping you deal with Dad for a long time. The woman inside was dressed in a warm yellow dress. She looked beautiful and elegant. She was young but looked like a princess. Liu Beichen said, I know. You can leave first. Hey, you're not going to care about me after using me. What kind of brother are you? The girl stood with her arms akimbo. This girl was Liu Chuxia, Liu Beichen's sister. When Fu Chenxi heard this, her eyes lit up and she came to a realization. Liu Beichen pushed Liu Chuxia away. Liu Chuxia snorted. She noticed Fu Chenxi at the back and frowned. Who is this? It's none of your business. Liu Beichen pulled Fu Chenxi inside. Fu Chenxi looked at Liu Beichen. This is your sister. Yeah, don't mind her. She's always been sick in the head. How could that be? Fu Chenxi turned around. I think she's very pretty. No matter how pretty she is, it doesn't change the fact that she's sick in the head, Liu Beichen said. What's sick in the head? Who are you talking about? Lu Qinyu said. Fu Chenxi saw Lu Qinyu and immediately lowered her head. Lu Qinyu saw her. Oh, you're here. Lu Qinyu smiled. Nice clothes. Where did you borrow them? Fu Chenxi was stunned. Liu Beichen frowned. Dad, since when did you start to study women's clothes? Lu Qinyu turned to Liu Beichen and said, if you're free, bring your friend around. But you have to be careful. There are quite a lot of people here today, so don't run around. Don't let people see you. Got it, got it. You're so long-winded. Where's Jing Yan and the others? Why aren't they here? Lu Qinyu asked. Gu Jingyan is having tutoring. She won't be coming, Liu Beichen said. Lu Qinyu nodded in approval. Jingyan is a good girl. She's smart and studious. She's so hardworking. She's like the Gu family. Students should focus on their studies. She's not bad. She's studious and won't let these trivial things affect her studies. Fu Chenxi's heart sank. Lu Qinyu turned around and said, young lady, you're also in their high school. How are your studies? What rank do you usually get in your exams? Fu Chenxi was even more speechless all of a sudden. She had always been bad at her studies. She had only been able to get in because of luck. After she got in, there were so many good students. She would be lucky if she could get a good rank in her exams. Moreover, after she got together with Liu Beichen, she had been influenced by him and her studies had deteriorated. She stammered and didn't know what to say. Lu Qinyu raised an eyebrow. Chapter 1452. Lu Qinyu didn't say anything. He just sighed and smiled at her. However, this made Fu Chenxi feel even worse. She had a feeling that she had been rejected. Especially if Lu Qinyu had said it directly, she wouldn't have guessed blindly. However, he didn't say it. Liu Beichen said, Dad, what's wrong with studying well? This is a banquet, not a parent-teacher conference. Alright, Chenxi, let's go inside and eat. However, at this moment, Lu Chuxia came over again. She looked at Fu Chenxi with a surprised expression. At first, she didn't know who she was. Moreover, she didn't pay any attention to this ordinary girl at all. After hearing Lu Qinyu's words, she was confused. Could it be that this girl was Liu Beichen's little girlfriend? That was too ordinary. Lu Chuxia snorted and looked at her. What's your name? Why haven't I seen you before? Fu Chenxi was interrupted by her arrogant voice. She flinched and said, I'm Fu Chenxi. Oh. I've never heard of you. Who's your father? Liu Beichen frowned. Lu Chuxia, that's enough. What are you doing? Lu Chuxia was very direct with her words, especially with people she looked down on. Brother, who is this? Is she your girlfriend? So what if she is? Nothing much. It's just that. Lu Chuxia snorted and looked at her. What kind of taste do you have? Fu Chenxi's whole body swayed when she heard that. Her legs turned to jelly. Liu Beichen looked at her and pulled Lu Chuxia over. Lu Chuxia, what are you doing? He said coldly. Lu Chuxia said, what's wrong? Can't I tell the truth? Lu Chuxia turned around and looked at Fu Chenxi. Really, she's not good looking. You have so many beauties around you. Why did you choose this one? Are you stupid? Liu Beichen snorted. Beauties. People like you. Forget it. You have low EQ and are annoying. You have no manners. Hey, who are you talking about? Lu Chusha angrily put her hands on her waist. You don't know who I am. Don't you take a good look at yourself? You're angry that I said that about your girlfriend, but I meant what I said. She's not good enough for you. Ha, it's not up to you to decide if I'm worthy or not. After Liu Beichen finished speaking, he turned around and could not be bothered with her anymore. He turned around and pulled Fu Chenxi away. Fu Chenxi was really sad. She pushed him away awkwardly. Don't pull me, Liu Beichen turned around and said, all right, don't worry about her. Lu Chuxia, if it weren't for my sister, I would have kicked her out of the house long ago. She's selfish, willful, and blabbermouthed. Fu Chenxi shook her head. She felt that she was right. She was too ordinary. Liu Beichen said, don't take her words seriously. Fu Chenxi said, I'm a little too ordinary. How is it ordinary? I think you are very good. Fu Chenxi looked at him. Really? Of course, it's not up to her to decide whether he's ordinary or not. Fu Chenxi's heart was finally a little comforted. Yes, no matter how ordinary she was not ordinary in Liu Beichen's eyes. Wasn't that enough? At this moment, someone suddenly muttered. Did you see that? The fourth miss of the Gu family is here. The fourth miss of the Gu family. Which fourth miss? It's that fourth miss who never shows her face. Didn't you see her? She's very beautiful. No wonder the Gu family covers her up so tightly. If she were to show her face every day, she would probably not be able to hide it anymore. There would be a queue from B city to S city to kidnap her. Everyone looked over. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Gu Jingyan walked in from outside. The strange thing was that she did not wear anything special. She only wore a sweatshirt when she came. It was not that Gu Jingyan did not want to wear it. It was just that she was dragged here by old Su and the others, so she did not even have time to change. However, it was true that clothes make the man, but not Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan, who was only wearing a sweatshirt, looked even more youthful with her skinny figure wrapped in the sweatshirt. Everyone saw Gu Jingyan walk in like that. She was chatting and laughing with her friends beside her, and they started discussing. Youth is really invincible. She came to the banquet without wearing any makeup. Does she need to dress up? She is the fourth miss of the Gu family. Dressing up for you. You think too highly of yourself. She is the center of attention even without dressing up. Exactly. She looks good in sweatshirts, just like you. You need to put on so much powder to cover up your wrinkles. And she is the fourth miss of the Gu family. She does not need to give face to anyone. She does not care what you think of her. She does not care how you look at her. That is the best life. Gu Jingyan did not know that she was just here to have fun because she did not have time. She did not think too much about it. Fu Chenxi was speechless. She stood there and looked at Gu Jingyan, who was wearing simple clothes, but still became the center of attention. This was because of their different family backgrounds. Fu Chenxi smiled bitterly. Seeing Gu Jingyan walk over, Liu Beichen said, I thought you were not coming. They dragged me here by force, Gu Jingyan said. Liu Beichen looked at the other two and said to Gu Jingyan, since you are here, have fun. Let's go, I will bring you in. At this moment, Lu Chuxia arrived. When she saw Gu Jingyan, she was stunned for a moment. However, she wouldn't underestimate Gu Jingyan at all. She quickly walked over and said, Sister Jingyan, you're here. Gu Jingyan turned around. Ah, Chuxia, I have not seen you in a long time. Yeah, I missed you. You did not come to my house to play. You were not here when I came. Sister Jingyan, you just came out with this outfit, right? I saw a celebrity wearing it. It really suits you. You look so skinny in it. Gu Jingyan smiled. Really? I did not know. Lu Chuxia said, you definitely did not know. You focus on your studies every day. Anyway, your housekeeper will bring it over for you. I am just a housekeeper. I do not know anything about fashion. I have to find one myself. Gu Jingyan smiled. Fu Chenxi looked at Gu Jingyan from behind. She gritted her teeth. Was it because Gu Jingyan had a good family background? Or was it because Lu Chuxia had to compliment her no matter what? Fu Chenxi did not expect Gu Jingyan to be so popular. Everyone was so afraid of the Gu family. Lu Beichen saw that Lu Chuxia had come again and pulled her to the side. Alright, if you have nothing to do, go out. Why are you here? Lu Chuxia said, why did you pull me? Lu Beichen said, you are always complimenting Gu Jingyan. Lu Chuxia said, why? I do not admire anyone but Gu Jingyan. Look at her. She has such an aura. She does not need to dress up. She just stands there and looks so imposing. Moreover, she is so good at her studies and works so hard. She knows everything. The Gu family's genes are good. Although Lu Beichen thought that she was exaggerating, it was true. Chapter 1453. Gu Jingyan was already a sight to behold just by standing there. When Gu Jingyan walked in, Lu Qinyu had already come out to welcome her. I was wondering why you didn't come. Uncle Lu, they insisted on dragging me here. Look, I didn't even change my clothes and I came here to embarrass myself. Sigh, why change your clothes? Just treat it as your own home. You don't have to be so formal. It's still a banquet. Moreover, you look beautiful no matter what you wear. Look, Elder Gu is so lucky to have such a beautiful daughter. I'm so jealous of her. Uncle Lu, isn't Chuxia beautiful? My mother is so jealous of you. Chuxia is so sensible and so capable. She's now the #1 socialite in Beijing. I'm too inflexible. My mother always says that if she had someone as beautiful as Chuxia, she would definitely exchange me for her. Who didn't like people praising their children? No matter how much they liked other people's children, they would still like their own children. Hence, when Lu Qinyu heard what she said, his eyes narrowed into a smile. Then let's exchange next time. Really, our daughter always causes trouble. She can't even stop worrying about us. You should teach her a lesson next time. Yeah, if only we could neutralize each other, wouldn't it? How could there be such a good thing? Lu Qinyu said. In the eyes of others, this kind and loving look was very harmonious. They couldn't help but sigh. These two top families had such a good relationship. It was really enviable. However, everyone was saying that Lu Beichen's girlfriend was someone else. This was surprising and inconceivable. Fu Chenxi had heard the conversation between Gu Jingyan and Elder Lu clearly. Gu Jingyan was really good with words. Moreover, she looked natural and unrestrained. She didn't back down at all. The people at the side were all saying, the Gu family has such a good daughter. She's so likable. And she's so good with words. Her entrance and entrance are perfect. She has the demeanor of a big family. Fu Chenxi had already left quietly. She stood at the side and watched. She didn't know what to feel. Perhaps she shouldn't be thinking that way, but at this moment, she felt a little resentful. If she had such a good family background, she wouldn't have to go out and look at others' faces. It was a pity that her family was so ordinary, not even slightly rich. How could she compare with so many top rich families here? After exchanging greetings with everyone, Gu Jingyan followed them to the back and sat down. They found a seat and sat down, but Fu Chenxi was nowhere to be seen. Gu Jingyan said, "Where are Chenxi and the others?" Liu Beichen didn't see her either. He looked around and said, "She probably went to the bathroom." Gu Jingyan looked at him and said, "You're your girlfriend. Why don't you watch her?" Liu Beichen said, "She's an adult. How could she get lost for no reason?" Gu Jingyan shook her head. She watched as Liu Beichen lowered his head to eat. He didn't look like the type who would care about his girlfriend. Fortunately, she was not his girlfriend, otherwise, she would have been angered to death by him. It had to be said that he was a good person to be friends with. Gu Jingyan was opening a drink. Seeing that she couldn't open it, Liu Beichen took it from her and opened it. Gu Jingyan said, "Thank you." "You're welcome." Gu Jingyan looked at him and said, "Actually, you're quite a good person when you're not fighting." "Of course. I've always been a good person, okay?" Hee hee. "Really, Gu Jingyan, you're always prejudiced against me. We've known each other since we were young. Even if I bully you, that's between us. Don't worry, if anyone dares to touch you, I won't let them off. Because we're friends, understand?" Gu Jingyan laughed and looked at him as she said, "All right, I know that if you weren't so flamboyant, domineering, and arrogant, you'd still be a good person. Yeah, if you weren't so barbaric and unreasonable, you'd still be a good person." "You, what? You talk about me first." Gu Jingyan glared at him forcefully. However, everyone looked at each other and smiled. Everyone was making a ruckus here. Not long after, they saw Fu Chenxi return from the other side. But she didn't look well and seemed to be feeling unwell. Gu Jingyan poked Liu Beichen and said, "Go and see what's wrong with Chenxi." It was only then that Liu Beichen realized what was going on and hurried over. "What's wrong?" "Nothing, it's just that I feel like I'm going home." "Are you feeling unwell?" "Yeah, a little." "Let's go then. I'll send you home." Fu Chenxi looked at him and didn't say anything. She just nodded. The two arrived at the Fu family's house. Liu Beichen opened the car door for her. Fu Chenxi looked at him and said, "Beichen, what's wrong?" "I think, what's wrong?" "Tell me. Do you like me?" "Of course." Liu Beichen looked at Fu Chenxi and said, "Are you my girlfriend?" Fu Chenxi shook her head and said, "Then, are you with me because you like me?" "Of course. But I don't understand. Why do you like me?" Liu Beichen didn't think too much about it. He was indeed a hedonistic son of a rich family. Because of his family's wealth and power, he didn't think too much about the things he did. He just did as he pleased. Fu Chenxi saw that he didn't say anything, so she bit her lip and got out of the car. She closed the car door and went inside, crying. "Hey, Chenxi, Fu Chenxi, what are you doing?" Fu Chenxi cried and said, go away. "I don't want to see you." "What's wrong? What did I do wrong that you don't want to see me?" Liu Beichen obviously didn't understand and felt that it was strange. He didn't say anything. Fu Chenxi stood at the door and said, "Are you just playing with me? Are you with me because you think I'm fun? Why would you think that?" Was he that kind of person? Definitely not. He had never thought of it that way and had never behaved that way. He felt that he had behaved quite well. Why would she feel that way? Don't let your imagination run wild. It must be. You're so rich. You can play with anyone you want, but don't play with me, okay? Go away. I don't want to see you anymore. Don't disturb me anymore. Liu Beichen really didn't understand what was wrong with her. He listened to her go upstairs. He didn't know how much time had passed, but she didn't pick up his calls. He stood there and shouted, but no one responded. He could only curse in his heart. He felt a little depressed and left just like that. Fu Chenxi really didn't think that he liked her in any way. Especially when she saw that so many people felt that she wasn't worthy of him, she felt even more worried. Was he playing with her? Would he leave her? Had he never been serious with her? She didn't know, and her imagination ran wild. Chapter 1454. Liu Beichen was bewildered. The next day, Gu Jingyan listened to Fu Chenxi. I think we should forget about it. Liu Beichen and I are not a good match. She was not in a good mood when she said this. Gu Jingyan said, What do you mean by a good match? It's not what others say. Why do you think they're not a good match? It's just that, you are from the same world. Ha, so we are from the same world, but you never quarrel with him, so you are not from the same world. Fu Chenxi looked at Gu Jingyan. Do you really think we are a good match? Isn't love about feelings? How can it be about compatibility? If you feel the same, then you are a good match. Just tell me if you like him or not. Gu Jingyan just said it simply. She would never care so much about other people's love affairs. Fu Chenxi bit her lower lip. She liked him very much, and it was because she liked him that she felt insecure. Fu Chenxi did not go to class but followed Gu Jingyan to the tuition class. As they walked, Gu Jingyan stopped. All right, he's here. Have a good talk. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. Fu Chenxi looked back and saw that Liu Beichen was already walking over. She stared blankly at Gu Jingyan, who already knew what was going on. She realized that Gu Jingyan had secretly informed Liu Beichen. Fu Chenxi did not know what to say and could only lower her head. Gu Jingyan said to Liu Beichen, Treat me to a meal next time. Liu Beichen smiled and gave her an okay gesture. Gu Jingyan turned to leave. When she turned back, she saw that Liu Beichen was talking to Fu Chenxi, and Fu Chenxi lowered her head as she spoke. It seemed that they were going to reconcile. She gave him a deep look before leaving. The final exams came quickly and Gu Jingyan got first place in the whole school. As for Liu Beichen, he did not fall behind and got second place in the whole school. Everyone was in disbelief. The teacher was also surprised. What was wrong with Liu Beichen? When Fu Chenxi saw the results, she was also surprised. Gu Jingyan turned around and looked at Liu Beichen. Didn't you say that you didn't want to study? Liu Beichen raised his eyebrows and leaned back proudly. I just want to tell you that it's not that I can't learn well, it's just that I think it's too easy and I'm too lazy to learn. Look, with just a little effort, you'll catch up. Gu Jingyan was a little surprised, but Fu Chenxi was even more confused. She had thought that Gu Jingyan and Liu Beichen were in a different world from each other since they were not good at studying. Unexpectedly, Liu Beichen had secretly, in fact, only Liu Beichen knew about this. He couldn't bear to see Gu Jingyan being praised by others for being so good at studying, so smart, and so amazing. He thought that as long as one worked hard, anyone could learn well. Studying was such a simple thing. Therefore, he had been working hard in secret. But he didn't expect that after working hard for more than a month, he still couldn't beat Gu Jingyan. He was a little unwilling, especially when he saw that the numbers were only a dozen points off. But on the surface, he pretended that he didn't use any effort at all, which made people gnash their teeth. The teacher praised them and said happily, I'm very happy. This time, there are 2 students in our class competing for the top 10 places in the school. The first place is still Gu Jingyan. She has been the first place in the school for the past year, and she is the pride of our class. There is another student who I really admire, and that is Liu Beichin. After half a year of hard work, he has now entered the top 10 places in the school, and now he is in the 8th place. He is competing with Gu Jingyan, which is something to be proud of. Now, please come up to the stage and share your experiences. Gu Jingyan turned to look at Liu Beichin. He had already jumped up and waved at Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan had no choice but to follow him. Fu Chenxi watched from below. She could only feel her hands clenching tightly again. The sight of them standing on the stage together was so glaring. It made her feel as if the distance between them was getting further and further away. Why was it that they were so good at everything, even their brains were so good, and they could do so well in the exams just by studying? But she, who had worked so hard, could only hover in the last few places. This really made her feel very sad in her heart. When the two of them finished sharing their experiences, Fu Chenxi was already gone. No matter what, the winter break had arrived. During the break, Gu Jingyan was still working hard in her studies. As for Liu Beichin, he was still sloppy. He only met Fu Chenxi occasionally, and the rest of the time, he was busy at home. However, when he sent Fu Chenxi home, Fu Chenxi's parents found out that Fu Chenxi and Liu Beichin were dating. "Chenxi, who was that just now? Why did you come back in a car?" Once Fu Chenxi got home, her family immediately pulled her aside and questioned her. Fu Chenxi said impatiently, "That's none of your business, Chenxi, you're a girl. You can't walk the right path. You're still so young. Don't tell me that you've been tricked by those old people." "Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? That's my classmate, not some old person." "What? We don't believe you. Chenxi, don't try to lie to us." "Mom, why would I lie to you? She's really my classmate. My school is so amazing. Do you know how many amazing classmates there are?" Her parents looked at each other and understood at once. "Then tell me, are you in a relationship?" Fu Chenxi's face had already turned red. Her parents immediately came up with a plan. Although she was too young and it was not good for her to be in a relationship, when she went to that school, she had heard from others that it was an amazing school and there were many rich people there. It would be a lie to say that she was not tempted. If she really found a rich man there and married him in the future, their Chenxi's parents knew that it was luck that she was able to get into number 1 middle school. It did not mean that she had the ability. In the future, if she relied on her to get into a university and get a job, there would be no hope. It would be better for her to find a better family and marry. However, they did not expect that this matter would soon surprise them even more. The Liu family was not an ordinary family. The next day, the few of them arrived at Fu Chenxi's house. The people outside were shocked to see a few cars stop at the Fu Chenxi's house. Fu Chenxi's parents were even more surprised. After they got out of the car, they saw a tall man in his 40s walking down. "Is Fu Chenxi your daughter?" Chapter 1455. When Fu Chenxi came back, her parents were already cheerfully saying to her, "Chenxi, you should break up with Liu Beichin." Fu Chenxi looked as if she had been struck by lightning. She looked at her parents and asked, "What's wrong?" Fu Chenxi's parents said, "Liu Beichin's father came just now. He's right. The difference between you two is too big. Liu Beichin is still young and he's just playing with you. Don't fall for it. When you get sick of him and he leaves you, you'll be left with nothing. You'd better be smart and leave him now. Don't wait until you lose both you and your money." "Lose both you and your money? What did they give you?" Fu Chenxi's parents were a little embarrassed, but they still told the truth. They gave us 10 million. That's a lot of money. They're really rich. Chenxi, you should leave him. Otherwise, you won't get another chance like this. 10 million. 10 million, should she feel honored that their family was willing to spend 10 million yuan on her? 15 minutes later, Fu Chenxi ran out of the house. Half an hour later, she appeared in front of the Liu family's house. Liu Beichen rushed out after receiving the call. He looked at Fu Chenxi and said, "What's wrong?" Fu Chenxi grabbed Liu Beichen and said, "Beichen, tell me, do you like me?" Liu Beichen said, "I do." He had been answering Fu Chenxi's question recently. He felt that Fu Chenxi was really too sensitive recently. She kept asking the same question. Fu Chenxi looked up at him and said, "Then will you really be with me for the rest of your life?" What? Liu Beichen had never thought about these questions. They were still so young. A lifetime was so long, who knew? Chenxi, listen to me. No one knows what will happen in the future, right? Shouldn't we take things one step at a time? Fu Chenxi's hand suddenly fell. Liu Beichen said, "Hey, Chenxi." Fu Chenxi pushed Liu Beichen away and said, "You're all lying to me." Lying to me. Fu Chenxi turned and ran away. "Hey, Chenxi," Liu Beichen called out, but Fu Chenxi didn't turn around. Liu Beichen thought that he would look for her tomorrow and ask her what had happened. Who would have thought, after Fu Chenxi left, she did not return. The next day, when Liu Beichen went to look for her, he saw that the Fu family had already moved out of their original place, quietly. Liu Beichen blew up and started searching the entire world. "Gu Jingyan, did Fu Chenxi look for you?" Liu Beichen called Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan said, "What's wrong? What happened to Chenxi?" "She didn't look for me." "Really?" "No, I don't believe it. She's gone. She's only friends with you. You must know something." Gu Jingyan paused for a moment and said that they would talk about it when they met. The two of them met outside and Gu Jingyan handed a letter to Liu Beichen. When Chenxi left, she said that she felt that the two of you were not from the same world. You would eventually leave her, so it was better for her to leave first. "You." Liu Beichen grabbed Gu Jingyan forcefully. "Why didn't you stop her? Why didn't you tell me first?" Gu Jingyan said calmly, "Liu Beichen, wake up and think about it. If she wants to leave, it means that she feels insecure. Is it because of me? What's the point of getting angry at me?" Liu Beichen knew that he had neglected this. For a period of time, Fu Chenxi had been behaving strangely, but he had never paid attention to it. Liu Beichen left Gu Jingyan's place in a daze. He wondered if he had really done something unforgivable. Otherwise, why would Fu Chenxi leave without saying a word? She didn't even give him a reason. The new year wasn't good. There was no news of Fu Chenxi the next semester, or the semester after that. Until the university entrance exams. Gu Jingyan was not surprised. She was accepted into the best university in B City, Q University. And Liu Beichen was also accepted into that university. He had to stay at the university. Gu Jingyan had to go overseas for further studies, so she was late for a few days. Carrying her luggage, she thought to herself. If she had known earlier, she would have told her family that she was coming back today. But since she was already here, she couldn't be bothered to call her family. She scrolled through her contacts and called Liu Beichen. At this moment, Liu Beichen was still in the school bar. Drinking. "Wow, young Master Liu, you're so good at drinking. Young Master Liu, why are you so handsome?" At the bar next to the school, there were many students from the surrounding universities. When he arrived, he gathered a few girls, including Old Sue and Little Q, and the group was noisy. Liu Beichen said, "All right, you guys drink. I'll give these to whoever drinks the most." As he said that, he threw $1 million watch on his wrist onto the table. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they began to drink even more excitedly. Young Master Liu is so generous. Young Master Liu is so generous. Everyone looked at Liu Beichen. They were really attracted by his handsome and extravagant appearance. Today, they were so lucky to meet Liu Beichen here. The women all wanted to get closer to him. They didn't know what kind of person it was to be his woman, but they felt that it must be a very honorable thing to be his woman. Just then, the phone that Liu Beichen had thrown aside rang. Liu Beichen didn't see it, but a woman saw it and picked it up. "Hello, Liu Beichen, come over." The woman who was holding the phone was stunned. Who was this? How could she be so rude? Who are you? Young Master Liu is busy. Gu Jingyan heard it and realized that it was a woman. She chuckled. Ever since Fu Chenxi had left, Liu Beichen had really become more promiscuous. She was used to it. She snorted and said, "Let Liu Beichen answer the phone." "Ha, who do you think you are to answer the phone just because you said so?" "I'll say it again. Let Liu Beichen answer the phone. If not, you'll bear the consequences." "Ha, who do you think you are? You want young Master Liu to answer the phone just because you want him to. Are you his woman?" "Young Master Liu is with us now and he's very busy. He doesn't have time to answer your phone." Gu Jingyan took a deep breath. At this moment, Liu Beichen realized that his phone was missing. He looked up and saw a woman holding his phone. He frowned and said, "What's wrong? What are you doing?" The woman quickly took the phone and said, "Young Master Liu, look. There's a fierce woman on the phone. She wants young Master Liu to answer the phone. Judging from her tone, she dares to talk to young Master Liu like that. I'm helping young Master Liu to teach her a lesson." A fierce woman. Liu Beichen snatched the phone away. Elder Su said, "Could it be Gu Jingyan? She seems to be coming back from overseas." "Ha! It must be her. She's so fierce," little Q said. Chapter 1456. Hello. Liu Beichen, I don't care what you're doing. Come over and help me carry my luggage. I have a lot of luggage and I can't carry it back. Also, I don't know how to drive. Hurry up. Okay. I'll go right away. Who told you to come back? I'll be there in half an hour. Also, what are you doing? Where did that woman come from? Liu Beichen looked at the woman coldly. The woman trembled in fright. Liu Beichen said, "Nothing. I'll go over now." He put down the phone and tugged at his shirt. "Don't touch my phone." The woman's face darkened in fright again. Seeing that Liu Beichen had left, she patted her chest and said, "Who was the one who called?" She was so fierce. Old Su pursed his lips. "You guys don't know. Next time, don't provoke her. Seriously, is she really that powerful? How dare she be so fierce to young Master Liu? Yeah, who is she? How can young Master Liu tolerate her? Anyway, she's someone you can't afford to offend." Old Su was too lazy to talk to them and got up to leave. Liu Beichen picked Gu Jingyan up and carried her to school with a large number of bags. They moved into the dormitory building. When they entered the dormitory, there was no one inside. At this time, most of the students were studying. After all, this was Q University, the top university in the country. There were many good students. Liu Beichen said, "Looks like there are many pretty girls in your dormitory." He looked around the dormitory and said, "All right, all right. It's good enough that the dormitory manager let you come up. Hurry up and leave. That's because the dormitory manager can't resist my charm." "Yes, yes, yes. You're so flirtatious." Liu Beichen looked at Gu Jingyan. "You're just jealous." Gu Jingyan said, "All right, I'm almost done packing. You can leave first." "Okay, I'll be leaving then. Call me if you need anything. Don't stand on ceremony." "Of course, your mother told me before she came that you're a girl and that I should take care of you." She was supposed to take care of her, but he made it sound like she was taking care of her. Seriously. Gu Jingyan also knew how long-winded her mother was. She must have been nagging Liu Beichen a lot. Because this was Gu Jingyan's first time staying on campus, they were still a little worried. After saying that, Liu Beichen left. Gu Jingyan began to tidy up. This was a 4-person dormitory. It was quite standard. There was a desk below and a bunk above. The other 3 looked quite clean. They had already tidied up and there was nothing wrong with it. At this time, the other 3 also returned. Because they had been in class for many days, they were more familiar with each other. They came in and talked and laughed. "Hey, the person from our dormitory is here." Everyone looked at Gu Jingyan in amazement, and their hearts were written all over their faces. What a beautiful girl. She was a woman that even women would be moved by. "Are you our roommate?" "Yes, hello everyone. My name is Gu Jingyan." Gu Jingyan greeted them with a smile. "Wow, hello, hello." Everyone introduced each other and chatted for a while before going about their own business. As they worked, they discussed among themselves. "Oh, Gu Jingyan, did you hear that Liu Beichen came to our dormitory last night? I don't know who he's here to see off." Gu Jingyan paused and said, "Oh, really? What's wrong with Liu Beichen? Is he famous?" "Wow, of course. You came late, so you don't know him. He's so handsome. It's the first time I've seen such a handsome man. And he's super cool. And he's so good at his studies. I heard that his results are very high. He's young Master Liu. His family is very powerful. Didn't you see that he usually drives a Maserati or a Ferrari? He doesn't even have a car that costs less than 1,000,000 yuan. I didn't expect him to be in the same school as us. I'm so proud." Gu Jingyan thought that this man was indeed flirtatious. He had only been here for a short period of time, but he had already won over all the girls in the school. The next day, Gu Jingyan went to class. When she reached the classroom, she saw that everyone was already there. She found a seat and sat down. When the teacher was teaching, the students in the class were secretly looking at Gu Jingyan. Because she came late, Gu Jingyan was not familiar with her classmates. However, everyone was not familiar with her either. For example, they didn't know that there was such a beautiful girl in the class. "Is she the new one? Is she from our class? I've never seen her before. She's so beautiful. She's mine. I'm going to confess later. Get lost. Don't fight with me." Gu Jingyan sat there and didn't hear it. However, her roommates who were sitting together saw the attitude of the people in the class. "Wow, Gu Jingyan, you've captured so many men the moment you came." "Yeah, I think they're all crazy." Although the beauty in the same dormitory made them pale in comparison, they were quite proud to be in the same dormitory as Gu Jingyan because she was really too beautiful. After all, they had suddenly become the focus of the class. Gu Jingyan looked up and said speechlessly, "What's going on? Because you're too beautiful." Gu Jingyan raised her eyebrows. After class, she saw that a few people were already eager to come over. However, before they came over, old Sue had already called. Jingyan, do you know where the cafeteria is? Come over. Gu Jingyan said, okay, I'll be right there. Because she wanted to eat with them, Gu Jingyan didn't go with her roommates. When she went outside to find the cafeteria, she realized that Q University was much bigger than she thought. She had no choice but to pull a random guy along. Excuse me, where's the cafeteria? The guy was surprised. He didn't expect that the goddess that everyone was talking about in class would actually talk to him. The cafeteria is over there. Do you want to go? I can bring you there. Really? Thank you so much. Gu Jingyan smiled. The boy was really going crazy. Looking at her smile, he only felt that for this kind of smile, he only felt that he could only do anything for her. You don't have to be so polite. We're classmates. Ah, really? What a coincidence. Yeah, you came late, so you don't know anyone. Yeah, I just came back, so I came a little late. My name is Lu Yi. I sat behind you in class today. Really? Hello, I'm Gu Jingyan. Yeah, when you came, someone in class already said your name. It's a nice name. Ha, really? Thank you. Gu Jingyan smiled as she followed him to the cafeteria. He felt really honored. As they walked, he said, look, the guys next to me are probably dying of envy. Gu Jingyan looked around. There were indeed a lot of people staring at them. Ah. Louis said, I won't be surrounded, will I? I think they all want to kill me. You're exaggerating. Chapter 1457. Of course. There are more boys than girls in our school. We do have pretty girls, but it's the first time we've seen someone as beautiful as you. Gu Jingyan smiled. You're really good with words. Lu Yi immediately scratched his head shyly. He looked very simple and honest. Gu Jingyan couldn't find the others when they entered the cafeteria, so she found a place to sit down. Let me help you get the food. I know which window has the best food, Lu Yi volunteered. Gu Jingyan didn't care and let him get the food. Lu Yi returned quickly and saw a commotion at the entrance. Someone shouted, look, it's Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen walked in coquettishly with a basketball in his hand. He was talking and laughing with old Sue and the others, and he even winked at the pretty girls beside him. God, I feel like I'm going to get pregnant just by looking at him. Wow, look, is Liu Beichen looking at me? Gu Jingyan saw that the cafeteria had suddenly become a place for chasing stars. Everyone was screaming at Liu Beichen, so she couldn't be bothered to eat with Liu Beichen and the others. He was too attractive. It was better for her to stay here and eat. Lu Yi looked at Liu Beichen enviously. Sigh, how can there be such a perfect man in this world? Gu Jingyan looked at him in surprise. No way, you like men. What? How is that possible? Then you're smitten with a man, Gu Jingyan said. Lu Yi quickly explained, I like women, okay? I'm just envious of him. He has such a good family background, so rich, and so handsome. Sigh, it's because of him that we're nothing compared to him. It'll be harder for us to find a girlfriend in the future. Come on, Gu Jingyan said, they're just fooling around. Who would really want to be with him? Why not? Didn't you see the school forum? There are so many women in the school who are willing to give birth to his children. Don't you like a man like him? I think that since you're so pretty, you'll definitely find such a good-looking man as your goal. Ha, I'll look for anyone but him. Don't worry. Really? You're not interested in him? Lu Yi looked like he didn't believe her. Gu Jingyan said, "Of course, I'm not interested in him." They were good friends, but he was so arrogant when he had nothing to do. His style was completely different from hers. How could they possibly see eye to eye? Lu Yi looked at Gu Jingyan with interest. "What type do you like?" "Anyway, I'm not your type." Gu Jingyan hadn't forgotten the ridiculous things that happened between her and Xing Kai, so she was very decisive in her rejection of people. From the beginning, she didn't leave any leeway. Sure enough, Lu Yi's hopeful eyes immediately dimmed. He sat there dejectedly and curled his lips speechlessly. However, he was just asking with a little hope. He didn't mean anything else. How could he fall in love with her at first sight? It was just that she was too beautiful, so it felt good to be with her. Gu Jingyan finished her simple meal. During the meal, Lu Beichen called and asked her why she didn't go with them. She directly said that she had already eaten and was too lazy to go with them. Although the two of them were in the same school and department, they were not in the same profession. His major was economic management. She majored in finance. It was difficult to get into Q University. There would definitely be many future elites in her class. After the class, Lu Beichen called. "Didn't we say that we would welcome you? You've been back for a day and you haven't come to see us. Are you hiding from us?" "It's because you're too busy and I didn't want to disturb you." "Busy? What am I busy with?" "You're busy flirting with girls." "Get lost. Which eye of yours saw me flirting with girls?" "I'm being surrounded by girls. I can't bear to see them sad, so I just casually said a few words to them." Hee hee. Thinking about this man's frivolous attitude, Gu Jingyan found it hilarious. "Alright, Gu Sei next to the school is here to welcome you. Hurry up and come." "Alright." Ever since Fu Chenxi left him, he had been bewitching. However, even though he was bewitching, he would never date anyone. Gu Jingyan was used to it. Soon, they reached Gu Sei. Seeing a bunch of beauties, she shook her head. Walking over, she could hear the beauties fawning over Lu Beichen. "Young Master Lu, do you eat this?" "Young Master Lu, have a grape." The beauties raised their heads and saw Gu Jingyan at first glance. It wasn't that they were too sensitive, but Gu Jingyan was too flamboyant. She was as beautiful as a rose with thorns, bright and dangerous. They didn't want to see such a beautiful person in front of Lu Beichen. "Hey, what are you doing?" "There's someone here," one of the beauties said to Gu Jingyan with a bad attitude. Gu Jingyan said, "Of course I'm here to sit." "Hey, how can you be so shameless?" "I said there's someone here." "Yeah, don't tell me you're here to flirt with young Master Lu." Just as she said that, Lu Beichen stood up. "Hey, who are you pointing at?" His gaze sharpened and he pushed the hands of the lady in front of him away. Ah, the lady was shocked. Seeing Lu Beichen glare at her coldly, she quickly walked over to Gu Jingyan. "Why are you so late?" "Even if I didn't come, it would still be lively here," Gu Jingyan said as she shrugged. Lu Beichen glanced at the lady behind him. "It's because you're too slow and I'm bored." Hee hee. "Can I have my meal in peace now?" Lu Beichen turned around immediately and said coldly, "Get lost." "Young Master Lu, what's wrong with us?" "Young Master Lu, you can't do this." Lu Beichen wasn't interested in their whining. "I don't want to say it again." His tone was even colder and his expression darkened. The few of them froze in fear. Not daring to offend him, they quickly left with their tails between their legs. But before they left, they didn't forget to glare at Gu Jingyan. Jealousy and resentment. Who was this woman? Lu Beichen had chased them away because of her, and he was so fierce. Gu Jingyan shook her head. "You're really a demon." "What's wrong? Did I scare you?" Hee, we'll talk about it in our next life. Liu Beichen smiled and started preparing food for her. Hurry up and eat. You're so late. Aren't you hungry? Yes, I'm starving. Then hurry up and serve the food. Hearing that she was hungry, Liu Beichen turned around and shouted, hurry up and serve us the food. It'll be here soon. Seeing that, the restaurant quickly got to work. Soon, the food was served. Gu Jingyan ate in a hurry. It had been a long time since she had such delicious Chinese food. She felt that it was delicious. Chapter 1458. All right. Eat slowly. No one's going to take your food. What? Are you afraid that I'll make you poor? Hee, eat as much as you want. It's my loss if you end up poor. Just then, Gu Jingyan wanted to laugh, but she choked. Cough. Her face turned red. Liu Beichen's expression changed. What's wrong? Cough, quick, have a sip of water. Ouch, hurry up. Liu Beichen called for the waiter. The waiter was a little slow. Liu Beichen snatched it from her. Have a sip, Liu Beichen said. Gu Jingyan took it and took a sip. She finally calmed down. Liu Beichen frowned. Look at you. Gu Jingyan said, oh, I almost died. Liu Beichen said, tell me, when can you be more careful? You almost died. How old are you? How could you choke on water? I'm impressed. In the future, do I have to be chewed up and fed to you to be safe? Hey, I'm not as bad as you say. You're so long-winded. If these women knew how long-winded you are, they would run away. You think I'm long-winded? I'm doing this for your own good and you're saying I'm long-winded. Liu Beichen said. See, you're still talking, Gu Jingyan said. Liu Beichen said, TSK, you're really heartless. Yeah, girls are heartless. If you don't like them, don't date them. Heh, luckily I didn't date you. Otherwise, I'd die of anger. After dinner, Liu Beichen sent Gu Jingyan back to the dormitory. When they reached the dormitory, Gu Jingyan realized that he had left his notebook in her bag. It must be his notes from class. But it was too late. She decided to send it to him the next day. The next day, Gu Jingyan had classes all day. She had 2 classes in her own class, so she didn't have to go to the big classroom. After Gu Jingyan sat down, Lu Yi came over. Everyone looked at Lu Yi enviously. Lu Yi smiled and sat down. What are you doing? Oh, I want to go to another class to look for someone. I don't know if they are in their own classroom. In their university, each department still had their own classes. Usually, they would go to the big classroom for the big class. Lu Yi said, he should have been in his classroom this morning. Is that so? Then I'll go find him. Who are you looking for? Liu Beichen. Ah. Lu Yi was surprised. Why are you looking for him? Nothing, just something personal. She got up and asked, is his class in front? Yeah, it's a little far from us. Look, it's just in front of the school building. Hey, didn't you say yesterday that you weren't interested in Liu Beichen? What does having no interest have to do with me going to look for him? But, if you're not interested, why are you looking for him? You think too much. I have something to do. She smiled, got up, patted Lu Yi, and walked out. Soon, it was Liu Beichen's class. From the outside, he could see that there were many pretty girls inside. Liu Beichen had chosen a good class. Gu Jingyan stood at the door and stopped someone. Hey, is Liu Beichen in your class? Upon hearing that she was looking for Liu Beichen, the girl at the door immediately sized up Gu Jingyan. Because of Gu Jingyan's beauty, the girl took a few more glances at her. Then, with a gloomy expression, she said, "He's not here." Gu Jingyan said, "He's not here." Really? She didn't know where he was going. She leaned over to take a look. The girl stopped her immediately. "What are you looking at? Is this your class? Just look in." Gu Jingyan was pushed to the side and frowned. "What's wrong? Can't I take a look if he's not in my class?" "Ha, of course not." "Why? Do you want to chase Liu Beichen?" "Let me tell you, there's no way. There are many people chasing after him. They come to the classroom every day. Who do you think you are? Just wait in line." Gu Jingyan was puzzled. She wasn't a pursuer at all. Even if she was, what did it have to do with her? Gu Jingyan raised her eyebrows. "Oh. Then who do you think you are to Liu Beichen? Why are you blocking his way?" The girl glared at her. "I'm no one, but I just can't stand the way you're blocking people's doorstep. You're a girl, don't be so reserved. Go away, go away. Don't block people's doorstep, okay?" she said as she tried to push Gu Jingyan again. This time, Gu Jingyan didn't let her. She retreated to the side and dodged her hand. The girl grabbed nothing but air. She was furious. Gu Jingyan harumphed and said, "I'm looking for Liu Beichen no matter what." With that, Gu Jingyan was about to enter the classroom. The girl said angrily at the door, "Hey, I've never seen someone as shameless as you. What are you doing? Get out of the way. I won't let you in. I'm looking for Liu Beichen. What right do you have to stop me from entering? How can you be so shameless? How can there be a girl like you? Who do you think you are? You want to see Liu Beichen just because you want to. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? Why are you chasing after Liu Beichen? Heh, what do I look like? I know Liu Beichen." The girl paused and looked at Gu Jingyan in disbelief. "Don't think that I'll let you in just because you say that." Gu Jingyan couldn't be bothered with her. She shouted into the classroom, "Liu Beichen, are you there? Don't play dead inside. I'm here to give you your notebook." You. The girl at the door looked shocked. But unexpectedly, inside, Liu Beichen was walking out step by step. Gu Jingyan. The girl outside froze. She watched as Liu Beichen walked out and walked towards Gu Jingyan. She thought indignantly, does she really know Liu Beichen? Gu Jingyan harumphed. She walked up to Liu Beichen right in front of her and said, "You don't want the notebook anymore." "Oh, did I leave it with you last night? I forgot." He took the notebook. Gu Jingyan gestured at the girl with her chin. The girl's eyes were filled with jealousy, but she still walked in unhappily. Does she really know Liu Beichen? How is that possible? Gu Jingyan harumphed. She hooked her arm around Liu Beichen's and walked in front of her deliberately. Looking at her burning face, he finally felt much better. "Let's go. Remember to have lunch together." It wasn't just the girl. The rest of the people were also looking at them. Especially when they saw the two of them walking out arm in arm. Their eyes widened. Who is this beauty? Why does she look so intimate with Liu Beichen? Everyone watched in surprise as the two of them left. The two of them had instantly become the focus of the corridor. Liu Beichen still didn't know what was going on. He just felt that there was something wrong with her when she dragged him out. Gu Jingyan was also angry at the girl. Otherwise, she wouldn't have let others know that she knew Liu Beichen. Digression, alright, I know that everyone is very upset about the recent updates. I'm also very upset, but I've been really busy with work, and I still have to prepare a new article. Now, let me tell everyone a piece of good news. The new article has already been released. Hidden Married Wife, CEO, Don't Play Me. For the time being, this will be the title. Everyone can go and have a look. It's a different story, just as exciting. Chapter 1459. Gu Jingyan dragged Liu Beichen out with her. She wanted to tell him that they were going to have lunch together, but they ran into her roommates the moment they stepped out. They were about to greet Gu Jingyan when they saw her, but then they saw who was next to her. Wasn't that Liu Beichen? Liu Beichen, no way. Why is Gu Jingyan with him? It looks like they know each other. They stared at Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan had already noticed them. She glanced at the eye-catching Liu Beichen and said, all right. I'll see you at the canteen at noon. I'm leaving. All right. Liu Beichen stood there with his hands in his pockets. His handsome face was flushed red. Gu Jingyan skipped over to her two roommates. Ah, Gu Jingyan, you and Liu Beichen. Gu Jingyan, tell us the truth. Why are you with Liu Beichen? The two of them immediately seized Gu Jingyan and questioned her. Gu Jingyan said, Hey. We're from the same university. What's wrong with knowing each other? We're so close to each other. Even if we're not in the same major, we're still in the same faculty. We see each other all the time. Who would see Liu Beichen all the time? We see each other all the time too. Why haven't you spoken to him for so long? Sigh. That's because you don't talk to him. They screamed when they saw him. Indeed, they hadn't talked to each other. However, they had heard that although Liu Beichen didn't look unapproachable, he was a cold person. If he didn't like someone, he wouldn't give them any face. After all, a man like him didn't need to give face to anyone. The two of them escorted Gu Jingyan back. Before they reached the door, Liu Yi came over. Who were you with just now? Liu Yi looked outside. Was that Liu Beichen? Gu Jingyan patted him. What's wrong? Didn't I tell you that I was going to see him? You really went. I thought you were joking. Ahem. Why would I joke about something like this? You're right. I thought you were joking. You're really. Louis looked outside for a long time. He was jealous of Liu Beichen. He thought that Liu Beichen was rich and handsome. That was why a girl like Gu Jingyan was destined to be his. Although it was impossible for him to fall in love with Gu Jingyan at first sight, any man would have some fantasies about such a beautiful girl. Not to mention anything else, if she gave them the slightest bit of hope, each and every one of them would definitely be willing to risk their lives. But now that he knew that she really liked Liu Beichen, he could only wish her well, because he understood why such a good girl would fall for him. However, he was still somewhat disappointed. At noon, Gu Jingyan waved goodbye to Liu Yi. I'm going to have lunch first. Liu Yi watched as Gu Jingyan entered the restaurant. After a few rounds with Liu Beichen, they went to have dinner together. He sighed bitterly. Reality was indeed cruel. However, there were many other students in the school who saw this scene. Gu Jingyan had only been here for a few days, but her reputation had already risen. Many people were secretly trying to find out who she was, and there were also many people who were talking about her beauty. Although many people didn't know her and some of them hadn't seen her before, they already knew that there was a beautiful girl in the finance department called Gu Jingyan. Now, everyone knew that Gu Jingyan had been hanging out with Liu Beichen and the others the moment she arrived. Unfortunately, Gu Jingyan wasn't just amazing in this aspect. A few days after arriving at the school, she submitted a thesis and it was published in a world-renowned finance magazine. The school had publicly praised her. Everyone instantly knew that Gu Jingyan was a straight-A student. She had entered Q University and was specially recruited because she was the top scorer in City B. But because she was low-key, the school didn't publicize her. That day, when the thesis was published, the teacher congratulated Gu Jingyan in class. He also boasted about Gu Jingyan's glorious history. Everyone turned around to look at this beautiful girl who could have made a living with her looks but chose to rely on her talent. Louis sat next to her and looked at her in admiration. "Wow, Gu Jingyan, I didn't know you were so amazing." Gu Jingyan said, "What do you mean by I was amazing? Didn't you think I would be so amazing?" "Well, I just thought that a beautiful girl like you should just focus on being beautiful." Gu Jingyan snorted. "Are you saying that I'm like a vase?" "Well, you're not a vase. Most beautiful girls like you wouldn't study so hard." Gu Jingyan rolled her eyes. "That only means that you don't know many girls like her." Yeah, of course they didn't know many. She was the only beautiful girl he knew. Because of the teacher's publicity, Gu Jingyan became famous in an instant. She had already been talked about because of her beauty. Now, everyone knew that Gu Jingyan was so amazing. In the blink of an eye, Gu Jingyan had become a famous person. When they went out, Liu Beichen could still hear people saying, "I heard that Gu Jingyan has been recruited by the student council. I think she's going to be a candidate for the student council president." Wow, that's amazing. The student council president of Q University. She won't be an ordinary person in the future. That's because she's so amazing. Elder Su said, "Wow, it looks like our great beauty Gu is starting to attract fans quickly." Liu Beichen smiled. Before he could say anything, he heard another guy say, if I can marry Gu Jingyan, I'd be willing to do anything for her in my next life." Then you have to earn 100 million first. Otherwise, I don't think you can marry her." "How would you know if you don't try?" "No, I have to bring her tea and water tonight." "Which floor is her dormitory in?" "I have to bring her hot water." "Forget it. There are plenty of guys who wait there every day to bring her things. If you want to go, you have to queue up first." Liu Beichen's eyes darkened. What the hell? There are people who are going to bring Gu Jingyan tea and water. Elder Su shrugged. "Yeah, what do you think? It started a few days ago." Liu Beichen sneered. "Seriously, she's so ostentatious. Doesn't she find it troublesome?" "You can't blame her for that." Elder Su said, "This is because the teacher's publicity is too powerful. Plus, she's really quite attractive. It has nothing to do with her. She only knows how to cause trouble." "Seriously," Liu Beichen said as he stuffed his hands into his pockets. At this moment, Gu Jingyan arrived. Gu Jingyan entered their class and called out to them, "Hey, let's go eat together." "What are you guys doing?" Now, entering their class was almost a normal thing. At first, the girls who stopped them at the door would walk around her when they saw her. Chapter 1460. First-year classes were supposed to be very relaxed, but Q University didn't have such a thing. Ever since school started, they had been busy. They attended classes in the day, studied at night, and even went to the library during their breaks. Hence, when they were in high school, the teacher said, "It's okay if you're tired now. You'll be relaxed when you get to university." That was bullshit. In university, one had to rely on self-awareness. The price of being relaxed was not having a degree. Gu Jingyan signed up for a double degree the moment she arrived. From then on, she started to wander around the various libraries. Fortunately, the conditions of a first-class university were better. The library had a rich collection of books and the learning atmosphere was good. She usually had to queue up to go to the library every day, but because it was Gu Jingyan, the teacher gave her a more relaxed condition. She just had to study at a fixed spot every day. As usual, she was reading a book. After a while, she felt a commotion on the side. She raised her head and saw that a few coquettish men had entered. The girls were all looking at the handsome men, discussing and screaming. Gu Jingyan shook her head. Seeing the men come to her side, she said, "How did you guys come in? You should be queuing up." At this time, classes had just ended. They should still be queuing up. Ha! The auntie in the library was overjoyed to see me. She knocked me out and let me in, little Q said like a clown. Old Sue said, "Hee hee, listen to his bragging. We were the ones who sold Liu Beichen out." Every time the auntie in the library sees Liu Beichen, she wishes he was her son and let him in. Liu Beichen went up and punched him. Old Sue gasped. As the few of them laughed and joked around, the people around them screamed even louder. Gu Jingyan felt that they were delaying everyone's studies and disturbing the order of the library. All right. Can you guys stop for a while? Don't disturb my studies. What's the point of just studying? Old Sue said. Gu Jingyan said, "Then why are you guys here?" "I'm bored, so I came to see you." "Hee hee, I'm bored, but you guys aren't." Little Q said, Come, let's just play games here." Little Q found someone and threw a few banknotes at him. That person happily helped them to pack up their computers. After a while, they took their games and sat beside Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan said, "Playing games in the library. You guys are really something. Isn't this to accompany you?" As they spoke, they were already gearing up for a fight. Gu Jingyan watched from the side and suddenly felt that the game was actually quite fun. Little Q said, "Why? Are you interested? Come, I'll let you play with my account." "Is that so?" "Alright, I'll try, but I've never fought before." It's fine. Girls are meant to be led. Just stand still in the spring, and Liu Beichen will be responsible for leading everyone. With that, under Little Q's guidance, they started a new round. Little Q continued excitedly, "Let me tell you, in this server, Beichen is definitely number one. Don't look down on him just because he's not good at anything else, but he's definitely top-notch in this game. There's nothing else, he's a professional player. You don't even know how many people want to poach him, but unfortunately, he doesn't like it. Otherwise, he would definitely be." He hadn't even finished bragging about his celebrity status when he saw Gu Jingyan's beautiful kill. Little Q had yet to react as he stared dumbfounded at the interior. Gu Jingyan looked up and blinked her alluring eyes. "Is this the right way to play?" Old Sue turned around and said, "It can't be." That was Gu Jingyan. Little Q said, "Of course. Didn't you see who was holding the mouse?" Old Sue said, Not bad. You're worth teaching. Although you were lucky, it shows that you're talented. Come on. However, after that, Old Sue couldn't say anything else. At the back, Gu Jingyan ran over to coordinate with Liu Beichen. One of them was in charge of the damage output, while the other was in charge of the tank. They killed their opponents until they were screaming for their mothers. The people on the other side also knew who they were. After all, Liu Beichen's name was shining brightly in the server. No one could see him. He had been in the number one position for a year and hadn't moved at all. The few people in his fixed team all had similar names and they were all top-notch players. Their videos were often posted on the official website and discussed by people. Hence, they all knew who they were. Those who were matched with them were naturally top-notch players. Hence, when they faced Little Q, they felt that it was strange. Since when did their tank player, don't hit my family's damage output, become so good? With one look, they realized that no one had died in the entire arena. One by one. They were almost on par with Liu Beichen's Don't Hit My Nanny. Old Sue was initially very surprised. He thought that it couldn't be. It wasn't like Gu Jingyan hadn't played it before. However, when he turned his head to look, he saw that Gu Jingyan's hands were extremely fast. One hand was on the keyboard while the other was on the mouse. She looked very calm, but her movements were precise and fast. Old Sue couldn't help but exclaim, "Jingyan, how did you play so well?" Gu Jingyan raised her head. "It's quite simple." Gu Jingyan smiled. "I've learned how to play the piano before. I feel that it's similar to playing the piano. It's just a two-handed operation. You just have to have a better sense of balance and coordination." Old Sue suddenly felt that sometimes, things like genes were really quite magical. For example, Gu Jingyan was so strong. Not only did she know everything, she was also so good at everything. Right now, he really felt that nothing could be too difficult for this girl. At this moment, Liu Beichen also turned his head and looked deeply at Gu Jingyan. Little Q was already speechless at the side. Now, he looked at him and said, "How is it, Beichen?" Liu Beichen looked at Gu Jingyan and nodded. "Not bad." Little Q was even more amazed. Even Liu Beichen said that it was not bad. Actually, among them, Liu Beichen was the best at playing. They were all slightly weaker. Hence, sometimes when they cooperated, they couldn't keep up with Liu Beichen's pace. For example, the support couldn't keep up and the tank couldn't keep up. But looking at it now, Gu Jingyan seemed to be able to keep up. After a round, Gu Jingyan put down the mouse. "Not bad, not bad." Little Q shook his head and clapped his hands. "Jingyan, tell me, is there anything in this world that you don't know?" Gu Jingyan said, "There is." "What?" "If I were as stupid as you, I wouldn't know it." "Damn." Little Q felt that he was going to die of anger. Gu Jingyan laughed. Liu Beichen looked at Gu Jingyan and said, "Since you're so good at playing, let's play together next time." That's right, that's right. Didn't you see? Beichen is in our zone. He's an old bull." Although Gu Jingyan didn't really understand it, she understood after scanning it. Just now, the game kept reminding them that this round was being recommended to the Almighty Games and there were thousands of people watching. Moreover, the Tibot forum outside had already started a text live broadcast of the game and there were countless discussions. You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.